What is going on, my IB Nation peeps? It's a Friday. Woo! It means it's a Friday free-for-all mailbag, folks. And I'm here, and Ryan's here, and Brian's here, and we're ready to rock this thing, man. Made sure I got a good night's sleep, so I'm ready for the long haul of the mailbag, and then I get to double dip and do some rapid fire tonight as well. So I'm fired up, gentlemen. How are you guys doing?
Living the dream, Vince. Living the dream as always, sir. When I saw that you were in with us today, I was very excited, man.
I'm doing great. I'm actually having a little bit of a tea problem this morning, so I ran out of none of my Notre Dame mugs are clean. So my wife put the tea in this best uncle ever mug. And so then she's like, well, you can just pour it into your IB mug and drink it that way and it'll keep it warm. I'm like, oh yeah, that's a great idea because my wife's really smart. Little did I realize this thing it took the whole 30 seconds for me to fill that little mug, that 15-ounce mug up with that tea. It doesn't pour real fast. But other than that, I'm doing great. I'm ready to rock and roll with some questions, man. So
yeah, baby.
Yeah, it was like super loud. And I was like, okay, God, I hope this finishes before the show starts. Ooh. It didn't.
I like this from Zach Martin, the Friday free-for-all mailbag.
Nice. Well done, Zach.
Dos Trace. I like it.
Well done. Well done. Let's go ahead and get started, boys. We got some super chats. Let's get rocking and rolling with.
All right. So our first super chat from Rob. Thank you so much. Guys, you as the OC, knowing Sam Hartman is gone this year and you will have a young, inexperienced quarterback starting next year, what can you do this year to get him ready for next season?
Ryan, you and I have talked about this a lot, Ryan, and this is one of those things that the biggest thing is, and Sean Davis and I have talked about it, Vince, you and I have talked about it. The thing that a lot of fans will focus on is, get him as many reps in games as possible. And that's true. Any chance you have to get him into the game and, maybe if you're up big against Tennessee State in the third quarter, maybe get who you think that guy will be a second, of some first team snaps. Maybe late in the third quarter, early fourth, with your first team offense before you yank everybody else. And there's all types of things you can do like that. But at the end of the day, the biggest development is going to happen Monday to Friday. It's going to be about making sure that he is really locked in the film room, making sure that he's locked in practice, getting him his 40% of reps, especially as you get deeper in the season. Like you may need to give Sam Hartman closer to 70 in fall camp and, maybe early in the season as he continues to just need to get on the same page with the receivers. But once you feel like, okay, Sam's got it figured out timing-wise and he's got it all, then you may be jumping up to a true 60-40 because, Vince, you and I both know, Ryan, you know this. We always say it's 60-40. At the end of the day, you're going to run 3, 4, 5 extra plays that you need to do over with your first team. And then your second team, you're just, okay, get your script done and then let's move on to the next one, right? So that can be a bad habit the coaches have, but it's really going to come down to the development in the film room. It's going to come down to mental reps, and really getting your backup quarterback in the frame of mind of you have to always be thinking of my moment is a snap away, whether it's during Tuesday practice or Friday walkthrough. That's got to be your mindset. And so when you're in the film room and I'm talking to Sam about a read, you might as well hear me using your name because you've got to hear that. You've got to read that. You've got to learn that. And it really just comes down to the mentality and then just getting as many reps as possible. Because at the end of the day, guys, if you get, let's just say it's Kenny Minchie's backup, right? And you get him in for the whole fourth quarter against Navy and Tennessee State and Central Mission. Guess what? That's not going to prepare him for the Ohio State game. It's just not. Right. So it's about mentally getting him locked in to when that opportunity comes. He's not worried about his reads. He's not worried about his technique. He's just worried about playing ball as best you can. That's really the answer to getting those guys ready. We can talk all we want about getting them snaps in games. Those are not what get a guy ready to play. It's what you do in practice and in preparation and in the film room leading up to a Saturday.
Well, I think a lot of that. Oh, go ahead, Ryan.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I think it's maximizing time. And I think the great thing that you have is with Gino Guidugli now on as your quarterback coach and just your quarterback coach, I think that's a big asset. It's not an easy task for a guy to be the offensive coordinator and the quarterback coach, to be able to coach every one of these quarterbacks individually and also have to game plan each week, practice plans each week, make sure the offensive line is on the same page, make sure the wide receivers are on the same page, make sure the skill position is all good to go. Gino Guidugli is a big asset to this team heading into the 2023 season and beyond, hopefully, right? A guy that is just there to make sure the quarterback room is playing to the best of its ability. And of course, that starts with Sam Hartman. But to your point, Brian, it's also about developments. Like the most impressive thing so far that I've seen from Gino Guidugli is working with every one of the quarterbacks and also getting on the recruiting trail and evaluating quarterbacks, evaluating future potential fits at Notre Dame. Like, I think that this is a guy that has the ability to develop the quarterback position in a big way. And I think you need to maximize your time, and you have a guy that's time is allocated to the quarterbacks exclusively, which I think is a big thing to have.
And I will also say that the evaluation period of these backup guys started in the spring. Like, they are evaluating these guys from then all the way through the rest of the season to see if they can rely on one of those guys to be the guy in 24, or if they need to go to the portal for a starter, or they go into the portal for depth. You know, what does that portal search look like if that's what they end up doing? So this is like a really long job interview. And yes, a lot of it falls on the coaches. There's no doubt about it, because you want to get them snaps in practice. We've complained forever that under the last regime, they never got, the backup quarterback in to get some snaps with the ones in a game when it was out of hand, that kind of thing.
And it's needed.
That has to happen.
It's
absolutely.
Needed. Right.
But
it's needed.
A ton of that falls on the kids themselves and how they prepare on a day-to-day basis.
Right.
A lot of it is going to fall on that, because then it's, do we trust Steve or Kenny to be the guy next year? Do we trust him from a preparation standpoint, from a physical standpoint, all of those different things? So it's almost a year-long evaluation process for these two, and what it's going to look like moving forward, and how Notre Dame is going to address the quarterback room, moving forward, right? So it's going to be very interesting to see, to be honest with you. And I'm hoping that we get an opportunity to talk to Gino Guidugli throughout the season, at times, and we can kind of pick his brain a little bit, because he's going to say all the right things, obviously. But at the same time, you can kind of read between the lines as to how he feels about that quarterback room moving forward. So that's kind of what I'm looking forward to.
Last thing too on this, guys, is I will say this. We've been asked, well, do you need a different quarterbacks coach than you need a coordinator? And 9 times out of 10, I'm like, no, you don't. If the guy is good at the job, he can do both. I'll be honest. This is one of the rare occasions, because of the youth behind the starter, to Ryan's point, that I'm actually glad that they have a quarterbacks only guy there, because there's going to be times when Jared Parker's the one dealing with Sam Hartman. And then Coach Guidugli can be over there dealing with the younger guys. So I think that's very important.
Very important. I also think with a 6th-year guy at quarterback, as he and you kind of touched on this, but I want to expound.
That's kind of what I'm referring to. Yes, exactly.
I want to, let's say we're 6 games in, and there's no hint of injury. Everybody's healthy. That's obviously a caveat to the conversation. But as a 6-year guy and comfort level with the offense, you could even give more reps to whoever the backups are, because Sam Hartman doesn't necessarily need the physical reps all the time. And you don't necessarily want to put all the physical stuff on him because he's a 6-year guy and because he's so important to what you want to do. Then you can start giving some more reps and practice to some of those younger guys, because Sam Hartman at this point, and I'm saying halfway through and beyond, the mental reps are fine for him. He knows what he needs to read out and all of those different things. So as long as he's feeling comfortable in the offense, I think you could even more than a 60-40 situation and allow Sam to get more mental reps than necessarily physical reps. And then that also helps your younger guys as well.
All right. Let's go to this next question here real quick.
Another super chat from Raymond. Thank you very much, Raymond. What's up, guys? Just wanted to give my support and say that I can't wait for some football to start. Go Irish. Raymond, I got to tell you, man, my son comes home from football practice and I grill him about high school ball. I am ready to know what's going on with Notre Dame and watch some practice and get, some actual football on the field, man. I am with you 100%.
It's only 50-something days away from the first college football game as well. So we're inching, man. We're inching closer and closer.
I know, right? I know. Tyler Evans with the super chat. Thank you very much, Tyler. How many presidents and administration goal is it to win a national championship? And how do you think they're just happy to have a coach that does it the right way by graduating his players and winning 7 to 9 wins is an amazing year. Brian, what do you think about this?
I think it's both, but I think their actions more support the latter. I think if you were to ask anyone in charge at Notre Dame, they would tell you, oh, we want to win championships. We want to do this, we do that. And to a degree, they support. I mean, look, they didn't spend billions of dollars on like facilities the last 10 years to be a 7-win team every year. But I also don't think they're necessarily willing to do all the things that it takes to win a championship. And I don't mean the things that a lot of people say, oh, lower academic standards, pay players, NIL for high school. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about their commitment to the resources that we've talked about a million times, coaching salaries, all that kind of stuff that goes into this. So, I think that they desire the first, but their actions a lot of times speak that they're comfortable. Maybe this is a better way to say it. They want the first one. They're comfortable with the second one as long as they can hold their noses up and give this era of, well, we don't do this and we don't do that. So I wouldn't say 7 to 9. I think that's too low. If you win 7 or 8 a year, you're getting fired.
Yes.
I think it's more like if you were to say 9 to 10 wins a year, I think if Notre Dame was at worst 9-3, 10-2 most years, and then the occasional playoff run, they get beat in the first round, I think the administration would be happy because they're getting a lot of money.
Coaches are getting fired there either. I think you just got to move that number up, and then I agree with you. That's the only thing I was going to interject is like that number's a little low. 7 wins ain't going to cut it at Notre Dame. I mean, 7-8 wins is not going to cut it. So it'd have to be 9-10 with the occasional 11 or more. Yeah. All right, Raymond with the super chat. Let's see here. Just got my IB heavy t-shirt in the mail. Everyone should own one. Go Irish. Can't disagree with you there.
Go Irish.
Bayside Tiger 6 with the super chat. If Ryan sounds like Mel Kiper Jr., then Brian Smith is Jimmy Johnson.
That's awesome, man.
Okay.
Awesome. I can actually hear I can hear it a little bit. I can hear it a little bit now that I'm thinking about it. That's funny. And I also don't sound like Mel Kiper, so that's
oh my God. You're the only person on the planet that doesn't think that you sound like Mel Kiper.
That's because everybody sounds like that over there where he's at.
I don't sound like Ta. I don't sound like Mel Kiper.
You literally just now sounded like Mel Kiper doing that.
Oh, that was great. That was fantastic. All right, Jordan Schreiber has a question. Can you talk about what type of statistical year you think Tyler Buchner and Drew Pine will have this year? And do you think they'll be QB1 all year for their respective team? That's a loaded question, man.
Yeah, I honestly don't know.
I have no idea. I will say this. I think Drew Pine might actually have a solid little year, right? Like statistical, Jordan, I don't know exactly what the statistics are going to be, but Arizona State, I feel like, is one of those teams that Kenny Dillingham coming in as their head coach, offensive-minded head coach, obviously, did a really good job at Oregon last year. I think that he'll be able to get a decent amount out of Drew, but also I think that Arizona State's kind of flying under the radar a little bit. Like, who's talking about Arizona State football right now? Like, barely anybody after how bad they've been over the last couple of years. And they have a couple talented pass catchers. They have a kid named Jalen Conyers, a tight end that's very good. They have another tight end, Swinton, who's a really talented kid. He's like a 6'7", 270-pound kid. Like, it's
the reason you're focusing on the tight ends with Pine at quarterback.
Well, it just so happens, Vince, that he transferred to a team that has 2 very good tight ends. So
okay.
I didn't make that decision, man. But I think Arizona State quietly has a couple decent little skill position players, though, and I think that they're all a little bit off the radar. So I wouldn't be surprised if Drew Pine this year threw like 23 touchdowns and solid completion percentage and wins a couple football games. Like, I wouldn't be shocked because I think Arizona State's sneaking up on you. Now, to the other part of it, Tyler Buchner, I have no idea, guys. I have no idea. I don't know what to expect from Tyler Buchner. He could start all year. He could start a couple games and somebody else could take over. Like, I have no idea what to expect from Tyler Buchner this year. I have no prediction for that. I'm just kind of sitting back and watching. I don't know what to expect for that one.
Well, from a Tyler Buchner standpoint, I was listening to the interview last night that Sean did with the Alabama guy, and he was basically saying that, Alabama's focus, Nick Saban's focus, is he wants to go back to a pro-style offense, right? I don't know that Tyler Buchner's my first pick as a quarterback for a straight-up pro-style offense. Now, of course, you can have wrinkles and things like that. But we all know Tyler Buchner needs to have his legs as a key part of his game. And if it's going to be a straight up pro style offense with a focus on running the ball and all of these different things, it's going to be interesting, man. I don't know that Tyler Buchner would be in the lead to win that job. So I don't know that his stats are going to be all that great. Now, I hope I'm wrong because I like Tyler. I want him to be successful, just not obviously against Notre Dame. So we'll see how that goes.
It's so weird because I feel like all 5 of their quarterbacks are just such different players.
Yes.
Like none of them are similar in my opinion.
Absolutely.
Like Ty Simpson's kind of that cool, calm game manager type, right? Go through your reads, get the ball out. Tyler Buchner's obviously get involved in the quarterback run game. There needs to be more consistency as a passer. Jalen Milroe's a really dynamic athlete, but does he have any touch at all? I still haven't seen it yet. Then you have the 2 incoming freshmen that, Lonergan and the other kid's name that I'm forgetting, the bigger kid. But I mean, all 5 of those guys are incredibly different. So I'm fascinated to see how Alabama figures out the quarterback position this year because to your point, Vince, I mean, like they're going to not – Tommy Reese is also going to have to stretch himself a little bit in the sense of if there is a quarterback change at some point in the 2023 season, offense is going to have to function a little bit differently. Now, obviously, I'm not talking about like completely changing it, but like there's got to be some different wrinkles, right? Like you're not going to run the same stuff with Ty Simpson that you're going to run with Jalen Milroe, for instance, right? Or with Tyler Buchner.
But do you think, Ryan, do you think they can, though, however, run a similar offense with Milroe and Buchner?
Yes,
because I think they can.
Similar-ish.
I think that would look. Yes, I think that would look a lot more similar, especially run game wise. I think that's the thing is if you're going from Buchner to Milroe or vice versa, your run game won't change a whole lot. I think your pass game will change with Milroe and Buchner.
The problem is that I mean, one, if we're just talking about the sustainability of that room, Jalen Milroe and Tyler Buchner are the oldest guys in the room, right? So if one of those guys isn't the starting quarterback, it's also like, are you able to keep them happy and keep them in the room for one? Like that's a big conversation. But to your point, Brian, yes, I would say that Milroe and Buchner are the most similar of the quarterbacks in that room, but I still think they're all just kind of different, man. Like Simpson compared to Buchner is a completely different ballpark. Dylan Lonergan is completely different than both those guys. Like it's just a very different room, man. So it's going to be fascinating to see how Tommy Reese manages the quarterback room this year.
Okay, this is wild. I'm dealing with this issue over here. Somebody sent me a screenshot of a tweet that I never sent. So I'm trying to figure out what the heck is going on here.
Really?
It's about Jordan Brand. Yeah, I have no clue.
I think Vince hacked your
Twitter. So I think somebody did. So I'm kind of dealing with that a little bit. That's weird. Some people
if I was going to hack Brian's Twitter account, I would not be tweeting anything about Jordan Brand.
No,
I can promise you that.
No. That's one of those, how do you know if you're in trouble? You know what I mean?
Right.
You know why Twitter stinks so much is that to get your verification now, you need to pay for Twitter Blue, and also to get the double verification thing so that you can protect your account, you also need to have Twitter Blue. It's like everyone's just trying to be forced to have a Twitter Blue, which is just terrible, absolutely terrible.
I'd rather just stop using Twitter.
Exactly.
Like because like seriously, like if you look at it, if you look at the social media platforms that drive the most content to our site and our shows, Twitter is by far at the bottom of that list. Oh yeah.
I didn't realize
Twitter
that.
users for whatever reason just don't want to do anything to leave Twitter. Like that's the reality, right? So they don't click on, like I'll put something out, I'll put a story out and I'll get hundreds of likes and 20 clicks on the story. It's like you're liking a story you didn't read. Like,
right.
Why? But that's the world of Twitter. It's a weird place, man. It really is. But yeah, so that's weird. So if you saw a tweet from me, because some guy, what happened was I got a DM from some guy, and he goes, Driscoll, please say it's Jordan. And I was like, I have no idea, and I hope it's not Jordan. And then he screenshotted something that looks like it came from my account.
Really?
I don't know. Yeah, it looks like, unless it's June. Yeah, it's very weird.
You should change your password just in case.
I did. I already took care of all that. That's
what
I was doing.
Far enough that there's like a parody count of Brian Driscoll.
Well, but like, here's the thing: the @ is the same as mine.
Oh, okay.
Like it's very strange. I don't know.
Maybe it's Photoshopped. Could be Photoshopped.
Yes, maybe that could be it. Somebody's trying to pass himself off as me because
they're a lot of credit. They're
a loser that doesn't have a life.
That's a lot of effort to go.
You saw a tweet about Notre Dame to Jordan Brand coming from someone. It is not from this dude. I can assure you of that. Do you know how many phone calls I've made to try to figure out what apparel company Notre Dame is going with? I don't care.
Right.
Like, they'll announce it when they're ready to announce it. I have more important things to figure out with Notre Dame than what apparel company they're going to go with the next few years. So
Yeah, exactly.
if you see that kind of nonsense from me, it ain't me. I can assure you of that one.
John A1. Thanks, John. We know you're always here. Let's see here. Is Tyson Ford more of a cross-train guy between 3 technique and big end?
Well, this
Brian?
spring he was more of a 3 technique, Vince. I think in the practices we saw, I don't remember seeing him at the big end position at all. So
yeah, he was always down in the 3-point. Like, he was always on the inside. I mean, the last time I saw him, I feel like he's too big to be a big end at this point. Now, could he adjust his body to be a big end? Possibly, if that was where his skill set lied. But I think right now his best spot is 3 technique.
And he's only he's a sophomore and he's already over 290 pounds.
Right.
Like, I don't think there's much going back from that. Like, he's going to be 300 plus pounds pretty easily, pretty soon.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
And he's got a lot of baby fat on him.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, he's going to be a kid that give him one more year in the weight room. And I think as long as he's willing to put in the work and the coaches are patient with him,
yeah,
I think he's got a chance to still be a really good fight. I know that he didn't do anything as a freshman, so it's like, oh, forget Tyson Ford. Don't talk.
Of course.
This is still a top 100 football player coming out of high school. I just think that transition and needing to learn how to play, and this is what we talked about with Brian Smith yesterday. And you know, Ryan, this is a big thing. I know you heard us talk about this. I'm curious to get your thoughts, but like, this is the kind of guy that's going to define what kind of position coach Al Washington ultimately is. You know, getting Riley Mills ready to play as a senior, and these guys is Javonte Jean-Baptiste is a 6-year guy. That any okay coach should be able to do that. You know, these guys are seniors. The question is, can you take the really young, raw guys like Tyson Ford and Aiden Gobira and Josh Burnham and Boubacar Traore and Armel Mukam? That's the question. Can you develop those guys and turn them into dudes? And if he can, then you're going to be like, okay, because here's the deal, Ryan. If he proves he can do that, then I think fans are going to be more willing to embrace taking some of the, you know, projectable kids like
100%.
like Logan Thomas and Sean Sevillano and some of those guys, because, hey, look, Coach Washington has proven. It's like when Harry Heastan would take a 3-star kid, people had a completely different reaction to it than when Dell Alexander took one.
Sure.
Right. Or some other, you know, some other position groups. If Mike Mickens goes out there and gets Carson Hobbs, I'm not a huge fan of Carson Hobbs, but like, there's people that will say, yeah, I agree with you, but Mike Mickens likes him. Right. And that's good enough for me. Why? Because he's proven that he can go develop those guys. And so if Coach Washington can do that, Ryan, not only is it going to be huge for the current team, but I think it changes some of the perception of him on the recruiting trail, where people are going to look at some of these Logan Thomas types, these Cole Mullen types, these Bryce Young types, and get fired up because they're going to see the tools and be like, this guy can coach. Give me as many of those guys as possible. What are your thoughts, Ryan?
Well, I think that you have no idea exactly how good of a coach Al Washington is right now, right? So I think that was the troubling part of the 2023 class. It's not even just losing Keon Keeley and not getting Jason Moore. It was that, no, I don't think there's any question that Notre Dame signed 4 very talented defensive linemen in 2023. The question is, they're so far apart from a ceiling and floor perspective for the most part that do you have a good enough coach to get him to the ceiling? Like, that's always been the question mark, right? Like, we could look back in 3 years and be like, wow, man, Armel Mukam, Boubacar Traore, Brendan Vernon, and Devin Houston, that was a steal of a class.
Yeah.
Like, we didn't even give that class nearly enough credit as far as the upside talent. Or we could look back and it'd be like, maybe only 1 or 2 of them contributed in any fashion at the University of Notre Dame. Like, there's just not much in between ground. And I think that's based upon the coach. Like, if you had even just, I'll say it like this, like if I think that you judge recruiting on what classes look like based upon how the coach that's going to be working with them is, right? It's like, if you have a coach that you know isn't a great developer of talent, who cares, right? Like, who cares at the end of the day? It takes a bunch of upside kids, and I know we can't get the most out of it. That's not great.
Right.
If it's a guy that has a reputation of developing, then like take upside picks every single year, and we'll figure it out. If it's a guy that's just an average coach, it's like, okay, like there's just some middle ground there. I just don't know what to expect for Al Washington as a developer right now.
And that's going to be a thing too, Ryan, is look, there's this double-edged sword of, well, you're not going to get the best players in the country until you start producing high NFL players. Well, you can't produce high NFL players if you're not getting the best players in the country unless you're someone who's really good at taking kids with a lot of raw tools and then developing them into being that player, right? So it's easy to get Jalen Carter and turn Jalen Carter into a stud. It's a little harder to get Jordan Davis and get him motivated and to turn him to a stud because he didn't necessarily come in with the same reputation. You have to do more to get more out of him.
Yeah.
And I think those are the things that okay, if you can develop that way, then you turn these guys into studs, to your point, right? And now all of a sudden it's easier to go get the next Keon Keeley because you can be like, look, we took these kids that weren't even top 100 recruits and we turned them into, to what we turned them into. I mean, those are things that are going to really go a long way towards Notre Dame finally getting those top players. And it is kind of funny, Ryan, that you mentioned that because when you look at the defensive line class, the way I rank classes is I rank them offense and defense. Mm-hmm. All right, Brennan Vernon, number 8. Armel Mukam, number 10, Boubacar Traore, number 11 out of 12 players in last year's class, defensive class. Yeah. Now, 2 things about that. Number 1, that speaks volumes about how deep last year's class was on defense, right? Yes. Because I literally had every single kid graded out as a 4-star or better player. But then you look at the upside grade, and those kids ranked 1st, Boubacar, Armel was 2, Vernon was 6. I mean, so now when you talk about upside, Armel and Boubacar are 1, 2. Now, I know Ryan had those reversed. He had Armel number 1 and Boubacar number 2 from an upside standpoint. And I don't think either of us are going to argue with the other one that, no, it's this guy. They're both got really high ceilings, but you're not going to get there if you don't have a guy that's willing to invest the time to coach them up. And that's one of my questions/concerns with Al Washington is he's got to prove that, hey, I've got my starters here, but I'm not just going to go put Tyson Ford on the scout team all year and ignore him until the spring. I'm going to still work with him. I'm going to still work with Boubacar. I'm still going to work with Armel to make sure that myself, the GAs, the other coaches, that we're investing in them to make sure we get the most out of them. Otherwise, they're just, when their time comes, they're going to be behind. And you're going to have more of those. One thing Mike Elson did is when he would lose a guy to the NFL, they didn't miss a beat. Got to give him credit for that because one thing we praised him for is he was not a guy that taught a lot of advanced technique, but he taught the entire depth chart really good fundamentals, good basics, Vince. And so you never had a young guy coming off the bench looking unprepared to play or a guy replacing a starter because he would teach the basics to everybody. So when their time came, they knew how to play football and then their talent could take over. Coach Washington has to show us that he can do that. And if he can,
sure,
this defensive line is going to be very good for years to come because when you look at Boubacar and Armel and Brendan Vernon and Devin Houston and Logan Thomas and Cole Mullins and Bryce Young and to a degree Sean Silviano, talent won't be an issue for the Notre Dame defensive line for the next 4 or 5 years. It won't. Tyson Ford, Aiden Gobaira, Josh Burnham, Junior Tuihalamaka. If your defensive line's not good, it's not a player problem. It's a coaching problem. And but the flip side is if Al Washington does do a good job, then this defensive line is going to be really fun to watch because the level of length and athleticism has taken such a jump in recent years that you start to get a little fired up about what this team could be if
it's a big year.
They're coached right.
It's a big year.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a big year to find out where, I think the jury might still be out to a degree at the end of this year, but this is a big year. Remember how we talked about last year was a big year the last year for Quinn was a big year for him. And we talked about that a lot in the offseason. Like, okay, this is going to be the year where we're going to find out if Quinn is a good coach or not. Because we got his guys, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We got our answer. I think this is going to be a big year for Al Washington. I think we're going to get a lot of our questions answered on Al Washington this year from how he is as a coach.
Yeah.
Right? How does he coach up the guys that he has in his room?
And then that builds momentum on recruiting,
Absolutely.
Right, guys? I mean, if Riley Mills goes out there and balls out this year, Jordan Botelho balls out, and Javonte Jean-Baptiste comes in and goes from a reserve guy at Ohio State that, plays a little, key rotate to an 8-9 tackle for loss guy at Notre Dame. If Josh Burnham's coming in there getting 10, 15 snaps a game, getting after the quarterback, Gabriel Rubio, Jason Onye, all these guys come out in the D-line place with potential. Now Al Washington walks onto the recruiting trail, and I just kind of get this vision in my head. You remember that Vince McMahon gif where he's like just walking in like he's like, Conor McGregor, you know what I mean? Like that's Al Washington hitting the recruiting trail next year, right? He's got that kind of momentum going. So those things build on each other. Dude, do you see what I did with Jordan Botelho? Do you see what I did with Riley Mills? I took Javonte Jean-Baptiste from Ohio State and turned him into this. Why would you go to Ohio State and play for them? Like, look what I did with a backup from there. You know what I mean? Like, those things build on each other. And so I think that's also partly why Vince, like you said, this year is huge for him.
Yep.
But it's not just huge for the development standpoint. It's also huge because the development then leads to, I got a much better case to make on the recruiting trail. Because you know what helps Mike Mickens when he's going out and recruiting? This is Mike Mickens recruiting. Hey, so coach, why should I play for you? All right, I'll make this as quick as possible, okay? Sauce Gardner, Benjamin Morrison, Kobe Bryant, you know what I mean? Like Cam Hart, like that's his. He's like, guys, I was part of a defense that had went to the college football playoff, and I had an undrafted free agent and a guy that's now at best our fourth cornerback as my starters, right? Like now look what we're doing. That's sells. What made Harry Hiestand such a great recruiter was it his dogged determination on the recruiting trail? No, it was why should I come play for you? Zach Martin, Ronnie Stanley, Quentin Nelson, Mike McGlinchey. You know what I mean? Okay, sure. You got me, coach. There you go. Yeah. Why did Keon Keeley pick Alabama over Notre Dame? People can say all they want. Oh, NIL. No. It was because Keon wants to be a top 10 NFL draft pick.
They just had last year in Will Anderson, top number 3 overall.
Like, right. Yeah, and he's not alone, right? Like, so that's why those big time players make those decisions. So if Coach Washington show, hey, I can develop you. Look what we did. I turned Isaiah Foskey into second rounder. I got Riley Mills drafted. I got Jordan Patel drafted. Man, imagine what I could do with you, Mr. 5-star, Mr. top 50 overall player. That would be big for Notre Dame. Really, really big. So good questions. Here's some good ones. I swear, Vince, I never see Connor Patton on a show unless it's you and me on the show together.
It's because Connor's my guy. That's right, man. And he gives a super chat, which you need to hold on. I mean, we appreciate it, but based on this super chat, you need to hold on to your money, buddy. And this is a guy talking from experience. Because our new baby girl is happy and healthy, and her name is Quinn. Congratulations, my friend. That is awesome.
Hey, Connor,
is it after Brady Quinn or Jeff Quinn? That's all I want to know.
Ryan just trying to start some stuff today, man.
Congratulations, Connor.
Or it could be wasn't Dr. Quinn the medicine woman? You know, could be that too, right? So
big Jane Seymour fan over here.
Connor, do me a favor, shoot me a DM on Twitter. I got something for you. I want to go over with you real quick. So when you get a chance, buddy, hit me up on that. We're glad to hear that because it's been a busy couple years from Connor. They moved. Right, then they move up to New Hampshire, got a new job. Now I got a new baby man. So yeah, we're happy for you, and praise God, the baby is nice and healthy. That's awesome. Very, very, very good.
New Hampshire, it's beautiful up there.
Yeah, it really is. I drove into it once when I was stuck in Boston. My flight got delayed, so I just took a drive up the coast up north. It's really pretty.
We climbed Mount Washington before, which is like the highest peak in the eastern seaboard or something like that. It was nice, really nice.
Look at you guys. All right, Rob has a question. Brian, if you could, what was your favorite loose emoji story that he told you?
Oh my gosh. Oh man, there's so many. I think the Jerry Faust stories are probably the funniest because Lou was not a real expressive guy, right? Like Lou was just kind of very monotone. But when he would do Jerry he would actually do Jerry Faust kind of impressions. And he loves Jerry Faust as a human being, right? But he just but he's telling a story how there's 2 stories he told that I just thought were hilarious. And people have asked, why wasn't Jerry Faust more successful? So one story was I think they played at Iowa, I believe. I could be wrong. Let me just look at this real quick. And it could just be that Iowa pops in my head because of no, it wasn't Iowa. It was I can't remember who it was, but Iowa pops in my head because of the situation. So they walk into a locker room, and it's this really weird color. And so he's like, why? He says to one of these, like, why would they do this? And the guy goes, oh, it's a mental thing, coach. They're trying to get in our heads by making the lockers. So Jerry starts freaking out. Nobody look at the walls. Nobody look at the walls. Everybody stay locked in. Nobody look at the walls. And then he was like, they were getting ready to play at Air Force, and they're getting ready to walk out, and they're doing some flyover, and he just starts going off about it's an intimidation tactic, and they're not supposed to look at the flyover. He just would tell all these stories about how Jerry Faust was just like, what the heck is this guy talking about? And so he just didn't handle things well. And he would walk up and down the sidelines just saying Hail Marys. Like, it was the craziest stuff. So Lou had a lot of great stories about that. But you want to really enjoy Lou, get him talking about Lou Holtz. He had such a great respect and appreciation for Lou Holtz. He had some really good stories about him. But honestly, the best story Lou ever told me was his own. I mean, you're talking about a kid whose parents were immigrants, sitting in the office with him one day. He picks up the phone, and we worked like in an office where we had like his and I's desks were like, we were back to back, about 15, 20 feet away, Vince, would you say our desks were? And all of a sudden, Lou picks up the phone and he starts talking. Like, I'm thinking, is this cat talking in tongues or something like that? Like, what is going on? He's speaking Hungarian because his parents were Hungarian immigrants. So he still spoke Hungarian to his family and people at the church and stuff. And, so he walks out, he's talking. And so you get to hear a story. His parents came over. I guess there's a big civil war going on in that country. His parents come over. His mom and dad, I think, both worked at Notre Dame, but it was like working as I think mom worked in the cafeteria, like stuff like that. They weren't like professors. They were grinders. And how he just grew up loving Notre Dame. He kind of grew up on campus when he'd be with his mom. He had to do the whole, the Rudy thing. He had to go to Holy Cross at first and then got into Notre Dame. And just hear his own story. You're like, man, this is like the American dream right here, right? Like, parents immigrated from a tough situation to live the American dream, and Lou grows up and gets to go to one of the most prestigious schools in America and becomes a legend in that. Because I don't think if you're really doing a true story of Notre Dame, it's also the people that cover it and made it popular. And Lou, to me, is a big part of that, And so my favorite stories that he ever told me were ones about him, just because he was such a good man and had a great story. And you hear him explain where he came from, and you completely understand that humility that he had. Because Vince, you've seen it, man. People will come up and start talking to Lou at a game, and he would his face would turn around. He was so embarrassed, like why was this person want to talk to me? Like, I'm nobody. Like, dude, you're the GOAT, dude. Like, no, you really are. And he just never understood that. He didn't, in his head, that's not how it was. He would have old people they had a phone in the office, and Lou was the only person that ever answered it, because it was the number they had for decades. And these older guys that are magazine would call, and just Lou would talk to them. What the heck? Because they're not on message boards, they're not on Twitter, not on social media. They would call Lou, and he would talk to them. Just such a kind, decent person. And so those are my favorite stories, are ones where he would kind of, you could get him talking about himself, because he wouldn't talk about himself very often.
Right. Well, I want to interject here real quick, because when you asked me to come over and you got me to come over to BGI, and I knew that I was going to work nearby Lou Emoji, right? Because I had been on the beat for a long time. Sean and I started doing stuff in 2004. And so this was a long time coming. And so it was a situation where Brian's like, okay, hey, come over to BGI, have some fun, do some work. And there was one day after a practice, and we're walking down the street. We're walking out of the practice facility towards the tennis courts on the sidewalk. And I'm walking with Brian, and all of a sudden there's Lou. And Brian introduced me to Lou, and I was like tongue-tied. Like, I didn't know what to say, because it's Lou Emoji. Like, I'm in awe of this guy. Like, he is the GOAT. I was like, I don't know what to say. And he was the nicest human on the face of the planet. And you would have never known that he is who he is. Like, you would have never known that he's Lou Emoji. And Brian's introducing me, and I am not saying a single word. And Lou is acting like we've known each other for years. And I'm like, Lou Emoji knew who I was. Like, it was the craziest feeling in the world. And he was always the nicest human being I've ever met. And then when Brian left and I had to do shows with just Lou, I was so nervous. Like, I was incredibly nervous. And he was asking me questions, and we were just talking like we'd known each other for years. And I mean, it was just an awesome experience. And it was such a small part of my life that I will never forget, because he just treated me like I was his long lost best friend. And it was awesome. And so even though I was in complete awe of him on that first day that we met, walking down the sidewalk to our cars when Brian brought me in, he was the nicest guy about it. Like, it wasn't just this kid who's going to come help. It was, hey man, we're so happy to have you. Really excited to have you on board. I'm like, I don't know. He knows who he's talking to. It was It was crazy, but it made me feel really, really good that Loose
Yeah.
Emoji knew who I was. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
All right, we got a super chat here from David. Thank you so much, David. It says, one of two. Question: what kind of improvements normally happen with a second-year coach? What improvements do you think Marcus Freeman will have this year? And then question number 2: do you think there will ever be another watch party with y'all?
Well, number 2, yeah, we'll do that again. There'll be some game, like probably Stanford game this year for sure is one that I can think of because we won't be there.
No.
Maybe Navy because none of us will be at the Navy game. We'll see.
That's a good
I'm not
point.
sure how I want to do that one, but we'll have some. We'll have some, and then we'll do some stuff on CFB Nation, maybe like Championship Saturday, like we did last year. That was kind of fun. So we'll do some stuff like that again this year. That'll be fun stuff. So first part. I think, guys, the biggest thing for me, and I talked a little bit about this on the message board yesterday in that football chat. The biggest thing for me when it comes to year 2 improvements is in year 2, a coach, especially a coach who'd never been a head coach before, you realize how important it is, and you start making the time to do the little things, right? Like year 1, like Coach Freeman said this to me in the interview. I think I put it in one of the stories. He was like, "Look, I was just trying to figure out where to stand half the time, last year." And he was kind of be hyperbolic, but he's also like true because
No, that was a
first
legit
days,
thing because what
he's
were
like,
we all
okay,
looking at when
yeah.
when he first took over before the Fiesta Bowl? What were all of us looking
Yeah.
for during the open practice? Like, oh, I wonder if he's going to be hanging out with the defense. I wonder if he's going to be like that.
He was
a
trying to
legit
figure
thing.
that stuff out, right?
Yeah.
And just trying to balance the time as the football coach with the head football coach. And so what is the difference? The football coach is the football coach. The head football coach is the guy that has to go to put a suit on and go talk to people, right? Like, bouncing those duties. How does he, and then you can miss out on a lot of things. And I think that's something that led to the 3-3. And this is something Coach Freeman has talked about is he learned so much in year 1 of just how to manage the job. And a lot of the little things took a back seat early. And so when he kind of said, okay, I'm taking this back over a little bit, we're going to get back to being on the same page here. You started to see a coach that was starting to pay more attention to those little things. And I think that's going to be the biggest thing in year 2. And guys, those little things can be the difference between winning and losing against Marshall, winning and losing against Ohio State, if nothing else changes. And so, those are areas where I think this team will improve a lot. I think he's learned a lot about himself, what works, what doesn't work, what needs to change, what needs to just be enhanced a little bit, what needs to just be pulled back on a little bit. And they all lead to the same thing. It's the little things. And usually a coach that has learned a lesson after year 1, you're going to see a team that's more fundamentally sound and a team that plays faster and more confident because the coaches are more confident. The cohesion between the staff is better as well. All those things factor in, but they're not things that factor in like this big noticeable difference where you can pinpoint here and here and here. It's just the little things. The mistakes take a dip, and just a more confident football team. And then you also get a chance to kind of weed out some of the maybe folks that weren't completely bought into what you're trying to do, and that makes you better as well. So all those things factor into it for me.
Nailed it.
I will say that he mentioned, and Sean and I talked about this on our show. I want to say Wednesday night. Basically, I think he told you that. I think this is where Sean got the quote. He told you this, Brian, something along the lines of, my first year, I was just worried about, getting to the game and coaching the game and all that. And this year, it's about, more developing the players, getting some of those guys on the field, but having a plan ahead of time to do that. Because once you get between the lines and the whistles and all of that, like, you're coaching the game. So you have to have a plan on how to do that. Whether it's a series here or a play there or whatever the case may be, you have to have a plan going in. And he overlooked that kind of stuff his first year because there was so many other things to worry about. And now that he's got some of the big picture things kind of under control, he can kind of focus on some of the smaller things, like getting some of these younger guys some reps when it matters and things like that. Not wholesale changes, but like one guy in here, one guy in there. But again, it has to be planned, and it has to be a charge to the assistant coaches to make sure that happens. That's not Marcus Freeman's job in the middle of a game. Hey, make sure we get the second linebacker in, here or whatever the case may be. That's the assistant coach's job, but they need to be told to do that by the head coach. So like those are all the little things that kind of get put into place as the years go on, right? And the big picture stuff is year one, and then it kind of funnels down and gets more specific, I think. I experienced the exact same thing when I was a head coach. Like you're kind of swimming through everything your first year. And then you kind of hit a stride and okay, oh, well, I can focus on this and I can focus on this. And it's just the general maturation. Like if you start a new job, right, Brian? I mean, first year, you're just kind of like, my first semester as the dean of students. Are you kidding me? Like it was drinking through a fire hose, man.
Yeah.
I didn't know what was happening. And it's kind of slow. It slows down.
Yeah.
You kind of figure it out.
Same thing launching this business, Vince. It's
Right.
just one of those things where it's like, okay, I knew I had things to do other than just publish content, but then you realize like how much you have to do. And you're like, good God, how am I going to get any stories out with all the stuff I have to do?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like
same thing.
My people, so you had one story out yesterday, and you're telling me you went to bed at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, yeah, you have no idea how much I have to do on a daily basis behind the scenes. It's nutty.
Yeah.
But I mean, but you learn to manage it. You put people around you that can handle certain things, and you make sure that everybody's on the same page about what the expectations are. And I think Coach Freeman's doing a better job of that.
Agreed.
Here's an interesting NFL one here, guys. I think this
one could be for Ryan.
Pretty,
there we go.
Pretty. Well, this is kind of for all of us. This is a pretty easy answer, though, I think.
No, okay. All right, from Jordan, you're a GM in the 90s for an NFL team. Would you rather have Rocket or Tim Brown as your wide receiver one? And did they play together in 87?
So, no, a couple things about that. Rocket and Tim Brown did play together, but it wasn't in college. It was in the NFL. They played together from 1993 to 1995. Rocket played with the Raiders for those seasons. Now, Rocket was a true freshman in 1988. Tim Brown's last season was in 1987, so they did not play together. I would imagine that Rocket probably met Tim Brown on a visit, but they did not play together. Who would I rather have in the NFL? It's easy. It's Tim Brown. Tim Brown was one of the 10 best receivers of my generation. Yeah, I mean, he was phenomenal. He was phenomenal. And I think Tim Brown – the interesting thing is who would you, I think the bigger question is, the more interesting question is, who would you rather have in college? I think that would be the more intriguing question, guys, because they were both so dynamic. Obviously, Tim Brown, won the Heisman Trophy, but I would argue that Rocket should have won one as well. I think Rocket completely got screwed out of the Heisman in 1990. I would say if I'm looking for a pure receiver, I'd still take Tim Brown in college. If I'm just looking for a pure receiver. I think the thing that made Rocket so dynamic, guys, was that he was so good at so many other things,
games,
right?
Man. Like,
yeah,
he's a difference maker in the return game,
right? Now, so it's Tim Brown, right? I mean, Tim Brown, I think partly won the Heisman. He had 3 punt returns for touchdowns in his career. He's a pretty darn good punt returner as well. He had 3 punt returns. His Heisman Trophy year, he had 3 punt returns for touchdowns. And then he had 3 total punt returns as a kick returner too. What really separated him is, again, where there's a lot of similarities. Tim Brown had more production from a receiving standpoint. Rocket never had more than 502 yards. Tim Brown had 800 and 900. Now, again, different. They play with different quarterbacks. Tim Brown played with Steve Andresiak and I think Steve Berline for a year, right? I mean, I love Tony Rice. Tony Rice was a great leader, great winner. Tony Rice is a little different type of quarterback than Steve Berline was, who was an NFL quarterback,
Right.
But, so that impacted a little bit too. But the other thing is Rocket brought that rushing element to the table that people often overlook. Rocket had 331 yards receiving, 535 and 699. He had 5 punt returns or 5 kick returns for touchdowns, 1 punt return touchdown. So, they both had 6 returns for touchdowns. Tim Brown was the more productive wide receiver with 2,400 yards. Also played 4 years. But Rocket had over 1,000 rushing yards during his career at Notre Dame. And that was the difference. In 89 and 90, Lou would talk about this all the time, talk about Lou Samoji stories. He would say they'd come hammer you in the first 3 quarters with like Anthony Johnson and Rodney Culver and all those guys. And then they'd put when you're tired and worn down, they'd put Rocket in at tailback in the 4th quarter and start handing him the ball off. And you're just like, now his 4.2 looks like a 4 flat when your legs are heavy and you've been trying to play bully ball all game. And, so he just was so unique. But here's the reality, guys. Who would you rather have a receiver? Yes. I I don't care. Give me either one of them. They're phenomenal players. But if I am looking for a pure receiver, a pure lineup and play receiver, it's Tim Brown. If I'm looking for a slot guy, in today's offense, a guy that's going to do a lot of different things, it's Rocket. And so it just depends on what you're looking for. But they're both 5 stars, right? I mean, for people that like stars, they're both 5-star college players. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. It's a good, cool, fun question. Very fun question. Let's get down here to Tavis McKay, Vince.
Nice. Thoughts on the jersey combo against Navy? White jersey, green pants, orange accents playing into the Irish flag, similar to the cleats Notre Dame wore last time they were in Ireland. If no, what would you suggest?
I don't mind doing a little bit of the playing to the Irish flag.
Little nod.
I think there's some, but for me, it would be more of my uniform would look more like the Las Vegas uniforms last year, the white on white with some orange maybe mixed in somewhere, like a stripe on the pant, like the outline of a stripe on a pant. Not even like full, but like if you were to have like a green and gold stripe down the side, like have a little orange right down the middle or something like that. You know what I mean? I would do something minor. I wouldn't have too much of the orange playing, but I would do something to give a little nod to Ireland. I would. I think that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I'm also okay with it because this is a very unique game, right? I mean, it's not every year you play in Dublin, Ireland, so it's I mean, there's always little tweaks I think, Tavis, that you would make, but I mean, for the most part, I think I'm on the similar wavelength with Brian of like, I have no problem with the color combinations and given the nod to Ireland because again, this is a very unique circumstance. This doesn't happen every year,
and you are
totally fine
the Fighting Irish.
You are.
I mean, you know what I mean. So it's like, yeah, you can play into that a little bit more than I think maybe we've seen them do in the past. So good question. Good question. Let's see here. This is for me, Vince. I'm going to read that one.
Okay, sounds good. All right. For Brian from Jordan, why did you dislike those Super Bowl Buffalo Bills teams? What other teams in the 80s and 90s did you really dislike?
I disliked them because they beat the Broncos and kept Elway from getting to another Super Bowl. I was bitter about it because I thought the Broncos should have won that game. They were trailing by a field goal, and then Elway gets hurt, and Garrett Kubiak comes in, and they couldn't do anything. But there just was something about I'll be honest with you, and this is guys, I was 13 years old. There was just something about Jim Kelly I didn't like. And I don't know what it was. There was just something about him. I mean, I liked Bruce Smith. I mean, he went to the same high school that my dad went to, not at the same time, but my dad went to Booker T. Washington High School at times in his career for said bus. I can't remember if they bussed him to Lake Taylor or if they bussed him to Booker T. Washington. My dad was alive when they started doing that, like the busing stuff, back then. And I can't remember which direction I went, but he went to Booker T for a minute. So, obviously Bruce Smith went to Booker T. He's a Virginia guy. I liked Cornelius Bennett as a player. I had no issues with. I thought Andre Reed was a good player. Marv Levy seemed like a decent guy. There's just something about Jim Kelly I didn't like. And that's really what it boiled down to. I don't know what it was. I really couldn't explain to you now. There was just something about him I didn't like. And maybe it's because some people thought he was better than Elway, and I got my feelings about that. I really don't know. It's been a long time. It's been 30 years, but just something about him that I didn't like, to be honest with you. And who else did I not like? I mean, I've never liked the Raiders. Because I'm a Broncos fan. I never liked the Browns growing up. Browns fans. I grew up in Ohio. Browns fans are awful, just awful.
The dog fans? Don't mess with the dog fans like that, man.
Yeah, because all those same people that are Ohio State fans are also Cleveland Brown fans. And so every year when they're going to play in the AFC Championship, just all this noise, all this nah. And of course, the Broncos beat them every single time. And then they'd be worse when they lost. Because then they get mean and mad about it. Like, I'm the reason that the Browns lost, So I hated the Browns, man. Those are the teams I probably. And I'd say I didn't say I hate the Cowboys, but I dislike the Cowboys because my parents disliked the Cowboys because they were Redskins fans. So that's really about it. Like, I never hated the Chiefs. I never hated the Chargers. I never hated the Seahawks. Those were the other division rivals that the Broncos had. I hated the Raiders. They were like the NFL version of the U for me. when you think about the personalities and the characters and all the issues and the craziness, it's like they were the NFL version of the U for me.
Mhm.
And if you think about it, there's the overlap. I mean, that was going on at the same time.
Absolute
I mean,
overlap.
when Notre Dame was winning that championship and had those great years of Lou Holtz, the Broncos were going to Super Bowls and and those type of things too. So yeah, there's some overlap there. Football was good for me in the late 80s and early 90s. Man, it really was.
Be nice to get back to that.
It really would. It really would. So yeah, do you guys have any teams that you really disliked growing up, or that you dislike now, NFL, like that for whatever reason?
Oh, it's the Cowboys all the way, because I was always a Bears fan, but they weren't very good in the 90s. So let's be honest. I like the 49ers because of Joe Montana, and then I like Steve Young. Like, I liked the 49ers back in the 90s, and who was their biggest rival? The Cowboys. And I hated Miami, and for a very similar reason, I hated the Cowboys. They're just the talking and the Michael Irvin and all of his off the field issues. They'll just call them issues. I didn't dig that in any way.
You just like to go to the club, man. Just let them live, Vince.
Yeah, you like being at the club, all right. The club. So I did not like him at all, and I didn't like the Cowboys. So I was a 49ers fan in the 90s for sure.
Yeah.
I was an Eagles hater. I grew up right outside of Philadelphia, and I'm not an Eagles fan, and Eagles fans are a little bit intolerable at times. So
pretty much the same reason I hate the Browns. It's not so much that you dislike the organization, you just hate the fans.
I actually respect the organization. I think they're a very well-run organization for the most part. But yeah, their fans are not great. Not great.
Yeah.
A little delusional sometimes as well. But
yeah.
A little delusional.
No doubt.
From Bayside Tiger 6, thank you for the super chat. Bob Davie had a lot of NFL players and assistants who went on to big things like Urban Meyer, Marotti, Madison, to name a few. Madison. Yep. Where do you think he failed most as a coach?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of ways. Number one, he refused to hire offensive coordinators and then let them run their offense. He was always micromanaging. I don't think he was a great recruiter. I've heard a lot of things about how he treated. There was a difference between how he treated certain players. Certain players got treated one way, other players got treated another way, and that's a horrible thing to do as a coach. I mean, that's how you lose a locker room really fast. I've been told he was very stubborn, didn't really take advice like he should have taken advice. And at the end of the day, I just don't think he was a head coach. I mean, look, not everybody's a decent coordinator is a head coach.
Absolutely.
And I also think too is he was always going to have a hard time winning over the fan base because of the perceived manner in which he stabbed Lou Holtz in the back to get the job. And as you get older, you find out it wasn't just perceived. He did, and you're going to have a hard time winning people over when that's the case, but I just don't think he was a very good head coach, to be honest with you. I just don't think he had the temperament for it. I don't think he had the consistency for it. I don't think he understood how to manage a roster. I'll tell you what he did, though. His teams always played hard, and they were always pretty good on special teams. But there was nothing dynamic about him. And to win at Notre Dame, you've got to have something dynamic about you. And if you look at all the seasons they've had success, almost every one, there was something dynamic about that coach, whether it was Lou Holtz's personality, Charlie Weiss's offense, the first couple of years. Brian Kelly had a very dynamic personality. Mm-hmm. I mean, he knew how to be a coach. He knew how to do certain things to help build a program up. Marcus Freeman has a very dynamic personality. Now, will that be enough to win? No, it's not enough to win, but it has to be an ingredient to success. And Bob Davie did not have that at all. Neither did Ty Willingham. But at least Davie worked. I never heard anything about how he didn't work. Ty didn't work. That was the biggest problem with Ty. He just didn't work. He just would rather be golfing. So, yeah.
Remember when Bob Davie was coaching New Mexico? That was a weird time. Very strange time.
You want to know something weird? So I had a Notre Dame game pop up on my YouTube feed the other night. So I was like, oh, I remember that game. This was the 2008 Notre Dame-Washington game. And I'm watching it, because I remembered it was Charlie versus Ty. Do you know who was doing color for that game? It was Bob Davie. So I'm watching Ty and Charlie go to battle with Bob Davie doing color for the game, and I'm thinking, talk about just the ultimate, trio of losers at Notre Dame. Not losers as human beings, but losers as football coaches, right? Because I I think Ty Willingham as a human being is a very, very decent human being. I've never heard anyone say that he's not a decent human being, cared about kids and all that stuff. He just wasn't a very good coach. Charlie Weiss has that very gruff personality, but you know why? His players loved him because he was genuine. I mean, they cared about him. And the things that Charlie did for special needs kids in this community, still to this day, I believe there's things that Charlie does for special needs community around the area. So as people, like, they have their flaws, like we all do. But what I mean that is it's as coaches, we're all failures as coaches. And it was just really weird watching that with Ty and Charlie on opposite sidelines, and then Bob Davie doing color was just really wild. Like, could you imagine doing a game in a couple years and Brian Kelly's retired and he's doing color for a Notre Dame game? That'd be so freaking weird.
I don't know if that would end well.
So weird.
I forgot that Ty Willingham was coaching Washington. That wasn't the best era of Washington football.
No, it wasn't. So. It wasn't. Well, there was a lot of people talking about how, how unfair it was that he got fired, and look how good of a job he did at Stanford, which I've always felt his Stanford career was incredibly overrated. But then he went to Washington and just sucked, and you stopped hearing people talk about that because you're like, yes. Okay, he's just not a very good coach, and he wasn't.
Seth Clark with a question for the mailbag. What is your confidence level of Gerby Lambert, and do you believe all the Harvard buzz, Ryan?
Well, Seth, I actually put this in my mailbag this week as someone asked about confidence levels and some of the uncommitted players Notre Dame is still waiting on in the 2024 class.
I may have texted you a confidence level on Gerby Lambert the other day.
And I gave you the exact same answer. I'm about an 8. I'm about an 8 right now, Seth. I'm about an 8 right now. I think that Notre Dame is in the driver's seat for Gerby Lambert's. Look, the Harvard stuff is fun. It's interesting. I ultimately don't think that Harvard's going to be the decision over offers from Notre Dame and Ohio State and like that. Like, I just don't buy that, right? Like, I just don't really buy that. I think Notre Dame's in the driver's seat, though. I think that this is Notre Dame's to win. Obviously there's closing out that needs to do. And, as we always talk about, down the stretch of recruitment is very important. But I think that Notre Dame has a very good chance to close on one of the more talented offensive tackles in the 2024 class. Of course, we're talking about Catholic Memorial out there in West Roxbury, Massachusetts, teammate of Boubacar Traore. I think Notre Dame's in a great position for Gerby.
I think it's late June, getting into July, and people need stuff to write about. Yes. That's pretty much what I think is happening. So, yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
John A1 with the super chat. Thank you very, very much, John. Is there a past player that would have been more successful in a different position? Any players you would have liked to see play a different position, Brian?
Well, I think looking back, I would have loved to have seen CJ Prosise get moved to offense right away. I would be curious to see what his career would have looked like. Would he have maybe had a more successful NFL career if they would have moved him to running back as a sophomore instead of as a senior? Would he have been in a better position to stick in the NFL if that were the case? So that's a guy that kind of pops out in my head. I've always thought that Jerry Tillery could have been a really good offensive tackle. I really do. I think he was a better offensive lineman than a defensive lineman. I think, especially working with Harry Heastand in his career.
Yeah.
If he would have taken to coaching, I think he was a guy that could have been really, really good. So he's one that pops in my head. Here's another one. I thought about this the other day, and it's not so much it's kind of a different position, but how they moved Carlisle Holiday to receiver by the end of his career. One that I would have really liked to have seen, and I tweeted about this the other night. I was watching a game from 2002, and it was before Carlisle got hurt. I would have loved to have seen Carlisle Holiday playing quarterback under Lou Holtz, like getting to run that Tony Rice offense. Oh man, he'd have been fun to watch. Now I know technically he wasn't. He did play some quarterback before moving to receiver, but that would have been one that would have been really, really fun to watch. What would have been there, Vince? I'm trying to think of some others. I couldn't really. I can't really think of a lot of others where, I wish this guy would have played another position. Because I think most guys ended up being pretty good at the. He could. I didn't want to see him in another position because they had the need there. Kavari Russell was a really good running back in high school. And they originally recruited him to play running back. And if they were better off a corner, kind of thinking about some of those years, Carvari was a freshman in 2013, right? Or excuse me, 2012. And I'm kind of thinking about that 2013 backfield, right? Where Cam McDaniel's your leading rusher. And I love Cam, but could you imagine if they'd have had Kavari Russell as a sophomore on that team, what that would have looked like? That'd have been really fun to watch too, Vince. That'd have been fun.
I'm trying to think, and oh man, I can't think of anybody that I would really move around per se. Yeah, that's a tough one for me. I can't really think of a good one where I would move a guy from one spot to the other and that they would have more success than they already did. So that is a very interesting one and a really good question, John. I really appreciate that very much. So, but yeah, there's nobody that comes to mind that I would do that to, and then think that they would have more success than they did. You know what I mean? So, Jerron Jones is playing offensive line, I believe.
Yeah.
So I think that's an interesting one because
he was really good at the defensive line. That's the tough one, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. I don't know that moving would have benefited his career per se, but that doesn't happen obviously all the time. So,
Yeah, somebody said, what about Chinonda Ndukwe at receiver? But they really needed him as safety.
Yeah, he was a really good safety.
Yeah. Now, if I could move a guy to another school, Tommy Zibikowski would have been a really fun option quarterback in Navy.
Oh,
he actually played that in high school. If you remember correctly, he was technically recruited as a quarterback. And I'm like, yeah, right. That guy ain't playing quarterback. Tommy Zibikowski playing in that Navy triple option would have been fun to watch, man. He would have trucked some dudes.
I love the ball in his hands. I mean, he wasn't a great safety, right? But he was great with the ball in his hands. I get a lot of trouble for saying that. I get a lot of people mad at me for saying it. And he was a really good tackler. He was not very good in coverage. Right.
And somebody asked me, and I don't remember if this was asked in the show or if this is something somebody asked me on the board. Was this because I believe it was asked of me like today. It might have been somebody sent me a private message, but the question is where would you play him in today's game? And I said, in today's era, he'd be a dude as a rover.
Yep, absolutely.
He would be a dude as a rover now because he could play downhill, and now all of a sudden his athleticism or his coverage ability tracks really well at that position because he now has help over top as opposed to being the help. Yes. And he could be more aggressive. The problem with Tommy is he wanted to be so aggressive. He wanted to come down and crush people.
Right.
And so he was constantly getting beat on posts on play actions because he was too aggressive. And if you'd have played him at rover in today's era, oh my gosh, then he could have been more aggressive.
Yeah.
And not get penalized for that. That's where Tommy would have been really fun to watch because he was already fun to watch. I mean, he was a heck of a player.
Gosh, yes, absolutely.
But
you think if they would have put a little bit more weight on him, that he maybe could have played like a Will?
No,
you know what I mean?
don't think he had the body for that.
Okay.
No, I think he would have slowed down if you'd have played him there. I think he'd have slowed down. I think
he wouldn't have been able to be a return guy anymore.
No, but he was really good return guy.
Yeah.
Really good return guy.
Right.
So that'd have been fun to watch, guys. That'd have been really fun to watch. But those are good questions, John. I enjoy questions like that, man. Those are fun. Here's one I'm going to ask you guys. Levi Perez asks, it's Michigan versus USC. Who are you rooting for? I already know the answer for it.
I'm rooting for a tie.
A tie.
A tie?
Can't have ties. Can't have ties. You got to pick one. Who are you rooting for to win?
I'm not rooting for anyone.
Not rooting for anyone? All right, so so you need one of those two teams to win to help Notre Dame to vault Notre Dame in the playoff. Who would you rather be the team that has to win to help Notre Dame? Let's say Notre Dame played both. The winner of that game, the team that you pick is the team that would help Notre Dame the most. Who do you have to? I go USC. I've said this before. I don't hate 100%. USC. I dislike USC as a rival, but I've never hated USC.
Absolutely.
Partly because, Vince, you and I grew up in an era where Notre Dame dominated. Like, Ryan's a little younger, right? So, like, Ryan grew up in an era where Notre Dame got dominated by USC. You and I grew up in an era where Notre Dame dominated USC. Yeah,
I literally had a T-shirt that said "Decade of Dominance" on it, and it had all the scores of the last 10 Notre Dame USC games.
It was like Ohio State and Michigan prior to 2021.
I love that T-shirt. I wish I still had it.
It really was. I'm going to look because I don't think Lou lost to USC until like his last year, second to last year. It's the only time he ever lost to USC. I mean, they absolutely dominated that series.
Yeah.
So from 1983 to 1993.
Yeah, I think that's when I had the
yeah,
shirt.
So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 wins.
Mm-hmm.
Then they tied in 94, and then Notre Dame beat them again in 95. So they had 12 wins in 13 years, and then USC won in 96, 97, 98. And then Notre Dame won again in 99, 2000, 2001. And then, of course, USC went on their roll where they won 8 in a row. And since then, Notre Dame's 8-4 against USC. So, like, for most of my lifetime, outside of that one 8-year stretch with Pete, Notre Dame has dominated USC. And they're just not like, they're not unlikable for me. They're
annoying, but they're not
they're
unlikable.
annoying, but their fans are can be a little annoying,
Sure.
but they're just typical California fans.
Exactly.
You know?
Absolutely.
Michigan,
correct.
I despise everything about Michigan football. I do.
Yep.
I despise their fans. I despise their fake tradition. I despise their anti-Catholic bigotry, and I'm not even Catholic that they had that kept Notre Dame out of the Big Ten. You know, there's just so many things about Michigan that I dislike, and they were a tough out for Notre Dame. Like Lou, I believe Lou, his record against Michigan was pretty good, but it was always tough, right? I mean, it was always a tough out. I'm actually going to go look and see what his record was against Michigan here real quick. So let me find that one. Just give me a second, folks. So Notre Dame during the Lou Holtz tenure was, let's see, so 85, 86. So Lou's first year was 86. So then he lost that one. Then they won 4 in a row, lost in 91, tied in 92, won in 93, lost in 94. So what was Lou's last year at Notre Dame? Was it it was 96, right? Lou Holtz's last year was 96.
Yes, that sounds right.
So, and then what Davie's first year? Yeah, so 96. So Lou Holtz went 5-3-1 against Michigan. But here were the wins. So you won convincingly in 27. Hold on a second. Which one is Notre Dame? Okay, so Notre Dame is the gold one. So I was correct. So Notre Dame won 26-7 in 87, but then it was 19-17 in 88, 24-19, 28-24, 27-23. And then the losses to Michigan were 24-23, 24-14, 26-24, and then you had a 17-17 tie. So they were always battles, you know, and so man, I hate that team. Really hate that team.
You can tie. You can tie.
You could then. You can't now.
That's right. They actually wised up on that one. I hate ties.
Ties are the worst.
It's one
they
of
should play the game in Alaska, and then the bus will break down, and they won't be able to come back, but they won't die because they'll still be in civilization, but they'll stay in Alaska.
It's a very interesting deal
right.
there. There's nothing I enjoy more than an upset Michigan fan. Right.
Yep.
I would love to watch them lose. I more than I want USC to win, I want Michigan to lose because I don't deal with a whole lot of USC fans on a regular basis. Michigan fans are surrounded.
And when I've been out to USC, I've never had a fan talk trash in any other form than just good lightheartedness.
Yeah, right.
Like, which I enjoy. That's fun. I mean, that's fun to do.
That's what sports are about.
Yeah.
I mean, I have no problem with that.
Yeah. I think I've met one good Michigan fan in my life, and it's Antoine Jackson, the guy that's in our chat. That's like it. Like, I can't think that I think he's the first time I ever like, wow, Michigan. And I haven't seen him in a while. Like, wow, Michigan fan that's actually normal and honest and objective and smart. And, you know, that's why the people that cover them are very fitting for that fan base. If y'all know what I'm talking about on that one. So we did have a super chat here, guys, from Beefeater.
Oh, nice. Gents, I'm cooked and I have nothing of substance for the mailbag. I just want to see if anyone has any cool plans for the 4th of July. Please be careful, IB Nation. Do not Jason Pierre-Paul yourself. Yeah, you don't want to come home looking like this or whatever. That would be bad. Or whatever.
You know, I've never been a huge fireworks guy.
Me neither.
I like when I'd go to a baseball game, we go to Tides games, and they would have like the big fireworks shows, or when we were kids. Sure. That was cool. Like me, I've just never been okay, whatever. And
fireworks
my wife,
are ridiculously expensive.
Oh yeah. And if I wanted to do fireworks now, Angela would be so mad at me because she's a former firefighter. If you guys remember,
of course, yeah, right.
And she was for a while. She was also a public safety officer in the Thornton Fire Department out in Colorado. And she would give me the whole, do you know how many times we've had to, answer calls because of fire? And I'm like, okay, no fireworks, babe. Like, I don't know why you're coming at me. I didn't even ask you for fireworks. We would just drive by a fireworks place and she started going off at me about fire. I'm like, you've never even heard me bring up fireworks in our life. Why are you going at me this way? So she gets real fired up about those. But the only fireworks I'll have on 4th of July events, I'm going to spend a little time at the range. So it'll be that little pew pew actions about the only fireworks you're going to see from me, man. So
I look at fireworks like the ones that you do at your house, right?
Yeah.
I look at those as literally setting your money on fire. Like
That's
me being me, but like I would much rather spend my money elsewhere than lighting stuff on fire. Like that doesn't do anything for me.
You guys do anything though? I mean, I'll be grilling, just Ange and I hanging out, grilling steaks.
Well, we'll be on vacation, so we'll be out of town and we'll be at a beach and they're going to have a big fireworks display Monday night. I don't know why not on Tuesday. But Monday night is the fireworks display, so we'll go sit on the beach and watch fireworks and have some fun.
Fourth's my dad's birthday, so we'll probably be doing something for him. So
that'd be nice.
Is that good or bad? Like that his birthday's on the 4th of July. Probably should ask him that question.
Indifferent.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know.
It's just always been that way for you.
I mean, his birthday's more important than America, apparently. So, like, sure.
That's
great.
Wow. Okay. I'd be having like themed birthdays every year, man. Like my birthday's the same as America's. You know what I mean? Like
more important. Yeah. I like it.
Yeah, I dated a girl one time whose birthday was on Christmas. That had to be the worst.
Well, mine's 4 days after Christmas, my friend. It's not good. I don't even like it being in the same neighborhood. No. The only good thing is I have never worked on my birthday. So that's the only. Well, I take that back. I've done like Notre Dame football on my birthday.
That's not work.
Right. Come on, man. That's what I'm saying. It's like, but like the other job, I've never worked because I'm always off because it's always Christmas break. Yeah. So I've never been to school or working, and so that's nice. But when you like the advice to the people out there, if you have a young person in your life who has a birthday around Christmas, unless you're doubling the money that you're giving them, don't ever write on a card Merry Christmas and Happy Birthday. Like, that's not cool. Like, you just got out of a present is what you did. That's messed up. It happened a lot, right? And don't put the present under the tree that says, this is your birthday present. Don't open it until your birthday, because then you got to stare at it for 4 additional days. It's not cool to like a 7-year-old, man. So there's my public service announcement for the day.
Guys, this is a really interesting question.
From Tony, name a Notre Dame game in the past 20 years that altered the course of the program, good or bad.
That is a really interesting one.
I hope it's Stanford last year. That's what I hope.
Yeah. The one I can think of, so 20 years goes back to basically 2002, right?
Okay.
I think the big one for me would be USC 05.
That's what I was going to say.
Because I feel like that game, Notre Dame was kind of ascending, and that game was like the peak, the true peak of the Charlie Weiss era.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was never better than that, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It went like this for a couple years.
Sure.
Then, you know what I mean? In 07. But like in 2006, they were not nearly as good of a team in 06 as they were in 2005, in my opinion. They just weren't.
Yeah.
They in my view. And so to me, I feel like you win that game, and that you could even really say that just a couple plays that just really changed the outcome of what that team could have been.
Yep.
And because you think of like what kind of recruiting boost would they have gotten if they'd have beat that USC juggernaut.
Because that USC team was like they were all world, man.
Well, they were back-to-back champs. I mean, they were the defending champs. I mean, they were they had won the title in 04. And remember, they had just absolutely dominated Oklahoma in the bowl game the year before. They had won a bunch of games in a row. That team was really good. I mean, really good. They hadn't lost, guys, since September of 2003. When you went into that game, and so that game could have done a lot. I'm trying to think of some others.
That's the one that stood out to me. It's not close because some of the other games, they don't necessarily mark the like a turning point or a real marker within that head coach's
I got
tenure.
one.
Okay.
I got one. You remember when Jack Swarbrick was hired in 08, and he's like, after the 08 season, and he was like, he's going to give Charlie one more year. And I remember coming into that 09 season thinking this team has a chance to be really good. You had Jimmy Clausen, you had Kyle Rudolph, you had Floyd, Golden Tate. There was a Manti was part of that really good freshman class. You were coming off a year, the 08 class, recruiting class, was ranked number 3 in the country. You signed a bunch of dudes. And I remember coming out against a Nevada team that everybody thought was going to be really good. And they smoked them 35-0. I had some concerns about that game because of Tenuta. But I often wonder what happens with that team if they beat Michigan in week 2. They should have beat Michigan in week 2. If they don't allow Tate Forcier, because they went off and rattled off the next 3 wins. Then they lost USC by a touchdown and then won 2 more. So they'd have been sitting there, guys. If they'd have beaten Michigan that game, they'd have been sitting there at 7-1. Do they fold down the stretch against Navy and Pitt and UConn and Stanford? Guys, they lost those games by 2 points, 5 points, 3 points in double overtime and a touchdown. Like, would that have been the game for that 09 team like we saw in the 2012 season? Because that's the other one. I often wonder, does Brian Kelly ever get to where he got to if he doesn't beat Stanford in 2012? That's my only other game.
That was the one I was, yeah.
Okay, so I'll let you explain that one, Vince. But I wonder if, like, the 09 game against Michigan, would that have been that catalyst that 09 team needed to give them the confidence to go on a run? And then if they go on that run, and let's say they go 10-2, do they still fire Charlie Weiss? I don't believe they do. I think they keep Charlie Weiss, and then Brian Kelly's not at Notre Dame. And
he goes someplace else
or a bad thing, you know?
He was definitely leaving Cincinnati,
right?
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So those are all like very interesting ones, Vince. The 2012 game against Stanford. I'll let you kind of break down that one a little bit.
Well, I just remember, just because of the way that season was going, that game and the way the game went, right? It was in the rainstorm and all of that, and just the way the game was, that last second win, the goal line stand, man. Like, I was absolutely riveted.
You bullied a team that had been bullying you for years.
And they couldn't get that Stanford monkey off their back, for lack of a better term, right? And this was their opportunity. So when they won that game, and it was in the middle of the season, it was an October game because that's when they played Stanford that year, right? So it was the middle of the season. It was one of the ones that I didn't go to. And I remember watching it at McDonald's. I was there with my family. All the kids were obviously much younger then. We were at McDonald's in the play place, and I like jerry rigged the TV so I could watch the game. And I was standing there watching the goal line stand, and all of a sudden, when that game was over, I was just like, oh, they could go undefeated. Like, this team is actually really, really good. They got this Stanford monkey off their back. This team could be really, really good, is my thought process after that game. I wasn't sure about that team going into that game, but after that game, because of everything that Stanford meant at that time, right? It's not the Stanford of now, the Stanford of back then. They couldn't beat them, and they just got punched in the mouth by Stanford over and over again. They got that monkey off their back, and it was like, okay, I believe in this team now. Like, that was the thought process for me. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, they go undefeated, and then a lot of people are saying the 2012 national championship game, I could see that as well, but that Stanford game, man, was the pivotal part of that season for me.
They don't beat Stanford. They don't beat Oklahoma.
Right. Oh,
and then
absolutely.
You wonder, okay, because here's where I'm going with this one, Vince, and I think you and I are on the same page on this. If they don't beat Stanford, I don't know that team is as good the rest of the way.
Absolutely.
If you remember, they had a very ugly win over Purdue, very ugly win over Michigan. Michigan kind of choked that game away a little bit. They blew out Miami, great win. Do they go out the next week if they lose to Stanford without Everett and beat BYU? They only won by 3 without Everett. Do they then go on the road and beat Oklahoma? Do they then have the confidence to come back and beat Pitt in triple overtime, a game they were down big early? Like, go on and on and on and on, right? Yeah. So then the Bama game never happens. And then when we get to 2016 and Brian Kelly goes 4-8, he's fired. He's gone. Because you don't have that 12-0 run on his resume to protect him and give him that opportunity. Here's another one. Cincinnati 2021. Here's why. As much as I dislike Brian Kelly and think that he's only out for Brian Kelly, there's no way in heck, in my opinion, that Brian Kelly walks away from a playoff team in 2021. No way. They'd have been 12-0. They'd have been a playoff team. To me, there's no way he walks away from that. And there's no way LSU is going to wait till after the college football playoff to hire their head coach. No way. Nor would he have done the whole I'm going to take the job but still coach Notre Dame thing. I just don't think it happens. And so then you wonder,
So is that a turning point negatively or positively?
We're going to find out.
Yeah,
we're going to find out.
Exactly.
I think it's going to be a positive because I think Marcus Freeman's going to be successful. But then, because I don't think Marcus Freeman stays in 2022 as the D coordinator. I just don't. I won't share why, but I don't think he stays at Notre Dame the next year. So then it's like, okay, well then he's not your next head coach.
Right.
And so if Marcus Freeman's going to do the things that I believe you and I still believe he's going to do, Vince, then that's one of those ones where you say, hey, look, here's another one. And here's the last one that I didn't even think about that somebody brought up. Clemson 2015. People have argued that if Notre Dame beats Clemson that day, they're the team that then goes on the run in 15. And I've said this before too, Vince. I think if that 2015 team got into the college football playoff, I think they could have won it all. I do. I think they could have beat that Bama team. I think that they could have, look, who did Clemson played Oklahoma that year, I believe, in 2015. Let me look it up. 2015 college football playoff. Let me see here. So that year, it'd be actually. I always hate that. They always go like 20.
I
the
know.
year after. This should be the season that you play the
Correct.
game. So Notre Dame beats Clemson. Even if they beat Stanford, I think they're still in. But because I think they, let's say they beat Stanford, they run the table. Because I think if they'd have beat Clemson, you'd have had the same impact the rest of the way, like we had against Stanford in 2012. They run the table, they beat Stanford at the end. Then they play Oklahoma in the first round. I think they beat that Oklahoma team. It's a good Oklahoma team. I think they beat that Oklahoma team. And I think that Alabama team for Notre Dame was beatable because Notre Dame was the one team that Bama would have played that year that they would have said, we don't have the better athletes. They don't. And I think that would have been a really interesting year. And then let's say Brian Kelly just gets to the title game and they lose by a field goal to Bama. What does that do for the program moving forward? Do they still have the collapse the next year? Does Brian Kelly get that taste of a championship and realize he has to make changes? And is that the thing that spurs him to fire Brian Van Gorder and do all those things? We don't know. But I often wonder what would have been the ramifications had they won that game. Like that's another one. But I think the 2021 Cincinnati one is big. And I loved Ryan's point about Stanford 2022.
Yeah.
Because if Notre Dame goes on a run this year,
still out, right? I mean, that's because we don't know. Yeah.
Let's say they go on a run 11-1 this year. You're going to look back and be like, since that Stanford loss, this team has gone, 17-2, something like that, right? I mean, that would be like kind of their record if they go 11-1 this year. Was that the game that kind of was the wake up call not the wake up call, but the moment where Marcus Freeman kind of said, okay, I've learned my lessons. Now it's time to roll. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be very interesting Yep. Going to be very interesting. All right, let's get to some more events. We have so many dang questions to get here.
I don't know. From Jordan Schreiber, 2024, who wins QB1? Steve Angeli, Kenny Minchie, CJ Carr, or a transfer?
Man, it is way too early to answer that question.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen those kids combine to throw 0 career college passes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so it's way too early for that. I would say all 4 of those are about equal options right now. Close to equal. I'd say probably CJ Carr starting and probably be at the bottom of that list, but not by a ton. I mean, it's way too early for that. For me, it's
yeah. I mean, we talked about this a little bit earlier when we were talking about the backups this year, right? And what that was going to look like for next year and all of that. It's a year-long job interview, as to what kind of transfer they're going to bring in. Because I do think they still bring in a transfer. I do. Just from a depth standpoint, I think they're going to bring in a transfer. So are they looking for somebody to start or are they looking for somebody for depth? I think those are 2 different guys, right? And how confident, what kind of senior year does CJ Carr have? What does he take the necessary steps forward? I think he does, but we don't know the answer to that. And so what does he look like senior year? And then what does Steve and Kenny do as backups? How did they approach their job every single day from now until December? It's going to be a day-to-day, everyday job interview for those two. And again, CJ Carr, what does he look like in the spring? Is he going to look like, an early enrollee freshman who's drinking out of a fire hose? Maybe, probably, right? Does that give you the confidence to say, like, yeah, he's going to be our starter in the fall? So there's just so many unanswered questions about all four of these guys, transfer included, as to what that's going to look like this time next year. That's so far away, man. Hopefully we're all celebrating a national championship, and that's the least of our worries.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, Vince. Here's a good one from John A1.
I love the ones from John A1. Last year, Notre Dame had veteran guards and young tackles. This year, it's the opposite. With Notre Dame being a run strength team, how hard is it to add complexity to blocking schemes with young guards versus young tackles?
I will say this. It's easier in the 23 scenario. And by the way, Ryan's having some internet issues. That's why he's not in the show anymore. Just for people who want to think there's another reason behind it. DJ will have fun with us. But he's having some internet connection issues, which was causing him to pop a little bit. So he's trying to get that figured out. But anyway, to me, Vince, it's easier if you have young guards to still have some complexity in the run scheme than it is to have when you have young tackles. Because when you have young tackles, a lot of times they're on an island by themselves, right? Whereas when you have young guards, and I wrote a little bit about this in the breakouts article I had today about Billy Schrouth and the fact that he's playing between Zeke Correll and Joe Alt is huge for him because he's got people communicating with him. He doesn't necessarily have to do the communicating; they're communicating to him what to do. Hey, look, I've got this call because if you're going to run like a buck sweep type of concept, a buck sweep is not tackle blocks down, guard pulls every time. It's going to depend on where the alignment is. If you're playing an odd front, it's going to be the guard that pulls. If you're in that situation, a lot of times, if you're playing against certain, actually, if you're playing against an odd front and you've got a tight end there, the tackle you may get them to both pull. If you've got a tight end there, or no tight end there, then the tackle's got to reach block. And, there's all types of different things you look at. You may check out of it, whatever. But the thing I'm thinking of is if there's a 3 technique, right? Tackle's going to block down, guard's going to pull, right? But what if it's a 1 technique? Okay, now you've got to block down. Now the center's got to pull, right? And he's going to be blocking that. Well, now you've got, if it's a 3 technique and you're the left guard, Joe Walt's giving you the call. If it's a 1 technique or a shade, Zeke Correll's telling you the call now, and they're both telling you what to do in those situations. You don't have to necessarily know it as much. Whereas a tackle has to just know he's got to be there. And, and that's where it comes down to.
And I will also say, just to compound on that also with guard play, it's a lot of double teaming. Yeah. From a communication standpoint, I agree with you 100%. But from a physical standpoint, you're doing a lot of double teaming, either with the tackle or with the guard. When you're at tackle, yes, there's some double teaming involved, but a lot of times you're left out on an island. And so that can be a little bit tougher, right? I just think a guard is more protected in that realm. Now, you still got to be good. You still have to get to your place. You still got to, have good communication with the guys that you're double teaming and when to come off and all of those things that we've talked about in the past when, Kane Madden didn't do a great job of some of that stuff. And so it's both. It's from a communication standpoint, but it's also from a physical standpoint. But you have to be good at both. You have to have good communication with both in order to do the physical.
Yep. Good questions. Let's get down to here's one. Fullback dive.
Is there something that Mickens does as a coach that makes him good at producing freshman All-Americans specifically? He has 2 at 2 schools now. There's probably something to that trend.
He has 2 at 2 schools, but he also had a freshman at Bowling Green that was an all-conference kid as a true freshman, Nick Johnson. A kid at Bowling Green's not going to be a freshman All-American, but I think he earned like second-team All-MAC honors as a true freshman. He also had Clarence Lewis as a true freshman starting for Notre Dame's 2020 team when Tariq Bracy kind of had his little meltdown late in the year. It's because Coach Mickens understands that being a smart coach doesn't mean I have to overload you with a bunch of things to show how smart I am. He is someone who understands you got to get the basics right first. And so every year he's starting with the fundamental aspects of it. He also communicates in a way that it's easy to understand. He doesn't overload a kid. he understands I'm gonna focus on certain things with Cam Hart, and those aren't going to be the things I'm going to focus on with Benjamin Morrison. He understands that there's certain things that you teach that everybody's got to learn, but then it comes down to molding each individual player to their strengths. He understands that incredibly well, Vince, and he's willing to say, hey, look, yes, I'm a good coach, and yes, I know the game, and yes, I have to do this and this and this, but I've got this really talented player. I got to figure it out. I got to get this kid ready to play. And so throwing a million things at this kid early on is not going to help him get ready to play. So let's get him comfortable with these basics. And then once he gets out there, then we can go do some more things. Like Benjamin Morrison had a great game against Ohio State. He was just kind of okay the rest of the way, Vince. I mean, he was okay against Syracuse. He just got better and better and better and better because as Coach Mickens, as he got the fundamentals down, then Coach Mickens could start building more and more on top of him. And then he became the player that he is. So he knows the game, and he understands that every player is going to learn differently, and he finds ways to relate to each of those kids. I think those are the things to me, Vince, that stand out as reasons why he's been able to get young players ready to go and converted guys from other positions ready to go and things along those lines. Because it has definitely been a pattern. It wasn't just Sauce and Benjamin Morrison. It was Nick Johnson. It was Clarence Lewis. It was a lot of different guys that he's had success with. So, good questions.
Agreed. Coach Bent 574 from 2010 to the present. If you could take one Notre Dame player's son or grandson that didn't choose Notre Dame and put them on the Notre Dame roster during the time they were in college, who would it be?
That's an easy one. A.J. Dillon.
I'm still trying to understand the
if you could take a former Notre Dame player's son or grandson
that would have played from 2010 to the present.
Yes.
Okay.
And to me, it's A.J. Dillon.
Oh, that's a no-brainer.
Could you imagine A.J. Dillon and Josh Adams running
behind
the
ball?
They
dropped the ball on that recruitment.
Could you? I think A.J. was a freshman in 2017, I believe. But, man, could you imagine A.J. Dillon and Josh Adams as a 1-2 punch behind that 2017 offensive line? Oh, man, that'd have been fun to watch. Because Josh wouldn't have worn down late in the year either, because he wouldn't have had to get so much of the workload early in the year.
Exactly.
Whew.
Yeah, that's an easy one. I can't even think of anybody else that is even close to that from a lineage standpoint.
I'd have to really think about it. There's been some.
Who's that?
Max Starks.
Who's that tight end that played? I think it was for Boston College. Wasn't he a Notre Dame guy? Do you remember who I'm talking about? I think he had an Irish name. Maybe not. I'm just trying to think of other guys who might have stood out.
Remember, when did Max Starks play? Oh no, he was a lot older. He was before 2010. But Max Starks was Ross Browner's kid, all right? Wasn't he?
Okay.
I believe. Let me find that one real quick. But he was, Ross Browner. Yeah, but so I'd have to think about that one. Because off the top of my head, I can't really think of a lot of different guys.
Right.
Tom Carter's son, Alex, I would have liked for him to play DB at Notre Dame instead of Stanford. He was a pretty good player. That'd have been a good one. That's the only other one that I can think of from 2010 on. But A.J. Dillon is the easy one.
Hands down, yeah.
Very easy one.
Crying Belly, CJ Carr and Dante Moore. Who has the highest floor? Who has the higher upside? Who are you more comfortable with starting as a true freshman? This is all evaluation after their junior years, of course.
Higher floor is Dante. As after junior seasons, higher ceiling is CJ. Definitely CJ, in my opinion, because he's the better athlete. And he has the better arm, in my opinion. Who is comfortable starting as a freshman? I'd probably have to go with CJ, even though the higher floor, because Dante's body needed work after his junior year. Like, Dante's game is outstanding, but Dante needed work on his body and still does. I mean, that's the thing where I'd say probably CJ, because I think he's more physically ready to play. But Dante probably has the higher floor in my view, but not by much. It's really not by that much. CJ has the higher ceiling after their junior. Look, CJ was a kid that as a sophomore, Dante was better as a sophomore than CJ was. I actually liked CJ's junior year jump a little bit more than Dante's, and he really closed the gap a ton. It's not that big of a difference as it was when they were sophomores for me. So that's my it's a good question, but that's my stance of that. Yeah.
Tavis McKay, newcomer to the Big 12 has the best chance to be a consistent threat to win the conference regularly, excluding any rumored new members, just the new ones for this year.
Yeah.
So you're talking Cincinnati,
BYU, Houston, and
South Florida,
Central Florida.
Central Florida.
Of those four, I'd probably say BYU. If Luke Fickell was still at Cincinnati, I'd probably go with Cincinnati, but I have zero faith in Scott Satterfield as a coach, like none. I think BYU plays a different brand of football than the rest of the Big 12. And the other thing too, Vince, is of those four teams, none of them have as much experience playing Power 5 teams as BYU has. It's not going to be that big of adjustment. I mean, they're playing like 5-6 Power 5 teams a year.
Yeah,
in recent years,
yeah,
Vince.
That's true.
And so, like last year, they played Baylor, Oregon, Notre Dame, Arkansas, Stanford. They played 5. The year before in 21, they played Arizona, Utah, Arizona State, Baylor, Washington State, Virginia, and USC. So they played 12 Power 5 teams the last 2 years. That's not a whole lot different than what the SEC teams play.
Sure.
Because of the way they schedule their conferences and their out-of-conference schedules, right?
Yeah.
So I'd say BYU.
Yeah.
I'd probably go with them.
I was thinking Cincinnati, but you're right. With the coaching change, I just don't have a whole lot of faith down there either.
Yeah.
And I think BYU is built to win now, as opposed to some of these other schools that are coming in that I think it might take a little bit of time in recruiting. Yeah. You know, hey, now we're moving up to a power. You know, it's going to take a little bit of time to get the talent.
How would you rank them? How would you rank? I'd go BYU, UCF, Cincinnati, Houston. Be how I rank them. That's how I'd rank those four.
Maybe I flip UCF and Cincinnati just right now, like today. Yeah. Moving forward, I think you're right.
I get where you're coming. I think if you looked at Cincinnati's roster and saw how much they've lost the last 2 years, I think you'd kind of feel the same way that I do.
Okay, that's fair.
Because I know you haven't looked through the rosters and stuff.
I have not.
I know because I understand where you're coming from because you're thinking they return better players, and I get that completely. I just think the coaching change plus they lost a lot of dudes. I don't have a lot of faith in Cincinnati, and they were barely beating teams last year. They were a very unimpressive team to me last year. They really were. I was not blown away with what I saw from Cincinnati last year. I mean, they went 9-4, and they beat Kennesaw State, Miami of Ohio, Indiana, Tulsa, barely beat South Florida, barely beat SMU, barely beat Navy, barely beat East Carolina, lost to Tulane, lost to UCF, lost to Louisville. So I don't have a lot of faith in Cincinnati right now. And that was with the guy that I think is a better coach. I'm not on the Luke Fickell bandwagon like some other people are.
No, I know
he's a quality football coach. He's a quality football. He's definitely better than Scott Satterfield. For me, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely better coach than him.
I think I know you've got a bunch to choose from over in the starred category, but I'm pretty sure there was a Luke Fickell question in there. If you can find it at some point.
There's a future. There's a lot
to go through.
That'll be an interesting question.
I just remember seeing it. Yeah,
I'll look for that one.
Zach Martin, if Notre Dame lands Lambert, I know you mentioned the staff likes Craig, but given the potential talent of Spindler, Jag, Carell, Fisher, Wag, Absher, etc., do you see a scenario where Billy moves to center?
No, because I think of that group, Ashton Craig is the kid that they really like there. And so, like, given the potential talent of those other guys, what I would argue is I don't think it's a given that those other guys that you mentioned necessarily have more talent than Ashton Craig. Emil Wagner's a tackle, right? I mean, he's going to be a tackle. Zeke Carell is going to be a fifth-year senior this year and a 6-year guy the next year. So you're not moving Billy Schrouth to center when Zeke Carell is there. So, no, I don't see that. I don't. First of all, I think when you look at Billy Schrouth, you got Gilby Lambert coming in. We talked about this yesterday. You go into the 25 season, right? So, because you're probably not playing Gilby as a freshman. You go into 2025 season, there's no Tosh Baker. Your tackles are going to be Jagasol, Lambert, and Emil Wagner. right? So I don't know that you're going to be able to move Charles Jagasaw inside necessarily unless he's ready to start. And if he's ready to start, then you're just fired up about having 2 elite guards potentially down the road with Billy Stroud. So no, I don't see that being happening. I think they really like the potential of Ashton Craig at center. I think the only way they would make that move, Vince, is if it got to a situation where the right guard position was just a dude that couldn't play anywhere else, and your next 2 best guys were Ashton Craig and Billy Schrauth, or Joe Wadding and Billy Schrauth, something along those lines, and the other guy just couldn't play center and Billy picked it up quickly. I mean, there could be that kind of scenario where something happens where that guy just can't snap the ball.
Right, which is possible.
But I think they're pretty dead set on really developing Ashton Craig right now at the center position of the returners. Now we'll find out, maybe Joe Wadding is so good at center that they feel comfortable moving Ashton Craig out to another position. Like, let's say Joe Wadding comes in and he's like, dude, he's pretty good. You got Zeke Correll potentially for 1 more year. Joe Wadding and room under him, and then you can kick Ashton Craig out and let him compete for a starting job now. Something like that could happen where you actually kick Ashton Craig out, but we're not going to make that assumption because we've never seen Joe Wadding do anything in pads in Notre Dame. The option is still there, but is it possible, Zach? Sure. Is it something that I think is likely? No, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't. Because the other thing too is I don't know if any of those guys other than Jagasaw are going to be better than him. And like Blake Fisher doesn't count into this conversation. He won't be around by the time we're having that conversation, most likely, or at least for a year. So I don't know that he'd really factor into the conversation for me at this point in time. Somebody brought this one up. Somebody said Irv Smith Jr.
as
a potential player. This is an interesting one because I wouldn't necessarily go there, because when you look at when Irv Smith was in college, Vince, he was in college and he really played in 17 and 18. I don't know that he would have necessarily beat out the guys that were there. I think, you had Alze, you had Cole Kmet, you had Brock Wright, you had some good players. So I don't know. Look, Irv Smith was a good player. I always thought he was just a little tad overrated. I thought he's a product of being at a place where you weren't paying any attention to him in 2018 because you were too busy being worried about Jerry Jeudy and Henry Ruggs and Jalen Waddle and Devontae Smith. So, of course, the tight end's going to get open. You know what I mean? So, he was a nice player. He was a good player, but I didn't think he was I don't think he was a guy that I was necessarily super, super fired up about. Yeah. All right, here's some more, Vince. We have a lot of really good questions today.
Oh, I'm sure.
Here we got one from this is an interesting one. This is a very interesting one.
Irish blooded. Who do you think is the better head coach, Brian Kelly or Jim Harbaugh?
I mean, I'd have to go with Brian Kelly on this one. And now the counter argument, understandably so, is going to be Jim Harbaugh has a winning record against Brian Kelly. Very true. However, the first couple years Jim Harbaugh and Brian Kelly faced each other, it was actually really only 1 year because Harbaugh left after 2010. He had a much better team. Brian Kelly was taking over for a failed coach, and Jim Harbaugh was in like year 4 or 5 at Stanford. So it was a different situation.
That's a different situation, yes.
Right. And they kind of had some back and forth success against each other at Michigan. They were like 1-1 against each other. Kelly beat him in 18. Harbaugh beat him in 19. So Harbaugh's had better individual success. I think the reason I would go with Kelly is probably the longevity aspect of it. I think Harbaugh's been probably the better, more consistent coach, to be honest with you. And the other thing about Harbaugh is Harbaugh's a niche coach. Like he worked at Stanford and Michigan. I don't know that Harbaugh could go a lot of places and work because of his personality, to be completely honest with you. I don't know if his shtick would work like at Clemson, Alabama, Texas.
Would BK?
At some of those places, yeah. I mean, look, he's fit in better LSU than we thought he would.
That's fair.
After a rough start, and if he can survive a year in Baton Rouge,
yeah, you're right.
Sure, he can, especially when you look at like the city of Austin. Let's be honest about it. I'm not trying to be political. I'm just trying to speak facts. Austin is a very liberal town. I know Texas is like blue, red state and all that, but Austin is a very liberal area. Brian Kelly is a liberal. I think he would fit in very well there with the donor class at Texas. They would have a lot in common. So, yeah, I think he would fit in there at that place. Tuscaloosa, look, again, if he can survive in Baton Rouge, he can survive in Tuscaloosa. Clemson, not so much. Now, I'm not saying he would necessarily win there, Vince. I'm saying he would fit there.
You're saying survive as a human being.
Yes.
Right. No, I get that.
He wouldn't be like this really weird guy that people just don't want to be around, like Jim Harbaugh can be.
Yeah.
So I think Jim Harbaugh is more of a niche guy. But look, I'll say this: if Kelly doesn't get LSU better than what they were last year, and they were good, Harbaugh's got Michigan rolling right now. He does. And you got to give him credit. So it may be close. I wouldn't argue with you if you said Harbaugh. I would not bash you for that. I wouldn't. I thought he did a great job at Stanford. After a couple down years in Michigan, he's got them back rolling again. So if you wanted to say Harbaugh, I wouldn't argue with you, Vince. I just personally would go with Kelly on that one.
It's like picking the lesser of two evils, and I'm not even sure which is less evil, to be honest. But for me, I'm going to go track record. Now, obviously, Brian Kelly has national championships at a lower level. So, I mean, that has to be taken into account. Jim Harbaugh did go to a Super Bowl. I think that has to be taken into account. Yeah. I mean, it does.
Yeah.
I mean, he's done it.
The reason I would say that one, Vince, is because we're arguing where the other guy has never done that. And so it's kind of like, well,
Brian Kelly tried, but they didn't want him.
Yeah, but they would have wanted him if he was a former NFL quarterback.
Fair.
So I get where you're coming from, but it's hard for me to say, like, we've seen Jim Harbaugh and Brian Kelly both coach at lower levels. Jim Harbaugh was in San Diego. Brian Kelly was at Grand Valley State, right? I mean,
sure.
So I'm with you on all the others. It's just the NFL one is if we're talking like Hall of Fame resume, sure, you can look at that. If we're talking who's the better college football coach, I don't know that the NFL one has as much credence for me. If that makes sense. I was
just going
right?
Head coach overall because it didn't say college.
If you're doing that, then that's very fair to have the NFL in there. Okay.
Right. So that was, but again, you're right. It's very neck and neck. Whoever wins the national championship is going to be that guy at this point. Because Harbaugh going to the playoff 2 years in a row got him back to you know what I mean? Because that's what Kelly had in his back.
And now his head-to-head over Kelly becomes a little bit more prominent.
Right. Yeah.
And here's another thing. His second playoff appearance was a disappointing loss, but it was a lot more competitive than any of the ones that Brian Kelly had.
Sure.
That's the other part of it too.
Right.
And I'll tell you this, the 2 wins over Ohio State have changed the game a little bit with Harbaugh and the perception of Harbaugh.
Absolutely.
Because he's got those 2 big wins that are better than anything Brian Kelly has on his resume.
No doubt about it. And he went into both of those games as an underdog.
And won both soundly.
Convincingly, yes. Which shockingly so, in my opinion, but still happened. So,
look, they're both good football coaches.
They are.
They'll both be good hires, in my opinion. But, we'll see. All right, let's get to some really good questions here, Vince. Let's go to Domer Grizz.
All right, Domer Grizz. Happy Friday. What is the most important thing the number 1 coaching staff and number 2 players should be doing this offseason to ensure success this fall? Also, are they actually doing it?
Yeah, I mean, they are. It's get them in the best shape possible right now. I mean, the summer is, I mean, they'll do drill work and they'll be throwing 7-on-7s, but it's really just training your body and your mind for a grind of a season. That's the most important thing during summer workouts. I mean,
getting like there's team camaraderie and there's definitely something to be said for that at the college level.
That comes through the work. If you're putting the work in together, it's that blood, sweat, and tears being a unifying aspect.
And that happens more in the summer and then in fall camp than it does during the
If you didn't, you're right. If you don't start that during the summer, Vince, it's not happening in fall camp. I mean, fall camp is like, okay, we've established our leadership. We've established who we are as a team. Now let's rock and roll.
Right.
So I think it's a lot of that stuff. So, they're doing that. And that's as much Matt Bayless as it is anybody at that point, the team leadership. And I think this team is going to have pretty good leadership. I do.
Absolutely. And the coaching staff, I mean, it's about establishing your leadership and all of that as well, obviously. And then, I mean, yes, you could dive into some X's and O's and things like that. I mean, look, you give any coach an offseason, they're going to come up with new wrinkles and X's and O's. I mean, any coach would come up with that. So it's just about applying that to the players that you have and all of that. So, and I'm sure they're doing all of that. Irish-blooded, better 2-year team roster. 88-89 Notre Dame or 92-93 Notre Dame?
That's not even close. That's 88-89 Notre Dame. I mean, that's not even close. Now, look, I know that the 1988 team or 1992 and 93 teams had a lot of talent. They did. Jerome Bettis and Reggie Brooks. But so did the 88-89. I mean, they had Rocket. They had Ricky Waters. I mean, Notre Dame at one point in time, and I think 88 and 89 had like 5 NFL running backs on their roster, right? Wasn't it like Ricky Waters?
They were
like
loaded.
Dorsey Levens, Anthony Johnson, Rodney Culver. It might have been 19. It was nutty. And, they had plenty of Todd Light. They had Bobby Carter. Well, they had Todd Light. They had Tom Carter or Bobby Taylor, Tom Carter. And, Jeff Burris. Okay, they had Todd Light and Pat Terrell. And you know what I mean? Like, we could do the NFL thing all game. And the other thing about the 88-89 team, Vince, too, is that team played such a tougher schedule. I mean, in 1988, they had to beat 4 top 10 teams. In 1989, I think I counted they had 7 wins over teams that finished the year ranked in the top 15. At the time they played, they beat number 2 Michigan, so in 2-year stretch, this is who Notre Dame beat in as far as when they played. Number 9 Michigan, number 1 Miami, number 2 USC on the road, number 3 West Virginia in a bowl game. They beat number 2 Michigan on the road, number 17 Air Force on the road, number 9 USC, number 7 Pitt, 45-7, number 17 Penn State on the road, lost to number 7 Miami on the road. That was the last game of the regular season. Came back, beat number 1 Colorado 21-6 in a bowl game. Like, that's a lot of wins. And then you look at the 92 team, they tied number 6 Michigan, lost to number 18 Stanford, beat number 9 BC 54-7, beat number 22 Penn State, beat number 19 Texas USC, beat number 4 Texas A&M, right, in a bowl game. Very good wins. In 93, they beat number 3 Michigan on the road, and then they didn't play another ranked team until November when they beat Florida State. And then a week later, went out and lost at home to number 17 Boston College, beat number 7 A&M in a bowl game. So, number 1, better records, 88-89, equal talent level, and just won way more big games. And with all due respect to the huge win over 93 Florida State, the 88 Miami team was better than 93 Florida State. They just were. And so 88-89 for me, Vince, it's an easy one for me. And they were both great periods, but the final thing is you could one has a national title, the other doesn't. Well, they should have, but they didn't. They lost to Boston. All you had to do was beat Boston College at home. That's it.
Yeah.
Right? And you didn't get it done.
Yeah.
Right. The other team did. So that to me is the big difference. So here's a little bit of a fun one, Vince.
What was your first car? Wow, that's a good one.
I had a 1989 Chevy Beretta was the first car that I had. That was my parents gave to me. The first car that I kind of owned, like the first new car I had, my parents bought me a Mustang, a 2000 Ford Mustang, when I was 21. And then I didn't buy another car, Vince, until March.
A month ago or whatever it was. Yeah.
Because we made that car last. I got rid of the Mustang about 3 years ago. It finally died out. And then my wife bought a car in 2005 that we were using. Then her grandfather passed away and left us his car in his will. So that's the first car that I personally bought was in March. So, my very first car, 1989 Chevy Beretta. Was maroon. It's my first car that I had.
My first car was a 1989 Nissan Sentra.
Okay.
And I got my license in 1996. So that felt like that might as well have been a brand new car off the lot to me. Okay. Because that was friggin' awesome. And I called it Papa Smurf because it was old, it was blue, and it was small. So that was and I went to school 25 miles away from my house. So I was, doing the bypass thing every day. So I needed a car with good gas mileage, man. And back in the day, you could fill that sucker up with $10, 99 cents a gallon, $10 got her filled up. So
Chevy Beretta had a cool name. It was not a cool car. It was a very boxy car. Yeah, but that was my
That's great.
and you can tell people their age, because you obviously may say K is kind of our age, 1986 Honda CRX.
Yeah, baby.
And then you can tell Adam Blair's like 12 years old. 2016 Mazda.
Man, or else his parents are really nice.
Yeah, my whole point is there's no way he could have got a 2016
Well,
if he was our age, unless he's been riding his bike into his 40s.
Because that means he was born in like 2000,
right?
Even if it was a brand new car.
Beefeater, 1985 brown Chrysler
There
Aris K-car wagon. That's great.
There we go.
Yeah, here's one. Kyle Waits said his first car was in 2017, and it was a 91 Dodge Spirit.
Yes.
That is an old car, buddy.
Now you're talking. Yes, I like that.
Awesome.
I like that.
That's awesome. Yep. Yeah, Beefeater said the K car stalled. He said the K car stalled if you took a turn too quickly. That's awesome.
But aren't those old cars like the ones with like the personality to them? It's like, if you do this, like this is gonna happen. Like
I love two Alphas because number one, looks like a shooting target in his avatar, which I'm a big fan of. But 1989 Pontiac two-door Grand Prix. That's a good one.
There you go.
Do they still have cars like this? Do you remember the old station wagons when you were in the back row, you were looking out the back of the car? Did you ever drive around any of those?
Well, I was in the back. Like we had a station wagon growing up. Like that's how we went on trips.
My parents didn't have a station wagon. They had my dad had a blue Concorde, and I still remember that car because I had a horrible nightmare as a kid of watching my dad die in that car. And I still, as a 45-year-old, will have that dream occasionally, and I've shared that with him. So I'll never forget that car. He had a green Volkswagen, or a blue Volkswagen Bug Beetle, right?
Yep.
And then after that, they bought this giant red Paul Sherry Chevrolet van, right? Never had a station wagon,
like conversion style.
Yeah, and they actually had a TV in it. I thought I was big time.
Oh yeah,
you could screen like 5 channels, black and white.
And it was like the air channels, like you had to have like rabbit ears in there. Oh yeah.
But I remember when we would go down to Virginia to visit my family. One of my relatives had a station wagon, and we'd sit in the back, and that was the weirdest thing ever, man. Because you're just like, okay, I don't want to make eye contact with this person, but I don't know what to look at. You're like stopped at a red light. You're just like staring at the person like, I'm sorry, I don't know what to do right now.
Love messing with people. I love messing with people. Be like, we used to travel.
Why does that not shock me? Why does that not shock me at all?
Yeah, it's great.
Not even a little.
That's great.
Not even a little.
Those were the family road trips, man. Like that was before because we did end up going to the minivan. We had the Chevy Lumina minivans. My mom got a few of those in a row, but like early on, it was the station wagon.
Yeah. This is my favorite one right here, Vince, from Greg Lisman. He said, my first car was a red 1991 Mercury Tracer that my dad bought at a garage sale.
Wow.
That is awesome, Greg. You win. You absolutely win, buddy. You win.
I wish people still sold cars at a garage sale.
Best first car story
my kid
of
would be
all.
driving right now.
Yes.
That is awesome.
Dad got you your first car at a garage sale.
There you go.
Awesome. That is awesome. That is great. It could have been worse. Your first car could have been a Transformer. I mean, I've seen that happen to a guy. This guy Sam that I knew back in the day.
Hey,
Oh my goodness gracious. Good question. Those are fun. I always love those on mailbag days.
Yeah, me too.
Those are always good. Okay, here's one that I don't know that I can answer, but I'm going to bring it up anyway.
Okay, here we go. All right, it says, Ryan, why hasn't New York put out more talented recruits? Big population for the state. Is it because of the mass? Because the mass live in New York City, thought more would be coming from there.
That's a good question because New York's not even producing as many basketball players as it used to either.
That's true.
It used to be like, well, it's because all the best athletes are playing basketball. I mean, you know how many like great point guards that came out of New York City that could have been great corners or receivers or whatever, but you're not playing football in most of those neighborhoods because there's nowhere to play football. It's a concrete jungle, they would call it. I mean, you know what I mean? Like there was nowhere to play football. I mean, the way that you do. Football's an inexpensive sport. You're playing basketball or stickball. And so, but that's not even, they're not even producing the same volume of great basketball players anymore. And I really don't have an answer for it. I really don't. I
No,
don't
I
know.
just know I've heard, and this is hearsay, I'm sure, but I have heard that just football in New York City, like it's just not like the
It's
level
not
of football. It's just
yeah.
not. It's not really a thing, and so
I would
not a
imagine.
lot
I
of
don't
guys are
know if the
coming out of there.
coaching's good at all. I mean,
Yeah, I
there's
don't
so many
know.
reasons why, and I just don't know enough about it to really have an answer for that one.
Well, aren't there?
So,
I've never been to New York City, but
I
I
have.
always hear about schools that are like they have numbers, like they don't even have names. It's
Yeah, I mean
like
that's
PS
true in
whatever.
parts of it. That's
But
true in
like,
parts of it. But there's like private schools like anywhere else, and
but I just you just never
yeah,
hear about kids being recruited from PS 197. You know what
yeah.
I mean? Like I just
Well,
haven't heard
I
that
think
before.
they still have like names, but they're still referred to as yeah.
Okay.
I don't know enough
Again, I'm
about
pleading
that.
ignorance because I've never been to
I've
New
been to
York
New York
City.
City, but I don't know. I don't know that
Yeah.
I went there and studied their high schools. But that could be part of it too.
Mark with the mailbag question: does it surprise you that Chase Claypool appears to be attitudinally working his way out of the NFL? Did any work ethic effort come to light while at
Yes,
Notre Dame?
we used to talk about this all the time.
That's what I
Oh,
thought.
absolutely.
I was like, it
Yeah,
sounds very familiar,
yeah.
but yeah.
Oh yeah. That's always that's not. I'm not shocked at all that Chase is
Yeah.
not locked into putting in the work to be great. And I mean, like you're hearing all these things about him struggling and the attitude, and then you see him doing a modeling shoot in Paris or something like that. You're like, dude, you think Devontae Adams and Cooper Cup and those guys are doing that? No, they're out there in the lab putting in the work. You know what I mean? In the 100-degree weather, putting in the work, training to put in the work. And Chase is out there modeling clothes in Europe.
Is he really?
It's just like, bro, you know, that ain't it. And if you want to do that, then go do that. That's fine.
Right.
Stop stealing a paycheck from the NFL teams and go do that. That's fine. If that's your passion, man, I got no whatever. Go do it. Right.
Right.
Go watch Zoolander and go do what you got to do. You know what I mean? But just stop playing in the National Football League.
Right.
And that's just I can't stand when people have jobs that they basically use those jobs as holdovers for other jobs. It's like if you're here, you're dedicated to this. If you want to go do something
Right.
else, then go do something else. I got no beef with that. Do what you got to do, man. If that's what your passion is, I'm good with that. No problem with that at all. So, yeah. Good one.
From John A1. I'm seeing multiple avatars of John A1. I don't know what's happening. Now, Miami, Colorado, Texas are beginning to bring in good talent. What other programs have the potential to step up in recruiting and even the playing field?
We're going to do a show about this on CFB Nation about teams that, and I think it's probably me and Brian Smith. This is one of the topics we're going to do this July. Which teams need to be successful recruiting at a high level to do what John says, level out the playing field. Miami and Texas are two big ones, obviously. Colorado, we'll see how long that lasts, but
yeah,
they are getting some of those guys, right?
They're the flavor of the month, though, is what I feel like at the moment. Can they
Will-
sustain that?
Right, and will those kids that are committing to them now stick if they go 3-9 this year?
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Florida State's another one that I think is very important to this. I think Penn State is one because they help kind of take some kids from Ohio State. Notre Dame is obviously one because they can take some of those, win some of those battles. And I think LSU getting back to being a recruiting juggernaut is important too because they'll take some of those kids. Like you're trying to find schools that are going to take kids from Georgia and Bama.
Sure.
And it really comes down to, Penn State taking kids from Ohio State, Michigan taking some kids from Ohio State, but then Ohio State taking some kids from Bama and Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
And so that kind of levels it out. Clemson is going to do their thing. They'll have their wins, but they don't recruit the same way. Florida State getting back to being Florida State would be huge in that regard because they're going to take 4 or 5 kids a year that would have otherwise gone to Bama and Georgia.
Sure.
And
LSU
Miami starting to
yes.
Miami's another one. Like he said, Texas is one that you could say, but it's really those USC actually caring about recruiting high school players if they can get back to doing that more. They're doing it a little bit more in this class for sure. But when USC was rolling under Pete, they could go to Florida and get kids. They could go to Jersey and get kids. They can go to Texas and get kids. They went to Ohio to get kids, and they could take anybody. So those are ones that have the ability to do that. And then the other one, it's a little strange, is Oregon. Oregon has when they're rolling recruiting, they'll go into Florida and take some kid that everybody, wow, they took that kid from, that we thought was going to go to Miami. They're at the bottom of that list, but they're in the list. So to me, Penn State, Clemson, Florida State, Miami, Texas, LSU, and Tennessee is my last one. When Tennessee's rolling, they're going to beat those teams for a kid or two a year. And that's really what all comes down to, Vince. It's every one of those schools taking a kid or two a year that would have otherwise gone to Bama or Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just kind of bring that level down just a little bit to where it used to be, where you still had your powerhouse teams, the Miamis, the Notre Dames, the Bamas, but they could be beat. Where now it's just it's just a little tougher for that,
right,
in my opinion. I think the college football playoff and its new format is also going to do a little bit more to even the playing field. And
I agree.
I feel like it's going to be harder for those teams to get. So Bama's won a couple titles because they got some really favorable matchups. When you got to win 3 games to win a title, and if you're the number 2 SEC team, you got to win 4 to win a title, you're going to have a much better shot at having to play somebody you don't want to play, or you have a tougher time matching up against. That's just, to me, the reality of it. Like Georgia's first title, they beat Michigan, who was not a great team that year, in my opinion. Did a great job getting to the playoff, but they weren't a great team. And then they got a rematch against Bama. Well, okay, that's only 2 of your wins. You'd have needed to beat somebody else that year. And who knows if, what if that matchup would have been a team they'd had a much tougher time matching up against. A Kyler Murray type Oklahoma team, Ohio State, if one of their really good teams. So there's always those type of things where you're going to have to face at least one more tough matchup than you otherwise would have faced. And I think that's going to somewhat negate. I think the SEC dominance of winning almost every title is going to be harder for them to continue that in the current format, just because the more games you play, the greater chance there is that you get a bad matchup, which results in an upset, in my opinion. So,
all about it.
Yep. So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. Let's get to here's one from. I want to get to one we have from someone we haven't gotten to yet.
Okay. All right.
Oh, let's see here. Here's one.
Our guy Archer. Okay, Miami fans loathe Ohio State. With some ranking the Buckeyes as their number 2 most hated school. What fan base hates Notre Dame that Notre Dame fans are completely unconcerned with or apathetic about? All of them?
Pick one. Like that's the one school like everybody hates is Notre Dame, right?
I mean, great question, Archer. I totally understand where you're coming from, but Notre Dame is like the Yankees. You love them or you hate them. Yeah. Everybody hates Notre Dame, and that is the one thing that I feel like everybody can agree on that's not a Notre Dame fan is that they hate Notre Dame. Like that's what they can agree on, and that's really it's like, guys, come on, man. It's okay. But yeah, I don't know. I mean,
I didn't know this until I lived in Pennsylvania for a couple of years, but Penn State fans hate Notre Dame.
Really?
And I'm like, we don't even care about you. Why are you so mad about this? And it really comes down because Joe Paterno hated Notre Dame. Okay. That's really what it comes down to.
So is that Pitt now because Narduzzi hates Notre Dame? Like, I could give a crap.
That's more of a him as opposed to I don't think the Pitt fans care.
Okay.
Like the Pitt fans dislike Notre Dame anyway, but I don't know that they really care a ton. But yeah, I think Penn State's won. I mean, I found Bama fans have a lot of bitterness towards Notre Dame because I think they're still mad that Bear Bryant got dominated by Notre Dame in his career. Like, I still have fans bringing up, like, this one's for Bear. And I'm like, what? I didn't get it at first. And I was like, oh, okay, because he got dominated by Notre Dame. All right, whatever. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of fan bases that hate Notre Dame that I just find it hilarious. You know what fan base that I have always had almost exclusively like really good, respectful interactions with? And there's a level of respect between the two schools. It's Clemson.
Sure.
I have had mostly great interaction with Clemson fans online. I mean, you have including
every fan base has
every fan
base,
including
of
Notre
course.
Dame.
Yes.
But I mean, we've had to block Notre Dame fans out of this chat. Actually, not the trolls, but actual Notre Dame fans out of this chat.
Yeah.
But Clemson's have been one of the better, like at least, and that's been my experience. Now, maybe for some of you who engage in those Twitter battles, maybe it's different. But for me, I've always enjoyed interacting with Clemson fans. And Georgia fans for a while were good there too until they started
Yeah.
winning, and then they just became obnoxious. Like
They became a
Clemson
typical
fans
SEC
handled
school.
success way better
Yeah.
than Georgia fans have handled success at this point in time. Like that's definitely true in my view. So yeah.
Do we care that Ohio State fans hate Notre Dame?
No, I care about that one because I
Okay.
grew up in Ohio.
Okay, fair enough.
Like, so
Fair
it's a little
enough.
different for me.
I met some really nice Ohio State fans the other day, actually, but that doesn't seem to be the norm with the people that I've met. Now, granted, I was at their stadium and on their campus, but I didn't feel the love. I'll put it that way. So, but I didn't take that personally, Brian. I showed love to the Ohio State fans that were on Notre Dame's campus last week that were asking me for directions and advice for when they come in for the night game.
Says the guy who was trying to pick fights with every Ohio State fan in the city of Columbus last September.
They brought it on themselves. Okay.
Sure.
Don't cut me off. And I wasn't even driving. So I was getting ready to jump out the window. All right. Anyway, we got a super chat from Wicked Bronco Productions. Thank you very, very much. How do you guys feel about how Notre Dame is doing recruiting in their own backyard in Indiana and the Chicagoland area in terms of getting 5-star kids or the high-profile guys? I'm a former 8A Illinois player, and most Illinois kids are Notre Dame fans.
I mean, talk to me when we find out where Justin Scott signs. But for the most part, they're doing fine. I mean, they got the 2 Indiana kids that they wanted this year in Styles Prescott and Bronte Johnson.
Sure.
They got Cam Williams in the Chicago area. There's no other Chicago kids they've wanted in this class other than Justin Scott. So we'll see how it goes with him. So far, they're doing really well with like Christopher Burgess and Taylon Taylor in the 25 class, but we'll see. You know, there's still work to be done. 2023 class, you know, there really weren't a lot of Chicago area kids. They went out and got Christopher Tarrick out of 23, but they did get Drake Bowen out of Indiana, so they got the best kid in the state of Indiana last year. So when they won a kid, they've had more success. They lost a lot of kids in the teens, the 2010 teens years under Brian Kelly in state that they shouldn't have lost. Yeah. And I think of like Austin Mack, for example, is one. Pete Werner, you know, losing those guys to Ohio State, that was brutal. You know, they offered Mylan Graham, but Notre Dame stopped recruiting him almost immediately after offering him when they got his transcript. I mean, they weren't even a player there. So, like they beat him for like Terry McLaurin. I mean, there's a lot of kids, and some of them Notre Dame didn't even recruit, which was weird.
Yeah,
but no, they're doing better. But I mean, really, it's going to ultimately be defined by, can you get Justin Scott? I mean, he's the only 5-star in the area. Cam Williams is close, and they got him. So, you know, it's going to come down to if they get Justin Scott, they're doing great. If they don't get Justin Scott, they're doing well, but need to do a little bit better.
Yeah, I can't think of any like big big Indiana like misses that they've had. They've guys that they've
in
really
the last couple of years.
Yeah, right. Yeah, recently. Yeah. So I feel good about it, Wicked. I feel good about it at the moment. Like you said, we'll see what Justin Scott.
I still get mad. Could you imagine in 2018 if Notre Dame would have had Drew Tranquil and Tavon Coney inside at Mike and Will and Pete Werner playing Rover?
They dropped the ball with Pete Werner. That was,
and then he would have moved inside when Drew left, and then you'd have had Pete Werner at Will and Jeremiah Wusu-Koramoah at Rover.
They dropped the ball on that one.
Yeah, they did. They really did.
Another one from Wicked Bronco Productions. Thanks, man. Appreciate it very much. Funny story. I played at BBCHS, and we played against A.J. Henning, who was, in my opinion, the best player in Illinois at that time. And I know he was very high on Notre Dame, but kids like that, Lightfoot, Scott, Mylan, etc., should be at Notre Dame. Can't lose them.
Well, first of all, Mylan Graham, they had no shot at getting into school. Like zero. Like I've never seen a kid, Notre Dame, drop a talented kid faster than they dropped Mylan Graham when they got his grade. I mean, I'm not trying to bash the kid, but it's just like
what it is. I mean, it's
we can't work with that.
He
may be the greatest kid in the world. I'm not saying anything negative about him. I'm just saying like that's just not going to work. That's just not going to work.
Yeah.
Where Bronte, you could work with him. There was something to work with.
Right. There. And they laid out the path. Like this is what you need to do.
There was no path.
And he did it.
Yeah. Right. There was no path for the other one. Marquise Lightfoot, they could have if they wanted him, but they didn't want him. And I'm okay with that. Logan Thomas and Cole Mullins are better prospects, in my opinion. So you also have to be careful that you don't take Chicago kids just because they're Chicago kids, and then you pass up a Logan Thomas and a Cole Mullins, who I think are better players, who Notre Dame thinks are better players. to take a local kid. So I understand where you're coming from, but one of those guys they didn't want, one of those guys they couldn't get, even if they wanted him, which they did. I mean, they offered him, so they liked him. I don't know if he was necessarily at the top of their board. I think his ranking has jumped a little too high, in my opinion. Like, he went from not being ranked high, very underrated, to overrated. Mylan Graham a little bit, still a very good football player. But, Lightfoot to me is vastly overrated as a prospect. He's a nice prospect, but, Notre Dame didn't want him. Now, we could say it was a mistake. We'll find that out, right? But thank you for the super chat. I do appreciate that very much.
Doubt.
But, yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see.
Another one from John says, which player on the roster has the best juke ability potential?
That's a good question. I see here, I would say probably Caleb Smith would probably be my name, my one pick for that one. Yeah.
Okay.
Him or Jeremiah Love.
That was going to be mine.
Yeah.
I was going to say Jeremiah Love.
Jeremiah's got a little. He can juke, but he's more of like a one cut slasher.
Like type. Yes, absolutely. But I look at that as like like when I think of a juke, I don't think of a guy in open field being like, oh, and then go. It's more of like a stick your foot in the ground.
I'm sorry, I missed it. Guy like what? Can you do that again?
The problem is the internet's forever, and somebody's gonna cut that out, I'm sure. But from a juke standpoint, it's like a 1 foot in the ground and juke, maybe a spin move or whatever. Like I see Jeremiah Love being that guy.
No doubt. Yeah.
It's a lot of movement.
Xavier Watts had some of that.
Yes.
As well.
Well, that's why you and I wanted him so badly on offense.
Yeah.
Because he does have that ability in the open field, but he's also got that ability to track guys down in the open field. So
he does.
Jordan with a question. Do you think Jaden Thomas plays more outside or in the slot this year?
I think it's going to be mixed up. I think you're going to see him doing both.
You got to move him around. That's the one thing I'm excited about seeing in this offense is what they do specifically with him, because I know he's been kind of typecast in the slot, and I get it. He's a nice matchup for Notre Dame in the slot. There's no doubt. But he also has the ability to be one of your most consistent wide receivers. Move him around. Put him on the outside. Put him in the inside. Put him on the outside when you want to put Chris Tyree in the slot. Have them both on the field at the same time. Nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? So can you move 83? He's still 83, right? Move him around, the formation. That's what good offensive coordinators do. They put their guys in position to be successful. It's going to say a lot to me about Jared Parker and what he does with this offense. And I know this is simplifying a lot of things, but what he does with JT, what he does with him specifically is going to tell me a lot about his offense.
Got a couple more super chats here from Wicked Bronco Productions.
Man, Wicked Broncos killing it. Thanks, man. Appreciate it very much. Brian, how are you feeling about the Scott situation? Seems like Michigan is the team to beat now. If Notre Dame loses this recruitment, it's a huge loss.
I kind of put my thoughts on this on the message board in an intel piece the other day. Right now, I think your assessment is correct. Notre Dame's got work to do. Yeah. I'll put it as simple as I can. If they can convince him to visit in July, they'll have a shot. If they can't, he'll commit to Michigan. Now, does that mean he won't still visit in the fall? Doesn't mean that.
Right.
But I don't. I've always said if he commits somewhere down south, he'll flip and commit. He'll end up in the north. It's going to be harder to flip him from a northern school. Much harder to flip. Because I don't think Justin's a kid that wants to flip.
Right.
I think his family wants him to flip. I just think the reason I think he would have flipped from the southern school because I think it would have hit him like, I don't want to go this far away from home.
Right.
Which is totally fine. My sister was that way. My sister went to college in the same state. She went to college like at Radford, and it's like out near like Blacksburg, which is several hours away from home. Just didn't want to be away from home. My sister is a very independent person, but she just didn't like being that far away from home. Some people just don't, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I just think that would have been the reason. I don't think he's a flip type of kid just because, you know what I mean? And so it'll be a lot harder to flip him from Michigan than it would have been from Miami or Georgia, in my opinion. So yeah, they got to get him on campus, Vince. Simple as that. They've got to get him on campus.
Absolutely. Again. If he doesn't come back to campus, it's over.
I'll be shocked if he picks Notre Dame if he doesn't make another visit between now and the time he makes this. Shocked. Agreed. Absolutely shocked. And I don't care what everybody tells me, Here's the reason why. Here's the reason why. That's fine. You can give me all the reasons why he hasn't visited that you want, but he's made time to visit Michigan twice this offseason. He's made time to visit Georgia twice, Miami twice, Ohio State twice, been Notre Dame once, and that was in March.
Yeah.
You know, at some point in time, you got to say, if he's not willing to visit guys to the school that's closest to him,
geographically
there's
close.
a reason why.
Yeah.
There's some disconnect there
Right.
that is telling me that he doesn't really like Notre Dame like we think he does.
Mm-hmm.
So I you know, because like, and you're hearing all these, like, I remember like during the 22 election cycle, you'd hear this 3D chess expression. Well, he's really just playing 3D chess, and I'm like, is he really? And I feel like they're doing that with Justin Scott now. Like, no, see, what's happening is he already knows Notre Dame. That's why he almost committed in January. And so Coach Freeman told him to go to other schools, but he knows about it. I'm like, that all sounds great. Sounds great. But Notre Dame has wanted him to come back and visit. It'd be one thing if Notre Dame was like, no, we're good. We know where we're at. We're good. We're good. You go do what you got to do, buddy. We know where you're going to be come day you pick. No. That they've been trying to get him back for camp, for visits again. And he hasn't done it. And sometimes for justified reasons. But so it's not like they're like, we don't need him back on campus. We know where we're at. We're good.
Yeah. They want him back.
That would be different. They want him back. So we can spin it all they want about, no, it's all good. No, it isn't all good. Right. I'll be shocked if he picks Notre Dame without getting back on campus. I just will. And that's what it boils down to for me. I hope I'm wrong. I hope he visits, first of all.
Right.
But if he doesn't visit and then decides to make a decision, I hope I'm dead wrong. I just don't think that I am. We'll see.
Wicked Bronco Productions again. Woo! Another super chat. Thank you, sir. I think Notre Dame should recruit more from Homewood and Lincoln Way East. They are usually the top-ranked schools in Illinois, but also nationally, especially HF kids who have the academic acumen as well.
If they have Notre Dame talent, they should go after them.
Right.
I mean, that's just the reality of it.
And I feel like if it's a Notre
Dame needs to make Illinois and Indiana a base. But they can't just take, like, remember when they overdid it, like in the middle of Kelly's tenure, they started taking like John Turner and Brandon Tiassum and Micah Treadway and all these kids that you're like I remember the day they took Elijah Taylor, Brandon Tiassum, and Micah Treadway. And I said, I have no problem with Notre Dame taking any one of those three guys. But they should have only taken one of those three guys. Like, I didn't care which one of those three you took. Right. You just shouldn't have taken all three of them. And they started taking these reaches because they wanted to get the in-state kids. And I'm like, no, that's not the way to go either. That's as bad to me as not recruiting Illinois as hard as you should have, which they didn't do. So, you got to be careful. Make sure you're only bringing in Notre Dame caliber players. That's to me the big key. That's the big key.
Bob, many people talked about how Buckner outplayed Hartman during the spring. The spring game rosters were in favor of Hartman. I think Buckner lost his offensive coordinator and knew that the new offensive coordinator was going with Hartman.
What I know, or what I think, is that you're making a lot of reaches here. First of all, we said the entire spring, this stuff about Buckner outplaying Sam Hartman is nonsense. Buckner did have a really good spring.
Yeah.
But what was overplayed is how he was somehow outplaying Sam Hartman. If Tyler Buckner wasn't light years ahead of Sam Hartman the first week that they were in the same uniform, there was a problem.
Mm-hmm.
But Buckner got beat out. He did not outplay Sam Hartman. Anyone that's going to tell you that Sam Hartman got outplayed by Tyler Buckner this spring is just not talking truth to you. Or they're giving, and it may not be they're doing it purposely. They could have a source that tells you that it's just not accurate. Here's what I know from every single source that I've had. Don't care what people think about what happened in this drill or this open practice. In the Jersey scrimmage and in the blue gold game, Sam Hartman far outplayed the other quarterbacks. And it's not that Tyler didn't even play well. The roster was in favor of Hartman. How?
I think he may be the offensive line.
He had Tobias Merriweather, right? I mean, he had Audric Estime. He had Blake Fisher. He had Andrew Cruz. He had Holden Stace. How was the roster geared towards him? Sam Hartman completed 11 passes to Jaden Greathouse. He was completing balls to Matt Salerno, and Davis Sherwood.
Right.
Why? Because the starters were playing on the blue team.
Right.
So that is one of the more spin things that I have seen coming out of this, right? Because remember going in, we were talking about how the blue team got like all the players. They
Oh,
had Chris Tyree.
we talked about that. Sean and I broke down the roster during one of our shows, and we did like a draft of our own, and like we all wanted guys that were on the blue team from an offensive standpoint because they had all the offensive players. Now, in retrospect, I think Sam Hartman was integral in who he picked on his team, and he picked, in theory, maybe by one guy, a better offensive line. So he had more time to throw the football, whatever.
Right.
Okay, I will even grant that premise, but the other guys around him, that not even close.
Nonsense. Here's who was on the blue team. Audric Estime, Chris Tyree, Tobias Merriweather, Deion Colsey, Rico Flores, Braylon James, Holden Stace, Blake Fisher, Andrew Kristofic, Tosh Baker. Like, tell me again how that was pretty
good offensive crew there.
Here's who Sam Hartman had on his team, right? The gold team. He had Jabron Payne, Sam Asif, Jaden Thomas, Jaden Greathouse, Matt Salerno, Leo Schuyler, Alex Whitman, Chase Dixon, Davis Sherwood, Joe Walt, Emil Wagner, Billy Schrouf, Rocco Spindler, Quinn Murphy, Zeke Correll. Explain to me how the roster was set for Sam Hartman.
Right.
That's nonsense, man. I'm rejecting that completely outright. That's absolute nonsense. Nonsense. So, no, come on now. Be better than that. That's a really bad take.
He left because he got beat out. That's why he left.
And I'm okay with it. I mean, if he wants to go somewhere else to play, and it's not because he's afraid of competition, because if he was afraid of competition, he wouldn't have gone to Alabama.
Right.
Right. The guy he wanted to play for left, and he went with him. Yeah. To act if this was some predestined thing and Tyler Buchner had no shot, that's nonsense. You're telling me that you think the Notre Dame coaches are so petty that they were going to play Sam Hartman even if Tyler Buchner was the better player? You really think that? Their jobs are on the line. Their careers are on the line, that they're going to play the guy that's better just because? No. And an example of that? Caleb Smith. Caleb Smith was an all-ACC wide receiver last year, came to Notre Dame and got beat out by other guys. You got beat out.
That he's not on the roster anymore.
Tobias outplayed him. Yep. Jaden outplayed him. And then some other things happened in his life, and he decided to walk away. But does he do that if he's the go-to guy at receiver? No, I don't think he does. He got beat out. So that's a rough take, my man. I'm sorry. That's a really and you're talking to a big pro Tyler Buchner guy.
Oh, both of us are. I was upset when he decided to leave.
Yeah,
upset when he decided to leave, and I think that he could have been, injuries killed him, to be honest with you. Injuries really hurt his progression and his development from the high school on, right? I mean, injuries hurt him. And I still think he could be really, really good. But, he made the decision once he got beat out legitimately to leave and try something else. It's unfortunate. It really is, because I still think he could have stepped in 24 and been a really good quarterback. I do. I still believe that to this day, and I'm not changing that opinion. I still think he could have been a really good starting quarterback at Notre Dame if he would have just waited one more year. And I realize that's a tough thing to do. I get it. You were the starter last year until you got hurt. You were the starter in the bowl game, and then you got to sit for another year. That's not easy on anybody.
No.
I get it, man.
You think you're talented. I get it. And the guy that recruited you both guys that recruited you there are gone. I get it.
Right. I get it.
No ill will whatsoever. But to act as if like he didn't have a shot to win it because it was set up for Hartman, there's just zero evidence of that.
Right.
Now, if the rosters would have been reversed, sure.
Yeah.
Right. And so, well, they all lined in block for him, partly because we had the same issue in the spring that we had last fall. The protections weren't set correctly.
Mm-hmm.
That's partly on the quarterback.
Right. Yeah.
So, yeah. Yeah. That just that doesn't play well, buddy.
Ryan, sorry if this has been asked before, but who amongst the freshmen do you think can contribute in a big way immediately, like Benjamin Morrison last year?
Who has the ability to do it? I'm going to list all the guys that have the ability to do it. Now, not most of them won't, but here's who has the ability: Jeremiah Love, Kenny Minchie, Jeremiah Love, every single receiver in the class, all four of them, Cooper Flanagan, Charles Jagasol, Sam Pendleton, Boubacar Traore, Armel Mukam, Drake Bowen, Jaden Alsbury, Christian Gray, Micah Bell simply because of his speed, and both of the safeties, Adon Schuler and Ben Minich, if they're healthy. And I would put Ben ahead of Adon because Adon missed so much time with the shoulder injury that Ben still got half the spring in.
Yeah.
And his was more of like a thumb type of thing. So like he's still doing workouts and running and lifting. Like Adon had to shut his upper body workouts down for months because of the shoulder surgery. So it's a little different animal. But there's a lot of kids that can help this football team this year if they need to. Most of them won't. But
right.
Who can? Those are the guys that can.
Yeah.
Right. And yeah, in my opinion,
it's a small list of who will.
Right.
Barring an injury.
Because it's about opportunity, right?
Exactly.
Like all four of those receivers aren't going to get an opportunity to help this year because there's some talented veterans.
Correct.
Sam Pendleton would have to overcome a lot of really talented older players to play. Boubacar, same with Boubacar and Armel, same with Christian Gray. And the way I look at it is this. If Christian Gray would have been a freshman in 2020, does he play a ton? Yes, he starts.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he'd have started over Clarence Lewis, right? Well, it's going to be a little harder for him this year having to battle against Cam Hart and Benjamin Morrison and Jaden Mickey and Chance. It's a different roster than it was in 2020, right?
Correct.
Devin Houston, if he comes in as a freshman in 2017 or 2018, is in the rotation flat out because he was better as a high school prospect than Kurt Heinrich and Myron Tungavaloa, who both played as true freshmen in the rotation because the depth chart was so thin. So that's part of it, right? But the depth chart's a lot. I mean, we talked about it yesterday in the show, Vince. I mean, you're talking about Howard Cross, Robbie Mills, Gabriel Rubio, Jason Onye, Tyson Ford, Donovan Heinrich. That's a lot of dudes you're going to have to beat out that are good, talented football players in order for a guy like Devin Houston to play. Whereas in 2017 and 2018, it's like you had to beat out like Brandon Tiassam,
right,
to be in the 2 deep. You know what I mean? Like it's a little easier deal, than it was then. So it's an opportunity thing, Vince.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Tell your kids to knock it off with all the noise back there, man. Come on now.
Well, that was my chair. That was on me. It like cracked. I was like, ooh.
I'm just messing with you.
Excuse me. All right. Matthew Brosha with the question. If we do end up with Deuce Knight, how would you handle his progression being behind CJ Carr?
Same. I mean, it's really not about him. This is a very fair question, Matthew. Don't get me wrong. It's not so much about that though. Your progression of a quarterback is more about where he is in his development than it is about who's in front of him. And so for me, for example, big picture, I'm trying to get Deuce ready to play as quickly as possible because I want him to either A, challenge CJ, which makes CJ better, or B, if something happens to CJ, and we've seen Notre Dame lose quarterbacks in the past. I mean, we talked about going over the years. I mean, Ron Paulus goes down, right? Arnez Battle gets hurt. Jarius Jackson goes out late in the year. And you have to go into LSU or USC and try to win with Eric Chappelle. Carlisle Holiday gets hurt. We've seen it over the years. Tommy Reese Dane Chris gets knocked out of a game. Tommy Reese gets knocked out of a game. You got to bring Andrew Hendricks in, right? Malik Zaire gets hurt. Everett misses the BYU. I mean, you're going to need your number 2 quarterback more often than not, right? So I want Deuce to be ready as quickly as possible for those 2 reasons. And so I'm not slowing down his progression because I've got CJ there. I'm doing it just as good as I otherwise would because my goal as a quarterback's coach is to make every single kid out of my roster as ready to play and play to his full potential as quickly as I possibly can, because you never know when his number is called. You're never going to know when that number gets called, especially in today's era of the transfer portal. I mean, you could come into the spring of Deuce's freshman year, and he's the 4th-string quarterback, and in that offseason, 2 dudes leave.
Right.
And now all of a sudden he's your backup quarterback, and you just went 15 practices of thinking I don't have to worry about, getting him ready because I got CJ. Well, he's your backup quarterback now. And so you're a sprained ankle away from him being your starting quarterback, and you just missed an opportunity to develop him. So I'm using an extreme example, Matthew, to make a point of I think the progression has to be you progress like he's going to be needed. Sure. That's the way I would look at it. It's like same with like Kenny Minchie this year. I'm not, Kenny's 3rd. I don't need him this year. No, I may need him this year. And I want him to be ready. So if his number is called, he's ready to go, but also so he's getting an opportunity to go out next year and compete for a starting job, because when you're really doing this thing right, if CJ comes out in 2025 and he's their starting quarterback and he's really good, should we guarantee that he's the starter the next year if Deuce is better? No, you shouldn't. And the same thing is true with CJ. If Kenny Minchie starts in 24 and does well, but then CJ's better the next year, should you still start him? We've seen this happen before, Vince. Kelly Bryant took Clemson to a playoff, got beat out the next year by Trevor Lawrence. Jalen Hurts took Alabama. Not only did he take him to the title game twice, he was a starter in a game that they won, but then he also led them on a drive late in the game in the fourth quarter against Clemson as a true freshman that gave them the late lead, and it's not his fault the defense gave it back, right? And he got beat out. Why? Because Tua was better, in their opinion. And so that's part of the game. And when you're really recruiting at a high level, nobody's like, well, I got this locked down for 3 years. You might, but you better keep working for it. You better be as hungry in year 3 as you were in year 1, because I got this 5-star stud behind you that's chomping at the bit and is going to take advantage of every day off that you took because you think you got this in the bag. Now, if anyone knows CJ Carr, they know that's not going to be CJ Carr's attitude. Right. CJ Carr is not the kind of kid that's going to take a day off because he thinks he's got it in the bag. I'm just making a point that in regard to the development, you're going to treat CJ the same way you're going to treat Deuce. I got to get him ready to play at a high level as quickly as possible because I'll never know when his number is going to be called. And if he does reach his full potential sooner rather than later, then that starter better be ready to play at a high level because he knows this kid's breathing down his neck. So good question.
Yeah.
Very good question. It just that's just kind of my philosophy. And it's a little different with quarterbacks too, Vince, than it would be like with an offensive lineman who needs 40 pounds. That's a little different deal. Like, okay,
sure,
we're just worried about getting the technique down this year because this kid isn't going to play. Well, what makes you say that? He's 260 pounds. That's why he's not going to play. He's not physically ready to play right now. Quarterback's a little bit of a different animal for me.
Well, and if you look at, you don't have to go very far back in Notre Dame's history to see a kid that's down on the depth chart all of a sudden being potentially thrown into action, right? I mean, look what happened with Stephen Jelly last year. He was third on the depth chart, and all of a sudden he's the backup behind Buckner in the bowl game. And Buckner's one snap away from getting hurt, right? And then Steve Angeli is your starting quarterback. Like, so, Steve Angeli was running the scout team, and all of a sudden he's the backup. You know what I mean? So, things can change and adapt, and you just never know how things are going to go throughout a season. You got to have all those guys ready to go. That you have to. So, again, that goes along with the whole job interview thing all year long. How are these guys preparing themselves as well? This is a new one. No, this is the same one.
Yep. No, I had to bring that back up.
Yep. Nope. Absolutely. Quinn Kibler, thank you so much for the super chat. I mentioned in a previous show, if Estime and Fisher could out-eat Joey Chestnut. Since Vince and Sean said no, who else needs to be on the team?
I have zero opinion on this, Vince.
We just said there's no way because that's what Joey Chestnut does. If anybody's ever watched him eat hot dogs and buns, doesn't matter how big you are, you can't eat that fast. And that's just not possible. You'd have to add like 3 guys. And it doesn't matter who those 3 guys are. And I guarantee you some small walk-on or something can probably eat faster and more than a big offensive lineman, right? So you got to figure out who those guys are. But I would say you'd need 5 guys all eating to beat him. That's what I would say. With no basis of anything.
Yeah, I have zero opinion on that.
Anything of that.
Zero opinion on that. All right, let's see here, Vince. Let's get down to here's a good one. I like this one
from Jordan. What does Rocco have to do in fall camp to beat out Andrew Kostovic for game 1 in Ireland?
Be in the best shape of his life, so that way he can keep his feet moving, and then just build on what you did last year. I think that the thing that Andrew lacks, that if Rocco can prove he has, can help him. And that is the ability to move people. Because here's what I know I'm going to get from Andrew Kostovic: steadiness. I'm going to get steady play from Andrew. He's a good. If Andrew Kostovic is my starter at right guard, I'm going to get solid, steady play from him. Not great, not elite. And there is value to that for an offensive.
Yes, there is, especially offensive line.
A lot of value.
And he works really well with the guys on either side of him.
Right.
Like that's where he stands out. One-on-ones. Andrew Kostovic's not that great, in practice. He's not that great in one-on-ones. Right. Rarely as a guard one-on-one. He is really good working with the guys around him. Again, like you said, there's a lot to be said for that.
Yep. So what does Rocco need to do? He needs to find a level of consistency that he's not missing a bunch of assignments. Just do your job. But then the footwork thing, when Rocco moves his feet, he can move defenders. He's 320 plus. He's strong. He's a former wrestler. Sure. He can move people when he moves his feet. That's going to be the key. If he can, and we saw a little bit of this late in the spring. We saw it in practices. We saw it in the blue gold game, right? And so he's going to have to build on that. But if he's moving people, but his assignment correct grade is like 7 to 8 to 10% lower than Andrew Kristofic, I can't start you.
Correct.
Right. The higher you get your assignment grade up, essentially, the better chance you have at beating him out if you're also moving people. So that's going to be the key. I think Rocco is going to be given a chance to earn a starting job. And look, both of those guys could outplay Billy Schrauth and both of them start. I mean, that's part of it too. I mean, Billy's got to still prove himself. I fully anticipate Billy Schrauth starting a guard, and I think he's going to be pretty good. He'll have his typical redshirt freshman ups and downs and things like that, but he's going to be pretty good. But let's say he has a really bad spring and Rocco and Andrew are both playing well. Guess what? They're going to be the starters, and should be, because it's about, can you do your job at a consistent basis? And if the answer for both of them is yes, then okay, then who's the more dominant player? And after 5 years, I don't know that we're ever going to see Andrew Kristofic be a dominant player. And so if someone else can match him from the standpoint of steadiness, but be more dominant, then that guy's going to beat him out.
Sure.
And that should be true everywhere.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how I see that one. But
it's a really good question, because as an offensive coordinator, I want the guy that I know is going to be assignment correct every time, right? He may lose some one-on-one battles, but he's going to the right place. And sometimes, as an offensive lineman, sometimes just getting in the way is enough if you've got some dynamic guys behind you, which Notre Dame does. And right now, as we sit here on June 30th, I know Andrew Kristofic is going to be in the right spot. I know. I feel like I know that, right? And so Rocco's got to prove that that's going to be him. That he can be that guy, and then, like you said, more dynamic, more powerful, maybe more explosive or whatever. Because I do believe Rocco is a better athlete, like a better, he's got more tools, more gifts. But I know that Andrew's going to be in the right spot, man. And there's a lot to be said for that. A lot at the offensive line.
Especially at guard.
Yeah.
At tackle, you may say, hey, we need a guy that's really going to have some dominant play. But at guard, you're hardly ever blocking by yourself.
Exactly.
Especially in the run game.
Yeah.
So that's just such, because one mistake up front, get your running back knocked out, get your quarterback knocked out. I mean,
At the very least, you're getting in the way so that doesn't happen. Now, maybe it's not a touchdown, but your guy's not getting knocked out. I mean, again, there's something to be said for that.
Yep. Some good questions today. Good questions today. All right, here's a good one from Tavis, Vince. Let's go to this one.
Tavis McKay, what one game could be the most detrimental for Notre Dame to lose this upcoming season, assuming they finish with one loss, but that one loss keeps them out of the playoff?
This is a tough one, Vince, because I have like 5 different answers, and I give a different answer depending on. I can talk myself in and out of every position, every one.
So the premise is they lose one game,
right?
And that one game can keep them out of the playoff.
If I had to say one, it'd be Stanford.
That's the mine right there, because it's the last game of the season.
It won't be a very good team,
right?
Last game of the year. Like, I feel like if they lose to Clemson, but still win the next 2, they'll have a shot still, because they'll, you can look at that. I mean, if they lose to one of the big 3, I don't think that hurts them as much. I think but then you could say
be a competitive game, and I think
then you could say, but wouldn't it be better to like lose to NC State, or like what's the best case scenario for losing a game and being a playoff team? It's losing to NC State. Because you lose that game, you fall out of the top 10, but then you beat Ohio State, beat Duke, beat Louisville, beat USC, beat Pitt, beat Clemson. You roll and you're in the playoff. It's like Ohio State when they lost when Ohio State lost to Virginia Tech by 2 touchdowns in 2014. By the end of the year, when they smacked the really good Michigan State team, they beat Penn State, they smacked Michigan, they won the Big Ten championship like 59-0. Nobody cared about what they did against Virginia Tech in September at that point in time. Now, we could argue that they should have. That game still happened. It was this season, right? But that's just the way it is. So I would say best is NC State, but worst, man, I feel I'll tell you this. It's here's how I rank them, Vince, in worst case scenarios. Stanford 1, and then Clemson in a convincing loss being 2.
Okay.
And then an absolute blowout loss by USC or Ohio State being tied for 3rd. Right. So basically the big 3 comes down to you just can't get blown out by one of those teams.
Right.
If you play Ohio State down to the wire, you still have and you beat USC, beat Clemson, beat everybody else, you got a really good playoff resume.
Absolutely.
If Ohio State beats you by 27 at home, you don't deserve to be in the playoff. I don't really care what your record is unless you're going against another team that has a similarly awful loss, right? That's kind of what it boils down to for me.
I agree. The later the loss, the worse it is for Notre Dame too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because because then you start hearing the stupid chatter about, well, they're not in a conference championship, and the last impression that Notre Dame had was losing to Stanford and whatever. That's when that talk starts. If they lose to NC State on the road and then they beat the big 3 that are on their schedule and run the table the rest of the way, they're in.
Right.
Barring 4 other undefeated teams, they're in because their strength of schedule will end up being stronger than their strength of wins, or however you want to put it, right? It's going to be stronger than almost any other one-loss team out there. They're in. So that would be the only silver lining to losing to NC State on the day that they lose to NC State. Well, they run the table from here on out. They're good to go, but it's still going to sting if they end up doing that.
Right. Here's a very important question here, Vince, from Sean Stiers.
Why does Vince know nothing about basketball?
You want to take a swing at that one, Vince?
He's coming hard.
He came really hard at you, Vince.
What did I do to Sean Stiers? That's what I want to know.
Really hard.
I have a show with him in 64 minutes, and he's coming at me hard with knowing nothing about basketball. Yeah. And this is the guy that I used to call basketball games with. So I don't know, man. I feel a little hurt.
That's harsh. He came at you hard. He came at you really hard, Vince. That's
personal.
Out of hand fast. we have a super chat from SJ. I appreciate you, SJ, for the super chat.
Yes, thank you very much. Any chance that Buckner will come back next year? And there was another question in there as well. I think I saw at one point that was like, if he wanted to come back, would Notre Dame accept him back or welcome him back or whatever the case may be? So if we can, let's just throw that into here as well, right? So because look, even if Buckner wants to come back, Notre Dame has to want him back. I mean, it has to be a two-way street, right?
Yeah.
I'll let you go first on this.
Would they want him back? I have no idea. I think it depends on how the season goes. I don't think I don't think Tyler burned any bridges on his way out the door.
I agree.
I think people understood. I think he did it respectfully. He went and told them, they told the staff first, and he battled and competed his butt off for the whole spring and all those type of things. I just don't know of a scenario in which he would want to come back. And I don't know that he would be, because here's the deal. If they're going to take a portal quarterback next year, it's going to be a guy that's proven, right? He's not proven if he's trying to come back to Notre Dame, because what that means is either got hurt again or got beat out at Alabama.
Right.
He doesn't solve your problems.
Right. Not a lot of playing time.
Right. If you need a portal quarterback, he doesn't solve your problems coming back. So I don't think that would make a lot of sense for Notre Dame to look at him. Forget any feelings you might have about, I don't want him back. It has nothing to do with that. If it's the best thing for you is to have him on your roster, then you bring him back. Mm-hmm. I just don't see a scenario like if he goes to Bama and does really well, the heck's he transferring back to Notre Dame for?
Right.
Doesn't make any sense.
You've got another year to be down there.
Right. Or go pro. You're healthy. You had a great year at Bama. Go pro. You're a senior.
Advantage.
I mean, take your shot or whatever. I don't know, but I just can't see a scenario in which him coming back would make sense for Notre Dame. And it has nothing to do with being in your feelings about him leaving. It's just, that's just not what we're looking for. A guy that's a proven established guy. Now, let's just say hypothetically that Drew Pine goes back there, goes to Arizona State, starts this year, throws for 2,800 yards, 25 touchdowns, has a great year. And they tell him in the spring, hey man, we're giving the job to Jaden Rashada. And Drew's like, you know what, man, forget all this. Like, I'm going to go back. I want to get my master's at Notre Dame. Hey guys, I know that I'm not going to be starter. I want to come. I want to be a depth guy. I want to be a leader. No, I would take Drew Pine back in a heartbeat, if he knows he's not going to be. So we talked about going for a depth guy. I would take Drew back in that situation if I knew that I had an established quarterback. Let's say Kenny Minchie has a great season, great offseason, and he's the guy. I'd take Drew back in that scenario. Would I take him back to be the starter? No, I wouldn't. Right? So you're looking for a higher level player. So because Drew has that experience.
Sure.
You're right. He would have started a whole year at Arizona State. He started almost a whole year at Notre Dame. You know, whereas if Tyler gets hurt again, we still don't know who Tyler is. Or if he gets beat out, we still don't know who Tyler is as a starter. We see the heck of a game he had against South Carolina with 2 pick sixes. But then the other 2 starts are Ohio State, where he was okay. He did better than I think he gets credit for. And then he was really bad against Marshall. You know, so whereas Drew, I know who Drew Pine is. I know who he is. I know what I can use, what I can do to win with him or to protect ourselves or whatever. With Tyler, there's still an unknown to that. And the only way to not be an unknown, it would be a scenario where why would he leave Bama anyway in that scenario? So, yeah, but it's not about emotions or feelings or burned bridges. It's about proper roster management.
Well, okay. Take the name off of the resume of the person that you're bringing in. That's not the resume that Notre Dame would be looking for to bring in.
Great way of putting it, Vince.
You know, yeah.
Take the name off. That's a great way of putting it. Yeah,
because everybody
saved like 7 minutes if you just want to.
Well, and that's the thing. If you take Tyler Buckner off of it and you're like, hey, we're going to go get this transfer kid who's going to be at his 3rd school, who has 3 starts under his belt and has an injury history, but has a huge upside. Is that the transfer guy you want to bring in?
Yeah.
I don't think so, right?
Yeah.
And it's nothing to do with who he is.
We got some ones here that we're going to kind of rapid fire through, Vince, because we do have some ones that I think are going to be somewhat easier, quicker answers. So let's try to get through some of these.
Cool. Jordan Schreiber, which receivers have the best shot to have breakaway 50-plus yard touchdown catches every couple of games?
Tobias Merriweather, Chris Tyree, Deion Colsey, Braylon James.
Okay.
Those would be my 4.
Yeah.
Those would be my 4.
Yep.
Now, could Jaden Thomas do it? Sure. It's part of the scheme. Absolutely. But those are the guys that have the best physical tools to where they can make that happen. I would say probably Rico Flores next because he's such a good route runner and he's a little faster than I thought he was going to be.
Yeah.
Rico showed me some juice.
Together. Like,
yeah.
He looked a lot better physically than I anticipated he was going to look as a second semester senior. You know what I mean? And an off season with Bayless is not going to hurt him any.
Jaden Greathouse I left off because Jaden's more the guy. Who do you think is capable of catching 8+ catches in a game consistently? That's where him and Jaden Thomas are coming into the equation.
Correct.
But if we're talking about the big, long touchdown passes, those other guys top that list for me. They'd be the most likely options.
John says, which position can sustain the most injuries and still perform at a competitive level?
It's a very good question. I would say defensive line, tight wide receiver, much different than it was a year ago.
Yes, absolutely. The depth is much better.
And I would say corner. No, because I think at running back, it depends on who the injury is.
Right.
If the injury is to a backup, when he asked this question, I'm reading it as you lose a starter.
Okay.
I don't know with the injury history that already exists with Jadarian Price and Jabron Payne and Devin Ford, if you want to go 7 weeks without Audric, right? Like, do they have the talent? Sure, but I just have a few too many red flags there in that particular situation. Tight end, no, because again, there's already an injury there. You can't afford another one, in my opinion. And then probably guard. So not offensive line, but guard. There's a lot of guards.
Yeah, I was going to say
a chance to
guard.
Players.
I was going to say
not
guard.
Guard.
No, guard. Yeah, tackle is like it's kind of a wasteland, unfortunately, at the moment.
Did we say corner? If not, corner.
Okay, there's a lot of depth at corner. On it. A lot of questions after the starters, but there's depth.
Yeah, but
I don't know
players.
what that order
like Jaden Mickey to me is a starting caliber player. Chance Tucker can play at Notre Dame. There's no doubt in my mind. You know what I mean? Like Christian Gray is a freshman who's healthy. He can play at Notre Dame. Like I said, he would have started on that 2020 team, in my opinion, if he was a freshman that year.
Right.
So none of them are maybe as good as the starter you had, but you can still play good football. Linebacker, it's another one. Now, you can't have too many just because you're low on numbers, but I feel very good about this sophomore freshman.
Yeah,
you could be just fine if you lost a veteran. That's another one. Good question, John. Here's another one from John.
Which quarterback Okay, which quarterback would be more effective on design runs, Deshaun Kaiser or Kenny Minchey?
Kenny Minchey's not a runner.
Yeah,
he is a
it's
decent
Kaiser.
athlete that can scramble if you need him
Yeah.
to, but he's a pocket passer. That's an easy one. That's Deshaun by a mile.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's yes. I always love these questions because we always get them in different forms over and over, and they're fun because the answer might change depending on like kind of what mood I'm in, or now that we know the team is this, the team is taking a different shape. My answer may change. So these are fun. So I want to bring this one up from Tavis.
All right. He says, pick one past Notre Dame player from each side of the ball to add to this roster, excluding quarterback, in order to try and guarantee a playoff appearance.
So I really like this one, Vince. So who are the first ones that kind of pop into your head when you think
Jalen Smith
this?
on defense.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'd go Jalen Smith, Harrison Smith are two that just
because safety would be a good spot.
Harrison Smith in this defense would be phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
And then another one that really pops in my head, Vince, is I would love to see Stephon Tuitt playing 3 technique in this defense. And then I could keep Riley Mills at big end, or even if you wanted to put Stephon from 2011 as your field end, you could do that too, and then leave Riley at 3 technique. That'd be a good one. But if I had to pick any defensive lineman, and may he rest in peace, could you imagine Lewis Nix being the nose guard on this team? Like that would be pretty.
Just impressive. Have a dominant interior defensive lineman. That would be
offensively.
That would make the linebackers so good. All right.
Offensively, that's a good one. So if we're going to talk about past player, I mean Rocket, Tim Brown.
I was going to say it's going to be a wide receiver for me.
Like
I'm going to bring in some elite.
Will Fuller,
Michael Floyd.
If we're going to talk like recently, a Will Fuller type of guy. Could you imagine having that kind of burner, taking the top off the defense? Michael Floyd would be one. Put him in the boundary with Tobias in the field. I mean that'd be Golden Tate. You can't go wrong there.
Yeah.
Those are good ones. And then the other
Quentin
one is
Nelson.
There you go. I was going to say put Quentin Nelson next to Joe Alt and say have fun. You know what I mean? Like good luck.
Seriously.
Vince could run for 120 yards behind that line. Like
offensive coordinator. Okay, we're gonna run the ball. This one, whatever, doesn't matter. Like that's what we're gonna do.
Right. So there's a lot of good ones that I think would make a lot of sense there.
Yeah.
Yep. I like those. Those are good. Those are fun questions.
Doesn't it make you just like, if only?
Yep. I know, right? Seriously, man. Why couldn't he have stepped up then?
Yeah.
So that's all right. Let's get to some more here, Vince. I'm gonna go down and kind of grab a couple of these from the bottom because we always end up missing those. Here's a couple. Here's one from Paul Hamilton.
Okay. Is there any scenario you see where Notre Dame could bring back Tyler Buchner? Thank you for what you did. Is there a scenario? Here's the scenario right here.
Because this kind of follows up the earlier question.
Right. Terry Gillery actually put it out there, and I can't find it. Oh, here we go. Can I bring it up? I'm going to bring up what he said. It says Buchner wins the Heisman and then says, I want to go to Notre Dame.
Yeah. I mean, that's hyperbolic, right?
Of course.
But let's say Tyler goes out and has a great year at Bama, and the reason he wants to come back is because he hates living in Tuscaloosa.
Right.
Or Tommy Rees leaves for the NFL.
Which is definitely a possibility.
Dude, the only reason I'm here is for Coach Rees.
Right.
Sure, under that circumstance, but the odds of that happening are slim.
So slim.
And honestly, if I was him with his injury history, if I was advising Tyler, I'd say, okay, Tyler, do you want to play in the National Football League? Oh, yes, it's my dream. Then go now.
Right.
If his answer is like, well, yeah, sure, but I care more about other things. Okay, then go to Notre Dame and try to win a championship. Fine, go for it.
Right.
But with his injury history, if he had a big year, a Heisman-esque year at Alabama, I'd say, bro, go pro. You stayed healthy. You've got your degree. Go do what you got to do. But if he was like, I don't really care about that, I'll play college football for another year. I'll say, okay, cool. Come back to Notre Dame.
Again, it's the resume situation.
But it's just the odds of that happening are – this is what we go back to earlier is like, why would he want to come back? Now, okay, so in that situation, Tommy leaves. He doesn't like living in Tuscaloosa. I could understand a kid that grew up in San Diego and may not love it in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. I get that. Right. But especially if Coach Rees isn't around, I could understand that. I could certainly understand that.
Matthew with the question, Kingston still seems to be in decision-making mode. Do you feel more or less confident with his recruitment the longer he takes to make his choice? Wasn't he just at USC this past
No,
weekend?
it was at Ohio State.
Ohio
It was his
State,
most
okay.
recent visit, and that was
Okay.
2 weeks ago.
Gotcha.
Do you feel more or less? I feel like more confident the longer it drags out, to be honest with you. Reason why is because, again, now I'm talking about a decision, not an announcement, because then he could have made a decision 4 days ago, and he's not going to announce until July 21st or something like that. But like, let's assume he hasn't made a decision, and I don't know that he has made a decision. So I'm just going to, I think that's a safe assumption. The longer this drags out, the less it becomes an emotional decision. And the more it makes me think that he wants to go to Notre Dame, and he's having to tell all the people pulling him to stay home.
Because the easy decision is USC.
Yes.
That's the easy decision.
Yes.
Right? Because that's the hometown team and all of that. So you're right. I agree with you. The longer it takes for him to make that call, the better it is for Notre Dame. No doubt about it. Because that's always how it goes. If you're making the harder decision, it's going to take longer to make it. The easier decision is you just make it and you move on. Right? And the easy decision is USC. Archer, of the announced regular season games for future seasons, this is easy. Which Notre Dame road game are you most excited to go to?
I'd probably say the one at Alabama.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
I want to see that game. I mean, I think the Kyle Field experience will be pretty cool. They're going to play in the swamp. That'll be pretty cool. Like, that's one.
Lambeau.
But see, I don't count that as a road game. That's a neutral field game to me.
Oh, well, see, anything not at Notre Dame, I consider a road game.
I got you.
So
I got you.
That was mine. Yeah.
Yeah. That would be the ideal Shamrock Series one. But as far as to me, when I think road game, it's like I want to experience a team, another college football place that's got history, tradition. So Notre Dame's going to play in the next 10 years. They're going to play at the Swamp. They're going to play at Alabama. They're going to play at Kyle Field for Texas A&M.
Yeah, those are all places I've wanted to go.
Like I've been to Florida State. I've been to Clemson. Those are awesome. So a lot of those I've been to. Those non-conferences are ones that I think would be really cool to.
Agreed. I've never been to an SEC, road game situation. Like I would really like the Swamp.
Yeah, I've only been to one.
That.
Georgia was pretty awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they haven't played they haven't played an SEC road game since I've been covering the team, other than that game against Georgia.
Like a legit road game, right?
Yeah, Bama was neutral field both times. LSU was bowl game both times. Vanderbilt, they didn't play on the road.
South Carolina was the bowl game.
Yeah, bowl game, right? And they haven't I wasn't here when they played Tennessee in what was it, 03, 04?
A while back.
Right?
Yeah.
With when Goolsby was the start linebacker. They beat Tennessee at Tennessee. I mean, that was a long time ago. I was still coaching when that happened. So yeah, I haven't been to Georgia's the only one I've been to, so it'd be cool to get to some of those. I was at Darrell Royal. It was a really cool experience. I was down there walking where Bevo was. That was pretty cool. It's a big freaking creature right there, man. That sucker's huge. Yes, I mean that's one of the cool things about the job is I've been in Michigan Stadium, I've been in Ohio Stadium.
Yeah, I've been to the close ones. Like I've been to the Big Ten country type.
I would like to be at a game at Penn State. I've been to a basketball game at Penn State, but never a football game at Penn State. So yeah, that'd be pretty fun. Swamp would be my number 2, ahead of Kyle
Alabama.
Fieldhouse.
Kyle's number 1.
Ahead of Kyle Field, behind.
Alabama. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, because I always wanted to go to the Swamp.
I've always wanted to go to the Swamp.
I've been inside of it. There wasn't a game. I had a friend, Teresa, that lived down there, and I was visiting a seminary down there, and so I stayed with her and her family, and she took me on we were down in Gainesville because she was doing some kind of doctoral work. She was getting her doctorate or master's or something at Florida, and so you just walk into the swamp. There's like this fence you could walk through and just walk into the swamp. It's cool.
Amazing to me how many stadiums you can just walk into.
Yeah, you can't Notre Dame.
I'm just so used to Notre Dame behind the gilded gates.
Yeah, it's definitely not Notre Dame, man. They got some sniper up on top of the the touchdown. Jesus ready to take you out if you get in the stadium, man. Unbeknownst to them. I just walked in. I was like, it's a pretty cool deal, but I've never seen a game there. It's just a different animal when you see it with field. Like, yeah, it's just a different animal, man.
Yeah,
really different animal.
Florida Irish, week 4. We'll see the year versions of both Golden and Knowles on display. Who do you expect will get their respective groups to make the biggest jump in that game and then over the season?
which coach is more willing to adapt to his players instead of trying to fit his players into, and this is going to be the big question for both of them. And we've pointed this out before with Jim Knowles. I've pointed out during his career, year 3 is when his defense takes a big jump. Now, there's 2 things you have to take into equation at Ohio State. Number one, he's dealing with a lot better players at Ohio State than he dealt with at Duke and other places he's been, right? So that should allow you to make a little bit of a faster jump. But then the number 2 is he going to be more willing to maybe scale some stuff back in order to make sure his players are playing at their highest level? And the same thing is going to be true with Al Golden.
Yep.
Is he able to scale back just a little bit to make sure that his players are playing to their potential from a speed and an execution standpoint? Whichever coach does that is going to have the best chance to be successful. I think when you break down the rosters, I think Ohio State has more talent on the defensive line right now. I think linebacker is a bit of a wash from a talent standpoint. I know Buckeye fans will disagree with that. I understand where you're coming from a production standpoint. No doubt, Tommy Eichenberg's better than anybody Notre Dame had. I'm just saying from a talent standpoint, depth and all that. They're both they both have good starters with great young talent behind them. Right, that's where both of them are. Cornerback, I take Notre Dame. Safety, I take Ohio State. So I mean, there's some areas where it's like, okay, Notre Dame's better here, Ohio State's better there. Neither team has a huge advantage, in my opinion, from a talent standpoint. It's which coach is going to do the best job of, it's got to be about my guys, not me. Whoever does the best job of that will be who answers this question. And honestly, Florida Irish, I don't know who that's going to be. Jim Knowles' track record is not that he's going to do that. But this is a different animal than where he's been before.
He's dealing with different dudes.
And I don't have enough of a track record of Al Golden to know what he's going to do about as far as scaling that back. So that's a very good question. I don't know the answer to it, but the answer to that's going to have a big impact on that September 23rd game. I'll tell you that right now, Vince. There's no doubt about that.
Levi has a mailbag question. Who are your favorite wide receiver targets on the 25 board? I will throw that one to you.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, I haven't watched all the guys in 25, but here's just some guys off the top of my head that Notre Dame's after that I like. Talon Taylor is my number 1 dude. I mean, he is flat out. There's a question from Adam Blair. How does Talon Taylor compare to Cam Williams? Very different player in some areas. Cam Williams is an outside vertical player, very talented. Talon can do some of that, but he is shifty. He can play slot. He can play field. He's fast. He's a good route runner. He's good after the catch. He's a very talented kid. He's my top receiver in the class. Really like Dalen McCutcheon from Texas. Really good route runner. Not the burner Talon Taylor is. Not the explosive guy, but knows how to play, knows how to catch. He really good player as well. There's a lot to like there. I like Derek Meadows is physically gifted, very talented, 6'5", ran a 4.5 flat at Notre Dame's camp, but he just struggles to catch the ball a little bit. If he can clean up the hands a little bit, he could be a really good one. I like the Porter kid. I think it's Quincy Porter from Jersey, from Bergen Catholic. Big, tall kid. Reminds me a lot of a young Deion Colsey type of player. He's a guy that I like a lot off the top of my head. I'm trying to think of some other guys, Vince. Let me pull up the offer list real quick because there's some other really good players on the board that I really like.
What do you think the number is while you're looking at that up? What do you think the number is that they're aiming for from a wide receiver standpoint?
Minimum 3.
Class? Okay.
Minimum 3. Now, I think there's a chance they get to 4 with Jerome Bettis Jr. as part of that too. It just depends on how the season plays out, to be honest with you. And I think that's being able to potentially get to 4 is partly why they didn't take a 4th receiver in this class.
Gotcha.
Is to, potentially have the possibility of getting to 4 next year. A couple other guys. I like Jamie French a lot, but he's not picking Notre Dame. Cooper Perry. That's who I was thinking of. Cooper Perry from Arizona. Really good football player. Good athlete, vertical speed, really good route runner, great hands. He's another kid that I like a lot as well. So again, there's other guys I still have to break down and study and all that. But early on, those are my top guys that I like at the receiver position. All right. Let's see here. This is an interesting question.
All right.
Okay.
From Irish Guardian, not if guns didn't. Oh, this is interesting. All right. If guns didn't exist, what would be your weapon of choice for self-defense?
It depends. You'd have the same discussion you have with guns. So like, for example, my weapon of choice for home defense and because of tight quarters, if I'm having to clear my house, I'm probably doing it with a pistol. If I have to go outside and there's issues that take me outside that I have to address, I'm probably going to want my rifle, my AR with the higher mag capacity and stopping power. So same thing if the guns were gone and didn't exist. If I'm talking about something where I'm in my home, some sort of knife, like big knife sword type of thing, that I could do some damage, since I don't have lightsabers. But if I was outside, a bow, probably a bow, something that can allow you to do something long distance and get some rapid, practice Robin Hood.
That's right. Set them on fire,
Yeah.
go medieval style.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. Crossbow action. Just
fortunately for me, guns do exist, and I pray to God that I never have to use one in any sort of self-defense situation. It's not something that I would ever take. I'm not one of those guys that's like, I pray somebody comes and mess with me. I don't want somebody breaking into my house. I don't ever want to have to be in a situation where I have to take another person's life. Like that's not something to joke about,
Right.
and I love guns. I love firearms. And if that moment ever comes, I want to be ready. But I pray to God I never have to be in that situation. You know what I mean? So, but I'm just glad that I have them. I'll just leave it at that and go from there. All of them. I'm glad I have all of them. So I have backups to my backups.
I'm glad you got all of them too, because you're only a phone call away.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I've already told you, man. If stuff goes down, y'all know where to go, right? So we'll be like the Patriot. I'm like handing one to Dylan, handing one to,
aim small, miss small.
Yeah, aim small, miss baby, right?
I got this visual in my head of the four of us like running through the woods
with Dylan and
Liam.
Liam turns around, keep up, Dad. Come
on. Well, then Chloe would be right behind, be like, "Where's mine?"
Yeah. And that kid a rocket launcher. That girl's crazy.
Yes, she is.
So, oh my goodness,
that's so funny.
Very, very well done. Very well done. Good question. Very good question.
John A1, is the nickel position a cross train between corner and safety depending on the player? Could Barnes and Lewis have more of a safety role while playing the nickel spot in this defense?
It really depends on the player. It really does, John. I mean, It just depends on what the guy's background is. I mean, if your background is playing safety, Thomas Harper would have a much easier transition moving back to play safety than he would out to corner. Clarence Lewis would have a much easier time shifting back out to corner than moving to safety. Now, could that change happen to where Clarence could move to safety? Barnes could make to safety? Sure. But they would have to practice in that role.
Right.
As opposed to, because you have to really treat the nickel nowadays like it's its own position. I mean, the way that it's used, Vince, you have to almost remember how when Mike Elko came, he hired Tyler Santucci. I think it was Tyler Santucci to be his Rovers coach, basically. It's like a GA. Now he's his D coordinator, Duke. But he had someone working specifically with the Rover because it was such a unique position. It's not really a linebacker. It's not really safety. It's its own thing. And I kind of feel like nickel to a degree is becoming that for me.
Yeah.
To where you almost need like a GA that can work with that position during drills because the technique is a little different. The reads are different. Things get on you quicker in the run game from that position. You're not getting crack blocked if you're an outside cornerback. You're getting crack blocked if you're a nickel. Mm-hmm. It's just a different animal, man. You're communicating with different people. You're communicating with the linebackers and all those type of things. And I almost feel like it's a position that needs its own coach to a degree, even if it's just for drills, and Mickens can handle it when it's team stuff and all and 7-on-7, but during drills, you want them doing some little different things than maybe what you're asking your corners or your safeties to do, unless they're true cross-trained players.
Agreed.
So I did finally find that question. It was Michael Pate that asked that question about Zbikowski. We answered it earlier, and he said, talking about, I would have definitely seen him as a Rover. I knew that I was asked that question by somebody, but it was by Michael Pate.
That's great. So good job, Michael.
So thanks for that, Michael.
I
knew I saw it, Vince. I knew somebody asked me that question, but
I
wasn't sure if it was an email on the board, a DM. I'd say, get contacted in a lot of different ways. So I wasn't quite sure where that came from.
I'm very interested to hear your opinion on this one. I think I know the talent one, but I'm curious as to the second part. So Michael Pate also asks, who do you think had more God-given talent between Brady Quinn and Jimmy Clausen, and why do you think neither had much success in the NFL?
Well, I think with Brady, I would assume, Vince, it's because he did have a bit of a slower delivery, and he wasn't the most accurate guy in the world. With Jimmy, it just to me came down to a lack of leadership and just the foot injury he just never recovered from. Jimmy played on a really bad foot injury in 2009. And I don't think a lot of fans appreciate how jacked up his foot was that he played on that year. he wasn't the most mobile guy to begin with, but I was watching a couple 08 games the other day, and he moved way better that year. I mean, he wasn't mobile, but he could step in out of pressure. He could get out of the pocket and throw a ball away or run for 3 yards, things like that. But he got really slow with the injury. And so I know fans don't like him, but I'm like, y'all don't understand what Jimmy sacrificed physically to lead that team in 09. Like, he played through an injury, honestly, he shouldn't have played through. If we're being honest about it, if we're talking about what's best for your future, he shouldn't have played on it, but he did. He battled through it. And he just never had the foot speed after that to survive in the NFL. And then when you combine that with him not having a huge arm, he didn't have what it takes to be successful, in my opinion. So slow-footed, not having a cannon for an arm is a bad combination in football the last 15 years or so. And I think that's what hurt the two of them, Vince. I don't know. Do you have a different opinion on that?
Well, I think Jimmy probably had the most God-given talent from a quarterback scenario, right? And I think, well, honestly, I think one of the things that hurt Brady is getting drafted to the Browns. And I realize he was an Ohio kid, and the media played it up and all that. Getting drafted, him slipping and getting drafted to the Browns just was about the worst place he could possibly go. There was just too much pressure on him to bring that franchise back by himself, because he had nothing around him from the coaching standpoint, from a player standpoint. Like, it was a no-win situation. And unfortunately, sometimes when you get put in that situation and you have year after year of that, even though he ended up going to the Broncos and he ended up going to a couple other places, it's over at that point. You know what I mean? Yeah. He just got put into such a bad position. Yeah. I just don't think he could have recovered from that. It was just tough. It was really hard.
Agree. Couple questions along here. I know some people don't like these questions, but I do want to answer them just quickly because they were asked.
Yeah. Pete asked, what's your pistol of choice for home defense? I'm in the market.
For me, I have a SIG 3 P320. I have an X Compact. The reason I have it is I can actually get to 17 and 21 rounds with it, but it's a little bigger gun. I used to carry it. Vince, you remember that one I used to carry, but it was just a little too bulky to carry. I was always printing, so you could always know that I was carrying. I carry a 365 XL now. It's much more manageable, and I still can get 15 to 17 rounds with it. And the 320 is a really reliable, accurate firearm, and that's the most important thing. But look, I would say check that out. But what I would encourage you to do is do what I did, and that is do your research on the 4 or 5 most reliable, well-known firearms, because you want something that, all the different accessories can fit on, but then go to the range and shoot them. Most ranges will allow you to test out different firearms. And this is what I did. I thought I was going to get a Glock. And then my next option was, because my buddy Matt D he carries a Smith & Wesson M&P 9. And I said, what, it's a great firearm. If a police officer tells you this is what I carry, you're going to listen to that. I had, one of my former players is he's in Border Patrol, like one of the SWAT teams for Border Patrol. So he gave me some advice. He's a Glock guy. And then, I heard some good things about SIG and CV10. And so I went to the range and I shot them all, and the Glock felt weird in my hand. I was super inaccurate with it. The M&P didn't feel good in my hand. It's a lot like a baseball bat, Vince. Like, not everybody wears, it's just some just feel better in your hand and you shoot better with. I would encourage you to try out, just because SIG is what I like, and I can't stand Glocks because they just feel weird. You may love a Glock and it may work for you. Glocks are very dependable, reliable, accurate firearms, and that's what matters truly in, God forbid, a home defense situation, or a carry situation, not home defense, but a being out in public situation. You want something that, if God forbid, I have to put this to work, that I know it's going to work and it's going to land where you want it to land. That's the key. And then practice safety, big time practice. Make sure that you are being safety protocols at home, out and about, that you practice with. The worst thing you can do is buy a firearm, put it beside your bed, and never work with it. Because when you try to use it, you're not going to know what to do, and you're not going to be able to put it where you want to put it. So it's definitely, take it seriously. But I love SIG, man. I think it's a great firearm. The P320 is a really good firearm. If you get the regular size, But I think what I like about the X Compact is it's a smaller firearm, but it still has some weight to it. So it's a little longer barrel, but the mag capacity for it is phenomenal. I mean, I have a 21 magazine extender that I can use for that one. So that works for me. And then here's the next one that I wanted to get to, Vince, from Mr. 2.0, and then we'll be done with this particular topic.
He says, "Hey Brian, surprised you didn't say shotgun to clear your house."
So first of all, I don't own a shotgun because my wife doesn't want one. She prefers a rifle. But a shotgun for me is one of those things where I'm not trying to clear a house with it for two reasons. Number one is, ideally, if someone breaks in our home, we're going to barricade in our room. If you want to steal my TV, I'm not going to go looking for a gunfight because somebody tried to steal my TV. I'm not. Now, if my wife or my dogs are out of our room and I'm going to go protect them, sure. But the thing is you got to think about maneuverability. I understand why you would think shotgun stopping power, right? But you're trying to maneuver around corners and things like that. And it is hard to maneuver unless you are unless you're someone who's trained in close quarter combat in the military. Maneuvering with a rifle and a shotgun around walls and things like that is not an easy thing to do. It's much easier to do with a pistol, as long as you got the right caliber. So that's why I would say, to clear my house, I'm not taking my rifle. I have my home defense weapon has a light on it, and that's I'm not a red dot guy for my pistol. It has a light on it. And God forbid I ever have to be in that situation. Because like the worst case scenario, Vince, is I'm in the basement, Angela's upstairs in bed, and someone breaks into the home.
Yeah. Because that's mostly that's what it is most of the time, right?
So our thing is, if you hear someone breaking the house, babe, you put the dogs in the bathroom because they're protected in the corner where our bathroom is. And our master bedroom has a bathroom. They can be in the corner. You grab the rifle, you barricade behind the bed, and you aim it at the door. And if you hear someone coming, we have words that we use to know if it's me or not, and we communicate. But anyone opens that door besides me, do what you got to do. Don't go looking for trouble. But if she's up here and I'm down here, I'm going to my wife. I mean, that's just the reality of it. Like I said, pray that it never happens. But you've got to have something that works and reliable. And what works for me may not work for y'all. That's the other thing too, is just because this is what I do doesn't mean that's what you should do. Because you'll find people far more trained in tactics and firearms than me, and they'll tell you something complete, shotgun, rifle, whatever. You just got to do what you're comfortable with. And with a shotgun, to me, it's what if my wife's behind the guy? What if someone else is behind the guy and I'm shooting buckshot at him? You know what I mean? Like, somebody's going to get hit. And that's just the worst case scenario that you could be in. So not the most fun topics of the world, but
I like Revolutionary War ball. And I just like to jam it down with the rod and the whole thing.
There's a scene from Last Man Standing.
Okay.
Where he's got a military rifle. Do you remember that?
Great scene. I know exactly what you're talking about.
His wife walks in and she's like, why are you, your grandson's around. What if he grabs? And he goes, it overpowers me. She goes, well, what if you have your back turned? He goes, and he grabs it, takes the thing, ramrod, pull it out, put the cap in, press it, ram it back in there, and shoots me in the foot. It was so freaking funny. It was one of the best scenes from
it's just dripping with sarcasm as he's going through like every step that it would take to fire that musket. Like, it is comedy gold.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, that's hilarious. That's very well done. Yeah. Very, very well done. Let's get to some more fun stuff. Here's one from John A1.
All right. John has to say, the last two Notre Dame classes brought in a lot of dynamic return ability of J. Price, J. Love, C. Tyree, K. Smith, M. Bell, C. Gray, and as Salty calls, the great one. Who's your pick to return kickoffs and punts?
Of those guys on the punt return, I still like Jaden Greathouse as a punt returner, man. I really do. Kick returner. I mean, I'm with Chris Tyree playing receiver. I kind of want him off a kick return now.
Okay.
I just want him focusing on the volume at receiver and learning the craft and not having to worry about taking those big hits at kick returner. And I think that's a way, if Jadarian Price is healthy, to get him more touches or to get Jeremiah Love onto the field as a freshman and
Price
let him
and
get
Love
touches,
back
right?
there returning kicks. That's not a bad duo.
Right. Jabron, maybe him too. Micah Bell, maybe back there. I mean, so that's a chance to get one of those guys the ball. Punt returners, I could see Christian Gray do something like that, but I could see him being a guy like that. I could see Caleb Smith but just Jaden Greathouse's combination of quickness and lower body strength and feel for it are really good. Really, really good.
That'd be fun.
Yeah. John nailed the bigger point that John nailed is there's a lot of potential returners.
Yeah, that hasn't always been the case.
We were asked, how can the special teams get better? Well, that's it right there. Be more dynamic in the return game.
Yes.
But part of that scheme, but part of that's just, do you have a dude back there now? Like if Chris Tyree was a 4-4-2 instead of a 4-3-2, he gets tackled at about midfield against Wisconsin in 2021,
Correct.
right? I mean,
absolutely.
That guy was just not fast enough to get to Chris Tyree. If Chris Tyree's a 4-4 instead of a 4-3, then he gets tackled. Now it's still a big return, but he gets tackled.
Right.
So you got to have the ability to do it as well. I mean, that's just the fact of the matter. And they've got a lot more guys that can do it, Vince. There's no doubt.
A lot of options. A lot of options. You talk about position battles. Like that's a legit position battle, in my opinion. Because we're going to be, okay, who's lining up during special teams returning the punts? Like we're all going to be looking at that, right? So I have a feeling that first day of practice when there's no pads and they have a special teams period, that's what they're going to be working on. They're going to be working on who's going to be returning, and that's going to be a fun one to talk about for sure.
Yep. Let's get to here we go. Here's a couple fun ones, Vince.
All right, from Matt McCarthy. Do you think the staff would take KVA and Shaw if they both wanted to come?
If Bradley Shaw wanted to commit first, probably they would take both. Yes. They're taking Kingston no matter what.
Yeah.
Like if Kingston picks USC or Ohio State or whoever else now and calls him in 5 months and changes his mind, they're taking him. I don't care if they've already got somebody else. They're taking him. Would they take Bradley Shaw if they already got Kingston? That I don't know the answer to that. That one I don't know. And I'm not saying that they wouldn't. I'm just saying I don't know the answer to that one. This is the one we were talking about before the show started, right?
Yes, it was. Rob Osgood wants to know who, in your opinion, has the dumbest mascot. This is an easy one. I mean,
yes. Say it, Vince.
It's Stanford. It's a tree. Like that is dumb.
And they use an axe as part of their thing. It's the weirdest thing. It's lame. Everything about Stanford is lame. Their band, their mascot, all of their fan base. So everything about Stanford is lame.
would rather send my kid to USC than I would to Stanford.
Yeah.
I would.
I would rather send my kid to Michigan than Stanford.
Oof.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
And you know why, Vince. And it has nothing to do with sports.
No, I know. I probably agree with you on that. That would be tough. Yeah. Like you want to talk about
let's just go to trade school, son. Just learn a trade. I wish more people in all seriousness, I wish there was more of that though. There are so many kids that go to a 4-year college and accrue debt where they were just like, dude, no, go become an electrician, go become a plumber. Right. Like those things are very good paying jobs.
Those
and respectable jobs
are out there. Like they're all out there, but there's just it's that stigma.
I got to go learn 18th century French poetry for some reason that will never benefit me ever in my life. Yeah.
Which makes no sense.
I wish, man, if there was a governor or a politician that was starting to push like more associate degrees and more trade schools, and I would be all about that. Didn't like Obama do something like that at one point in time during his? I thought there was a period of time where he was pushing for more of that stuff. And I was
definitely possible.
Right on. I think it might not have been him.
Starting in junior year, you can go to the career center and you can.
Man, there's so much of those things out there and they're good paying jobs, man. And you're not getting $100,000 of debt that you now want to have to beg somebody else to pay off.
Kids that are leaving high school and going into a trade like plumbing or electrician or whatever,
yes,
they're gonna make more money than I'll ever make.
Yes. Yep.
And I tell them that. I'm like, well, congratulations. Next week you will make more money than me.
But you said it though. There's a stigma, which is silly and stupid.
Yes.
Because if stuff goes wrong, those are the people you want around,
right?
The electricians, the plumbers, the people that can do roofs and stuff like that. They bring a lot more value to me than some guy that went to a liberal arts school for 4 years and majored in some of the ridiculous majors we hear about from these schools. Like, how's that going to help me?
Yep.
And that doesn't mean there's not value to those as well. There are some things where you need that education. You do. It's valuable.
Absolutely.
It's just I feel like it's a money grab. Why do you have that as a major? Well, I have that as a major because I need more reasons to convince people to come waste hundreds of thousands of dollars on a degree, where they could just go learn a trade and do very well in life,
right?
Or get an associates and then go do this or whatever the case may be, So you'll be a paralegal. You go to school for 2 years and bam, there you go. I mean, it's just
Sure.
there's a lot of jobs like that. But I would go that route way before I would talk about sending my kid to Michigan or Stanford.
You know what's going to happen? He's going to get offered someplace in Michigan.
Yeah.
And he's not going to get any other offers. Like that's going to be the one offer.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry for you.
I know. I'm not ready for that in my life. Anyway, Corey Norman with a mailbag question. I know it's too early to talk about this, but it's Friday mailbag. Looking at the 24 schedule, I do not see any truly elite opponents. Who would you project to be the toughest 3 teams in 24?
Well, I'm going
to
somewhat disagree with that. I think USC has a chance to be that if they can find a quarterback to replace Kelly. Because I actually think by 24, their roster is going to have enough of new high school kids that they're going to be a little bit more balanced. I think USC is going to be very good, and it's at USC.
So that's number 1.
Florida State is a very intriguing team to me.
Sure.
I love a lot of their talent. They're going to lose a lot after this year too. So it's okay. What do they do in the portal next year? So they're probably the next best team. And then number 3 is a battle between Miami and A&M. And I'd probably go with A&M because I think A&M is going to have a little bit more talent and a better quarterback, most likely at that time. Because we got to see if Tyler Van Dyke can bounce back. But I like Connor Wegman a lot. And it just comes down to are they able to keep some of those kids in school? I'd say probably A&M a little bit over Miami, partly also because it's on the road and it's early in the season. But that's the battle between my number 3 spot, Vince. Because the rest of it's Northern Illinois, Purdue, Miami of Ohio, Louisville, Stanford, Georgia Tech, Navy, and Virginia.
The scheduling quirk on for next year is that they play both Miamis.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. Isn't that weird? I wonder if that's ever happened before.
That's what I'm saying. I know that's a weird question to even ask, but that's the first thing that jumped out to me. They're playing both Miamis.
Yeah. Very strange. I'm really curious if that's ever happened before. That's very strange. Yeah. They'll have road games that year in Texas, Indiana, Georgia, New Jersey, neutral field, and then USC. So they only have 1, 2, 3. They only have 4 true road games.
Gosh, it's like a Michigan schedule or Ohio State.
Yeah, sort of. But yeah, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 home games in 24. Not bad.
So because they're kind of getting rid of the Shamrock Series thing, so that's why.
Yeah, I hope that they keep it that way. And if you're going to do it with like Louisville or something like that.
Well, and if you're going to do a Shamrock, like you can have a game where you have a different uniform. You don't have to be someplace else. And that's something that they've doing more lately. The Shamrock thing is a nice idea. It's not something I would necessarily do every year. Right. Do something like Wisconsin and Lambeau. We're going to set up a thing and but it doesn't have to be every year. Right.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, Vince. All right. Here's an interesting one.
From Coleman, out of the 3 veteran linebackers, which one do you think will return in 24? God, they all couldn't they? They all have.
Of the 3, which one? So if we had to pick one who's most likely to return, I would probably say J.D. Bertrand.
That was going to be mine.
Because I think he's the guy that you'd most want back.
Right.
If, the opportunity was there. But that would be my pick. But if I had to pick one, I'd say J.D. Bertrand.
Yeah, that was going to be mine as well. And I think that's the one that Notre Dame would want back the most, right? I mean, they would push if they have all 3, that's who they're going to push to keep.
Yeah. Yep.
From Nate, should we be worried that if Nebraska gets on track with Matt Rule, it'll be another Midwest team fighting Notre Dame for recruits?
I have never understood this mentality of should you be worried? Like you're Notre Dame, you shouldn't be worried.
Right. Exactly.
If there's another team out there, just another team to battle, baby. That's the way I look at it. But and honestly, Notre Dame and Nebraska aren't going to battle for a lot of kids. They're just not. Now, Nebraska beat them for Carter Nelson. They beat Nebraska for Nate Roberts. It's you beat them for Teddy Rizak. They now you're battling for Christian Jones, but it's not going to be a ton. And all those kids were from the Nebraska, Oklahoma, that region.
Right.
You're not going to battle them a ton. More likely, they're going to go down to Texas and take a kid from Texas. They're going to go out to California and take a kid from UCLA. They're going to take a kid from Michigan or Penn State. You're not going to recruit against them a ton.
Not a lot of head-to-head battles there, I don't think.
I think college football is better when the traditional powerhouses are good. I do, and I know that sounds weird, but like I like it when Nebraska's good. I like it when Miami's good, Florida State's good, Clemson's good, Ohio State's good, Michigan's good, Penn State's good, UCLA's good. It just the game is better. I'm sorry, with all due respect to TCU, it was a great story, but I would have much rather seen Texas at their best playing against Michigan last year and Georgia, because those teams have a better shot, if they're run correctly, of being competitive in those games. I just think the game is better when the powerhouses are good. And I think that's good for Notre Dame too. I do. If you're doing what you need to do, it doesn't matter what anybody else does. So if I'll put it like this, if you're worried about Nebraska, then you've got problems if you're a Notre Dame football coach, right? Like you're like, come on, man, just handle your business, right? You're going to be going after mostly good kids, but probably not the answer you wanted to hear. I'm not worried about. I'm worried about Ohio State. I'm worried about Alabama, Clemson, and Georgia. If I'm not looking behind, I'm not.
Right.
Do your job, and you don't have to worry about people catching you. And don't do your job, and then you got to look over your shoulder. It's
going to take a lot to get Nebraska up to the level of the recruiting that Notre Dame's going to be doing. That's why they're not going to be a bunch of head-to-head.
And even when they were great, they didn't go against them a ton.
Right. Exactly.
Because they were recruiting different parts of the country. They were doing JUCOs. It was just a different animal. Just a completely different animal. So, yeah. All right, here's one from Jason Smith.
All right.
You can answer this one, Vince. This is an easy one.
Does Sam Hartman get with his wide receivers during the off time in the summer and throw to get their timing with each other? Absolutely. They're doing 7-on-7s all the time. Because remember, they're all on campus, so they're in summer school. Summer school and workouts only take up so much time. Like, these guys are getting together all the time. And Brian and I talked about this a little bit earlier. Summer's the time for your camaraderie and your bonding and your timing and all of that stuff. That all happens with player-led 7-on-7s and player-led workouts and all of these different things. That's pretty much all they're doing that involves a football, is they're doing like 7-on-7 stuff. And so they're getting together all the time. It's coach dictated, player led, right? 7-on-7 situations. But of course, look, who benefits the most from Sam Hartman having a good year this year? Sam Hartman.
Yeah.
I promise you he's putting in the work.
Because he wants to win too.
Absolutely.
He wants to win. Yeah.
Yes, because that only helps him from an individual standpoint and from a team standpoint. I'm not saying he puts his individual stats in the four. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is a successful Notre Dame equals a successful Sam Hartman moving forward. It's why he came here in the first place.
Yeah.
Guarantee you he's putting in the work with these guys over the summer. Guaranteed.
I'm looking something up because what somebody just said cannot be accurate.
Gotcha.
I got to look this up. Hold on a second.
Okay.
No, they were wrong. Somebody. Okay. I knew he was messing with me. Joe Medina said, Delta State has the Fighting Okra. That can't be right. Their nickname is the Statesman.
Oh, okay.
Is what their nickname is. But is their mascot? Do they have? No, that can't be.
I mean,
it's a Fighting Okra. Their mascot
is it really?
It is.
That's
the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I'm going to pull it up right now, Vince. You can see it.
Oh, good. Okay. Guys, I was just going to look it up.
It is an act. I was like, no, he's messing with me. There's no way that's a real thing. No way that's a real thing. Hold on a second. This is great. That's a freaking Fighting Okra.
Oh, my gosh. And that's like on the front page of their athletic website, too.
I don't know. It's like in some story. But can you...
That's hilarious that they're trying to do a fundraiser to replace the Okra suit, too, by the way. I thought that was hilarious.
I thought he was joking.
Wow.
I really thought he was joking. But that's a real thing.
It looks like an oven mitt, somebody said. It does look like an oven mitt.
It really does. Oh, man. Thank you for that, man. That was phenomenal. That was absolutely phenomenal. So somebody asked me what I think of Dre Brown's tweet earlier. Guys, I don't read into people's tweets. If they don't say what they mean, I don't spend a lot of time reading into it.
I read between the lines.
I just don't. I really don't. If they want me to know what they're talking about, they'll tell me. Here's an interesting one, Vince.
Ooh, what's your dream? What's your dream car is the question from Irish Guardian Knot. Here's the funny thing. My wife and I were set up on a blind date. Okay. And we went to TGI Fridays for the date. It was going really well. We're driving home, and I'm surprised that my wife agreed to a second date after the answer to this question. She asked me this question. She's a car person. She loves cars, whatever. She's like, what's your dream car? I'm like, one that's paid off. Like, I don't care.
Nice.
Like, that doesn't matter to me. As long as I don't have a car payment, I don't care. And she looked at me like, what are you talking about? And to this day, that's still my answer. It doesn't bother
Here's why
me
she went on a
what I
second
drive.
date with you, though, Vince. She went home, complained to her mom and dad about your stupid answer. And then her dad was like, no, honey, that means he's going to pay off and buy whatever he doesn't care. So that means you can have whatever dream car you want, and he's going to pay for it because that's all he cares about is paying for it. Normally, let's be honest. If a woman has a dream car, it's going to take second fiddle to the man's dream car in the stereotypical scenario.
Right.
Well, in this situation, Vince, you're like, I don't care. I was paid for. I haven't been paid for.
Yep.
Well, now she can get whatever dream car she wants. Mine is a Mustang. I actually had my dream car. I loved the Mustang. And if I could buy a new car for me, like the car we bought was for me and Ange, and if we're going to travel, and it was an us car.
Yep.
And she told me what we need to make, at IB for me to be able to go out and buy my own car just for me. She said, when you do this, then you can go out and buy you a new car. I said, okay, cool. That's why I don't go to bed till 3, 4 o'clock in the morning every night, because I'm trying to make that dang money. But it would be a new Mustang. That would be it.
Nice.
So if it was just like a me car, I'd go buy
That's
a
awesome.
Mustang. Yeah, I love those cars. So I actually had my own car. And I'm not even really a car guy anymore. I'm now more of an SUV kind of guy now. But if it was just like a me car, it's still Mustang.
There's like 3 things I want in a car. You know what I mean? Like, it have to have Bluetooth. It's got to have air conditioning, and it's got to not break down. Like, that's really, I don't even
get all
like,
that.
Gets
There's
me
nothing wrong with
man.
walking out to it and being like, yeah, that's a sharp car right there.
You're not wrong. Like, if you give me the option between like what I just said and like, a Mustang, I'm going to take the Mustang all day. There's no doubt about that.
That's still my dream car.
Yeah,
still my dream car. Yep. So, so I mean, I had it though for a time. It's just I didn't buy it. My parents bought it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we pull up that one. Let's see here. Here's a question from another one from Irish Gordian Knot.
Okay, it says, what is the development plan for Cole Mullins? Start as a Viper, then transitioning to Big End by his junior year. What would it look like if he's stuck at Viper?
Well, I'll go with the last one first. It would look a lot like it did with Isaiah Foskey. He's a big, strong, long, rangy, pure defensive end that's playing Viper. I think he can do that, certainly. As far as transitioning to Big End, it's just whenever the need or his body says that's what you need to do. Mm-hmm. That's it. It could happen as freshman year, it could happen as junior, it could happen never. Right. Usually those things are determined, honestly, and it's a good question, are determined by the need at the position. Like Aiden Gobira moved over to field end a little faster than expected because his body's not ready yet, but the need was there. He's got to start learning it because they're lacking numbers. And so I think those things usually tend to have more to do with it than hey, by your junior year, we're going to move you. It could be that, but I don't know if that's necessarily the plan. It's usually about benchmarks and need. You can't play that until you're this, but otherwise, but look, he could be 270 as long as he can still move like a Viper. There's no reason to move him unless you just need him at somewhere else more. Got this next one.
Pete Weber. He says, has there been any talk about what a playoff game in South Bend would look like at Notre Dame Stadium? Are they going to make any changes to the stadium or the environment for that? Any discussions on that? I would guess they're not going to. I mean, they're not going to make changes to the stadium. It's going to be like
it would be kind of like what they do with the big home games. Like with the fireworks and some stuff like that they do a little different, like for Clemson last year. But no, there's going to be nothing different from the state. I mean, they're not going to like add new bleachers or to make more.
There's nowhere to do that, really.
Right.
I mean,
it would just be the firework. Especially also partly depend on when the game is played, but it would just be stuff like that and raise the prices of everything. That's the other thing that they would do if there was a game played at home.
Here's one thing I would wonder, Brian. If Notre Dame hasn't done it themselves already, I wonder if for a college football playoff game, if they would have to sell alcohol. Because they do it for concerts. They do it for concerts at Notre Dame Stadium, but they
don't sell alcohol at Notre Dame games.
Not to mind.
I mean, people haven't consumed enough in the parking lot. Why?
Well, it's not right. But yeah. I wonder if that would be like since it's kind of run by the college football playoff, like if they would be forced to do that. I don't know. I just throwing it out there.
That's a good question.
It's the only major change I could even think of.
Yeah, it's a very good question. Here's a quick super chat. Vince, I'll go ahead and read this one and just answer it real fast. This is hilarious, by the way. Thank you, Nathan. He says, do pro players get a pension? If so, what is the age requirement? Does Stetson Bennett currently qualify? If they had an age limit for it, yes, he would qualify. But in all seriousness, pensions I don't know if they call it a pension, but like I had a buddy who played for the Chargers for like 3 years, and he was getting paid up until we were coaching together, and he had been out of the league for a few years. So there is something like that. But it's more about time served, so to speak, in the league as opposed to age.
Yeah.
So that's what it boils down to, is how long were you in, and you had to be on a roster for like X amount of years or something like that. It's something along those lines is where that comes from. But that's really, I love the saltiness of that.
That's a great
of that question.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really, really well done, my friend. That's the kind of pettiness we love and appreciate here at Irish Breakdown.
Yes, we do. Alex Martinez says, speaking of 24, I'm planning on going to A&M after 6 years in the Navy. After being a lifelong Notre Dame fan, parents went to Notre Dame. How would you go for it? Well, who would you go for in my shoes? Love the show, guys. Keep it up.
Man, you're just going to A&M because that degree is going to work for you, man. That's all good, but
cheer for
once you leave there, you still cheer for Notre Dame, man. There's not even a question. Now, if you got some people that are giving you a hard time and you got to outwardly pretend you're cheering, but on the inside, go Irish, you got to do what you got to do to survive, baby.
Right.
But no, you don't need to stop being a fan of Notre Dame just because a particular degree track is going to work for you to Texas A&M. So no, that's an easy one, my friend. First of all, thank you for your service.
Yes.
Being in the Navy for 6 years, and congratulations on choosing a new life plan. So we're happy for you, but there's no reason for you to not be a Notre Dame fan anymore. You're still rooting. Now you can have I root for Texas A&M in every other game that they're not playing Notre Dame. Exactly. That's basically what it comes down to for me. So that's a good one. That's a good one. This is another interesting one, Vince.
All right. From John A1, which team would have a better chance at winning a title? 2015 with Bayless Strength, Golden as DC, or 23 with Sheldon Day and Romeo Okwara?
Whew, man. I'm going to go. That is a tough one. Knowing what we know about the 2015 team, I'm going to go with 23 because of the injuries. Now, if you could also say, okay, but that 2015 team stays healthy. Malik's your starting quarterback for the entire year. Dron Jones doesn't get hurt. Sean Crawford doesn't get hurt.
Torian Folston doesn't get hurt. Situation, right. So, yeah.
If that would be it, then okay, in that case, I would say the 15 team. But yeah, but I tell you what, man, there's not a bad answer there, John. Those are both good answers. Now, if you were to say Bayless with Mike Elko, 15, like no doubt. My thought would be that Al Golden would be smart enough to play like Greer Martini or Niles Morgan at Mike and not Brian Van Gorder. But that would be my fear with Al Golden because he's way better than Brian Van Gorder. Way better than Brian Van Gorder. But there's still that concern of, would you still play Joe Schmidt? And I'll say this, the 23 team also to me, Vince, has a lot more depth on defense. That team had a lot more depth. So I'm going to go with the 23 team with Sheldon and Romeo. Could you imagine with Botelho and those guys, and because then you'd have Javonte Jean-Baptiste and Botelho playing Viper, you'd have Romeo playing big end, and you'd have Sheldon playing 3 technique and Riley playing nose with Howard Cross's. Oh my gosh, that'd be one heck of a D line.
That's a lot of depth there up front. Yeah.
That'd be a lot of fun right there, man. We're gonna get this last couple events because I know you got to run here. You got to get ready for the next.
Gotta switch rooms. I just got to go to a different room.
We do have a super chat here that I wanted to get to before we get out of here as well.
Nice. Thank you very much, Andrew Gilmore, for the super chat. Are there any analysts helping Parker with the OSU game plan? G. Patterson put the game plan together for Texas against Bama, and it was great. Why can't we do the same? Pull out all the stops to win that game.
They do. I mean, they have it. They have advanced scouting. That's also part of the reason they're going to make a new hire soon. The guy that's leaving West Virginia, they're going to hire. My understanding is they're expanding the advanced scouting department, and that'll be part of it. Because to me, the advanced scouting department should work hand in hand with the people doing the transfer portal scouting. That's those two things should go hand in hand because it's kind of a similar thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, they do that. GAs do that. Analysts do that. Notre Dame has people that are doing that. There's no doubt. The Gary Patterson that worked for Alabama didn't work against some other teams on the schedule. I mean, it's just one of those deals, right? So, but they have people doing that. And it's, to me, advanced scouting is incredibly important for a coach, man. If you have good analysts and good GAs or whoever doing good, I trust them when they give me the readouts and the film and stuff, and they give me their overview of what, before I dive into film, I trust it. That's a great resource to have.
Right.
People like that.
Basketball does it all the time. Like you get assigned games and you know, whatever.
And,
it's the same thing.
Thank you for the super chat, Andrew. But that's a really good question. That's why I keep saying it's those things I care more about Notre Dame investing money into.
Absolutely.
It's the strength program. It's the facilities to a degree, but it's the
facilities to house all those people.
Right. It's the mental health. It's expanding the
Right.
recruiting department, the transfer portal department, the back end people. Like those are the invaluable things that can take some of the work off of my shoulders as the OC to where this week I'm just worried about, because like when I was coaching Friday, I'm spending all day Friday doing the advanced scouting for the next opponent to have that ready for Sunday, and we still got a game to play. Because we didn't have GAs that could do that and analysts could do that. We had to do all that stuff. You know what I mean? And so, like, when I was at Christopher Newport, I literally had 4 titles. I was the assistant head coach. I was the pass game coordinator. I was the recruiting coordinator. And I was the video coordinator. Because I also had to make sure all the video people were recording practice and doing all that and so, like, that's what you had to do. I mean, at that level, you got to wear, like, so, like, I'm going from a meeting with the admissions department over to financial aid, sit down with the people that are the students and people are going to do recording our practice, then go make, you know what I mean? So if you can have people that can do all that stuff and you can just focus on, I got to go beat Ohio State this week.
Right.
Or I got to go beat NC State this week because I know those cats over there are grinding away, breaking down everything they can about Ohio State. That's huge. That's huge. And that's why you see these teams bringing in these former head coaches and former coordinators and long-time NFL coaches, because you're getting guys with a really good advanced eye. Yep. I just think there's also some really good young, smart coaches that are young guys that are going to be really good at that stuff too. I don't think it always has to be some, fired coaches association person that is doing that. Give me a Division I former Division I starting quarterback who knows how to freaking study film and is a really smart dude. He can do that type of role as well at a high level. It just doesn't bring the name recognition that it might from some other places. And that's really what it boils down to, where people get a little fired up about that one. So, and then last one, Vince, before we go, I definitely wanted to get this one before we left.
Oh man. Archer says, what made you fall in love with the game of football? And a follow-up, why do you still love it?
The reason why I love it now is different than when I fell in love. When I fell in love, was just watching John Elway and watching Notre Dame. I just fell in love with the game. And part of it was my parents wouldn't let me play football as a kid. So it was kind of like that thing that you want this and they won't let you have it. It's like fruit, exactly.
Man.
Yeah. And I loved playing it out back doors, but I was always trying to be John Elway when I was playing out in the yard and playing at recess and stuff like that. I just loved watching him play. I loved the physicality of it more than other sports and things like that. Why do I still love it? Because I feel like football, more than any other sport, is so related to where success on the football field and success in life have a lot of carryover with football. Teamwork, camaraderie, mental toughness, physical toughness, pushing yourself beyond your boundaries, strategy. There's so much about football that has helped me be a good business owner. That things that I learned as a player and coach that helped me as a husband, as an employer, as an employee. There's so many life lessons. That's why we draw on the military examples, because that's real life. And this thing kind of, helps you understand the need for, I got to trust the dude next to me. Right. Or I can't survive. Right. And so I just feel like that's something that I just love about football. And again, it's the toughest, it's the most mentally tough sport in the business, because you can't be physically tough if you're not mentally tough. And this is a game that will make cowards out of some dudes that might otherwise look like studs. But if they don't have it here and they don't have it here, it'll make a coward out of you. And there's just something about that that's which is funny to say for the quarterback whose job was to never get hit, right? But I did play some defense in my life, but there's just something to be said about that, about why I love the game. Yeah,
I mean, it was the camaraderie for me. I started playing in 5th grade, and I just loved my teammates and being like that. Of all the sports I ever played, like football just had that camaraderie more than any other sport, at least for me.
Yeah.
And so that's why I enjoyed it so much, playing 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and into high school, etc. Like that was it for me. I enjoyed it. I loved it. And then got away from it, after high school, just did the college thing and then jumping back in, with analyzing and coaching. Like, I think my love for the game actually grew when I started coaching, even more so than when I was a player. Because then, like, when I was a player, I knew what I was supposed to do. I had no idea what anybody else was supposed to do. Like, that just wasn't, I did my job, but I love the guys. Like, my best friends are still guys I played football with. You know what I mean? But then when I became a coach and I started to understand what every single guy was supposed to do on the offense and how it all had to work together, and then the strategy part of it and the game planning part of it, and the guys that I coached with had now became like my best friends because there's a camaraderie there. And no other coaching staff I've ever been on is the same as a football coaching staff because you are with each other all the time and you get so close to those guys. And that's where the still love came from me. I fell deeper in love with football as a coach. And then being able to talk to guys like Brian about the strategy of the game and the X's and O's, and then being able to do this kind of a thing, like I'm in, like I'm all in, and that's where it got for me.
Yeah. Good stuff, Vince. Michael S., thank you for the super chat. We're not going to have time to answer that a ton. Has any Notre Dame player transferred to another school and performed better than Notre Dame? Yes. Dorsey Levens, Kent Graham are some old school names that transferred, played better. Quinn Carroll has done a really nice job at Minnesota since transferring. So there have been some guys. We could get into it. It's a longer list than that, but those are a couple guys off the top of my head.
The kid that went to Florida State, the lineman.
Dylan Gibbons.
Dylan
Gibbons. Yep.
I think that was a good move for him.
Yep. Take us out of here, Vince.
All right. Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining us on another edition of the Friday Free-For-All Mailbag. Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. Make sure you hit that notification bell because you just never know when there might be another show. For Brian, I'm Vince, and we'll catch you next time on the Friday Free-For-All Mailbag. But make sure you join. Just hop on over to the other room. We're hopping on over. It's the Rapid Fire Friday over in the other room, so come join us. That's where I'm headed.
Have a good day, everybody. Thanks for joining us. Irish Breakdown Podcast.